Good morning. While you enjoy your breakfast, I want to invite to the stage Anita Lefterov and Laura White from the Maryland Department of Labor's Division of Workforce Development and Adult Learning. Anita and Laura will share with you the Employer Fund.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Laura Wright. I'm with Maryland Department of Labor, and my colleague Annette and I are here this morning to share a new grant opportunity. These are funds that have been distributed to the state from the U.S. Treasury, and the grant is called the Jobs That Build Employer Fund. This initiative is a $15 million fund that supports employers working on infrastructure projects throughout the state of Maryland. The Employer Fund provides an opportunity for employers to pursue innovative solutions to their most pressing workforce challenges. The Jobs That Build encourages better recruitment, smarter training, and enduring employee retention. The Employer Fund prioritizes two sets of initiatives that employers can consider implementing in their workplace: employee support programs and payroll incentives. Yes, I'm reading from my slides this morning. The employee support programs for the Jobs That Build Employer Fund, first is transportation is one of the categories. So employers can leverage grant funds to establish a program to help their employees pay for maintenance on their own vehicles, purchase or lease vehicles, earn a driver's license, and or pay for the cost of public transportation or ride shares such as Uber, Lyft, and Zipcar. Employers could also use the funds to purchase a company vehicle that picks up and takes workers to and from work sites to alleviate transportation hurdles. The second employee support program is housing. With the rising cost of rent, many employees are struggling to keep up, while others may turn down quality jobs because they cannot secure housing in close proximity to work. Employers can leverage grant funds to offer rental assistance or security deposit assistance for their employees, or offer relocation assistance to employees who want to move closer to work. And hopefully all these slides are available for everyone later if you want to look at them. Jobs That Build Employer Fund through employee support programs. The third category is child and dependent care. Caring for children and family members is another major factor in places that limits an employee's time and finances. Employers can leverage the grant funds to establish an assistance program that covers the cost of daycare or supported care services for employees and families. And then lastly, the Jobs That Build Employers Fund payroll incentives. You can use this for sign-on bonuses, so employers can leverage grant funds to offer cash signing bonuses for new employees or employees who renew their contracts. So this is for new workers and then also incumbent workers. Payroll incentives also can be used for retention bonuses. Employers can leverage grant funds to offer retention bonuses for employees who stay employed for a defined period of time. Retention bonuses may be used in conjunction with a sign-on bonus for new employees, or could be offered to incumbent workers for continuing their employment satisfactorily. The other payroll incentive is paid training and professional development. Employers can leverage grant funds to compensate employees for time spent in training or professional development activities that may otherwise not be paid and are related to the job. An example includes paying an employee an hourly wage to attend an occupational skills training outside of work hours, or paying an employee their hourly wage to take an English language class after work. And Annetta.
Well, to get the grant, the business should be eligible. So the eligibility requirements are that the employer should be a Maryland-based employer that has been negatively impacted by COVID-19, should be also actively engaged in the construction or renovation of an infrastructure project within the state of Maryland, and also should have a contract to perform construction or maintenance of an infrastructure project within Maryland on or before January 1st of 2024. The funding amounts the funding amounts for reimbursement are the following. Grant amounts are kept based on the applicant's total number of full-time employees. The maximum grant amounts are $500,000 for employers with 750 employees or more, $400,000 for employers with 500 to 749 employees, and 300,000 for employers with fewer than 500 employees. The maximum amount per employee is $10,000. You can actually, interested companies may apply at the following link, labor.maryland.gov/jobs-that-build/. Businesses are encouraged to read the policy prior to filling out the application. You all will be given the PowerPoint, so you can just click there and check the application questions and answers. Fill out the application online and submit the completed application, completed budget, copy or a screenshot of their certificate of good standing with Maryland Department of Assessment and Taxation, and complete it and sign W-9 form to labor.jobthat'sbuilt@maryland.gov. Again, labor.jobs-that-built@maryland.gov. This project is being supported in whole or in part by the federal award awarded to the state of Maryland by the U.S. Department of the Treasury. Helpful resources for you are the one-pager, the policy issuance 2021-11 Jobs That Build Employer Fund, the application, program component, the budget component, it's in Excel, and again, application frequently answers and questions. For more information, you can email labor.jobsthatbuilt@maryland.gov. And now this is my information and Laura's information, our phones and email addresses. If anyone has a question that we are not able to answer today, we definitely will get back to you. Or if you think of a question later after reviewing all the documents, feel free to contact us. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, go ahead.
So do these projects, do they have to be federal projects, or could it be like a county wastewater?
It can be county, yeah. Yep. Any county, state, labor.
Yeah, some of the infrastructure categories, if you refer to the one-pager and then also the application link as well, which the application is only 4 pages, so it's pretty simple. The very bottom left corner of the one-pager, it lists what the infrastructure, give you an idea of what the infrastructure grants are for. So rails, ports, telecom, roads, bridges are some of the categories. Does that answer your question?
So just one other question. So existing projects, like let's just take the purple line.
Mhm.
Even though that project has been awarded and it is in development, that project still qualifies.
Let me refer to my question and answer sheet for you to make sure I give you the right answer. Okay. On one of our slides. I'm looking for the exact verbiage for you. My short answer is yes, but I want to find the verbiage for you, and I know it's on
Yeah,
the
because
slides.
it's, again, infrastructure building. And it's at some phase that you're still gonna keep building. It's not for retroactive expenses, right? It's for expenses that are coming up. Because the grant doesn't pay for retroactive expenses, only for upcoming expenses after you submit the application.
All right, so here's the exact verbiage. Has a contract to perform construction or maintenance of an infrastructure project within Maryland on or before January 1, 2024. Mhm. And then just to clarify some of the categories that I mentioned, for the purpose of this project, Maryland Labor defines infrastructure as roads, bridges, tunnels, transit, walking, biking facilities, rail, ports, airports, broadband, energy grids, and drinking water, wastewater facilities.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you all. When I first heard about this funding, these are the barriers that keep people from getting jobs in the built environment: transportation, daycare, those types of things, especially apprentices that aren't earning a full wage yet until they get their journeyman's license. So I'm really excited about this, and I think it's going to hopefully move the needle on getting new people into this industry. Okay, with that, we are not going to get started until 9 o'clock, so you have a few more minutes to mingle and eat some breakfast. Good morning. We are going to get started. For those of you I haven't met yet, Center for Construction Education Innovation, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Before we get started, we're going to have a little housekeeping. So please help minimize distractions by turning off all your electronic devices to silent mode or completely off. And please keep texting and emailing to a minimum during sessions. As many of you know, I'm a longtime member of NAWIC, and in NAWIC, we have a tradition that if we hear any rings, beeps, or alerts during a conference, we collect a $25 donation for our education foundation. So I'm going to adopt that tradition right now, and I will accept a $25 donation to MCCEI if we hear any phones going off during Symposium. Now, I do know that you all are very busy and taking a day away from the office, or the job site, so if you have to take a call, go for it, just exit the room. Okay. Please note that the exits are that way, and the restrooms are outside the doors on either side. Additionally, if you have a question for any of our panelists during the day, we do have 2 microphones in here, and Matt is going to be running around and trying, because we are recording this, and it is on Zoom as well. So I want to make sure that everyone hears everyone in the room. Okay. So, like I said, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us at our first symposium in over a decade. It means so much to have you all here with us today for this important discourse. In your program, you'll find a detailed list of all the amazing people and companies who are supporting MCCEI every day. It's a veritable who's who of the best in the industry here in Maryland. And I especially want to thank the organizations who helped put on today's event, the University of Maryland Project Management Center for Excellence and Kathleen Frankel. Without you, today wouldn't have been possible. Our breakfast sponsor, Harkin Builders, and our keynote sponsors, Howard Community College and Turner. If you're a board member or a sponsor of MCCEI or the Symposium, please stand so we can take a moment to thank you for your commitment to making a difference in the workforce in Maryland. Anyone? I know you're some of you in here. And all of our speakers and panelists today, some of you travel from other parts of the country to join us. Thank you for imparting your wisdom and advice with us. And last but certainly not least, thank you to the MCCEI staff, Matt and Emma, who put up with me every day, and that alone deserves some applause. Without your support and all of us working together, the work MCCEI is doing, trying to inspire, educate, and connect a diverse population to careers in the built environment would be an impossible feat. As such, I want to share with you this excerpt from the book, Big Potential by Sean Achor. If you're not familiar with him, Achor has become one of the world's leading experts on the connection between happiness and success. It's a little long, so bear with me. The miracle of the mangroves. When dusk slowly crept upon a mangrove forest lining a river deep in the jungle of South Asia, a biologist from far from his home in Washington state looked out over the lush alien landscape lining the snake-infested waters. While drifting slowly in his boat, Professor Hugh Smith surely heard the calls of the nocturnal creatures uncoiling from their dens or taking flight from their nests and beginning their nightly hunts. I can envision how the water must have shimmered under the light from the stars, unspoiled by the light pollution that existed in the remote cities. What happened next on that humid day in 1935 is part of recorded academic history. Smith looked up at one of the mangrove trees, and suddenly the entire canopy glowed as if a lightning bolt had shot out from the tree instead of striking it. Then all went dark, leaving a burned image on his vision. Then lightning, as it sometimes does, struck twice. The entire tree glowed again, then went entirely dark again in 3 seconds. Then, in a reality-bending moment, all of the trees along the riverbank glowed suddenly in unison. Every tree on one side of the river for 1,000 feet was flashing and growing dark at exactly the same time. Something deep inside me warms at the thought that such a patient, careful, and scientific observer, whose curiosity about the world led him so far away from his normal life in the Pacific Northwest, could be rewarded that night by such a magical moment of nature. Once his capacity for mental reasoning returned, he realized that the trees were not, in fact, glowing. Rather, they were covered with a critical number of bioluminescent lightning bugs, all illuminating at the exact same time. Upon returning home, Dr. Smith wrote up a journal article on his discovery of the synchronous lightning bugs. He was not believed. Biologists ridiculed his account, even calling it fabricated. Why would male fireflies glow in unison, which would only decrease their chances of distinguishing themselves to potential mates? Mathematicians were equally skeptical. How could order come from chaos in nature without a leader to direct it? An entomologist asked how millions of fireflies could see enough other fireflies to create the exact same pattern, given the limited visibility in the mangrove forest. It seemed physically, mathematically, and biologically impossible, yet it wasn't. And now, thanks to modern science, we know how and why. Turns out that puzzling behavior actually serves as evolutionary purpose for the fireflies. Researchers found that when lightning bugs lit up at random times, the likelihood of a female responding to a male in the deep, dark recesses of a mangrove forest is just 3%. But when the lightning bugs lit up together, the likelihood of females responding is 82%. The success rate increased by 79% points when flashing as an interconnected community rather than as individuals. Society teaches that it's better to be the only bright light than be in a forest of bright lights. After all, isn't that the way we think about success in our schools and companies? We want to graduate at the top of our class, get the job at the best company, and be chosen to work on the most coveted project. When any resource, be it acceptance to the most prestigious university, an interview with a top-ranking company, or a spot on the best athletic team is limited, we are taught that we have to compete in order to differentiate ourselves from the rest of the pack. And yet, research shows that this actually isn't the case. The lightning bug researchers discovered that when the fireflies were able to time their pulses with one another with astonishing accuracy to the millisecond, it allowed them to space themselves apart perfectly, thus eliminating the need to compete. In the same way, when we help others become better, we can actually increase the available opportunities instead of vying for them. Like the lightning bugs, once we learn to coordinate and collaborate with those around us, we all begin to shine brighter, both individually as an ecosystem. But pause to think for a moment. How did lightning bugs even do it? How did they all coordinate their flashing lights so perfectly, given their limited visibility and vision? Researchers found that the fireflies do not need to see everybody to create coordinated action. So long as no group of fireflies is completely out of sight of any other group, they can sync up with each other's rhythms. In other words, it only takes a few nodes to transform the entire system. Our new understanding of positive systems teaches us the same is true for humans. By becoming a positive node in your workplace, company, or community, and helping those around you improve their creativity, their productivity, their abilities, their performance, and more, you are not only helping the group become better, you are exponentially increasing your own potential for success. There is one final important detail to this intriguing story. Biologists who have explored these jungles know now that the glow emanating from those mangrove trees can be seen for miles. This means it is even easier for other fireflies to find their way to the light. So that the brighter it shines, the more newcomers join and add their light. This is true just as much for humans as it is for fireflies. The more you help people find their light, the brighter you both will shine. And that is what you are all doing here today. By sharing your company's best practices with us, by working together to solve our workforce problems, you are becoming a positive node and increasing everyone's potential for success, including your own. So why a puzzle? Through our more than a decade of experience in workforce development research and leadership, we have found that there is no one reason why the construction industry has struggled to recruit and retain workers, and therefore there is not one solution to this. You're here on the panels today as well, that they are all interconnected and woven together, and none of these topics stand alone. In your program, you'll see our full list of topics, speakers, and we will try very hard to stick to the schedule as closely as possible. So I apologize in advance for cutting off any discussion to do so. Okay, at this time, I want to welcome to stage our host, Dr. Ni Ato Oken. Dr. Ato Oken is the UMD Clark School of Engineering's Department Chair for Civil and Environmental Engineering. He heads a department that has established an international reputation in fields that include transportation engineering, disaster resilience, and water resource management. His research expertise is in resilient infrastructure with a strong focus on cybersecurity and digital technologies applied to transportation and civil infrastructure. A well-recognized expert in railway engineering, he also leads efforts in digital twins, cybersecurity, and blockchain technologies applied to civil engineering.
Yeah, good to College Park. Currently, I'm the chair of the department, Civil and Environmental Engineering. We have been doing some wonderful work there, which I think you will be interested in or would like you to be part of. Right now we are working in the area of innovation and construction, where our project management folks, they have been doing work in robotics, BIMs, and others, right? We are also trying to develop a new agenda in the area of digital twins. And as we move forward, we know that data is becoming the currency of construction. So we are again introducing machine learning, artificial intelligence as they apply in construction and built environment. Another thing we have been working on is the team building, which I think is very critical to you in terms of integrated teams and trust. The third area is the automation and robotics, which again, we are doing very interesting work there. But looking forward, what we want to do as a department is that we want to take the construction industry into a new level. When I say new level, the issue of digital, digital twins, the issue of sensors, the issue of cyber resilience, they are all now coming construction has changed from the traditional construction as we know. Every year there's new ideas. Okay. Another thing we as a department we are trying to do is that how do we learn from the pandemic, right? We cannot guarantee that another pandemic is going to will happen or not. But then what have we learned? How are we going to prepare ourselves in case there's a problem and this affects the supply chain? Once this affects the supply chain, it affects the whole ecosystem we are working on. So we are trying to develop research and other things in order to guide us, not to wait when it happens, but then we do what if scenarios. Okay. We have been talking about labor and everything. Another critical issue, we want to see how women and underrepresented group, not that they are part of the system, but how they are involved in the leadership position in order to, show that we are not just talking, but we want how the country is to reflect in the field. Another major area, I'm just giving you some things excited to share with you. Another major areas we are trying to do is that we are working with city of Baltimore and then picking another rural part of Maryland to see how we can help them with some of their construction issues. For example, in the city of Baltimore, we want to develop what we call infrastructure desert, right? Areas where the built environment has not been monitored for a while, even if we collect data and everything, what do we do next? And then in rural part of the state, some of them don't have the speciality to help them with some of the basic things. And then we are trying to work with them to create this in the state, So the department, we have very exciting agenda. And then I'm really looking forward working with you. And just to make you aware, I'm working with my advisory board to introduce construction engineering and management as a program in the department. And apart from that, we are going to introduce a graduate course, which we call construction science. If I say construction science, we are going to include those digital, those cyber, and then you come back with leaders who are ready in order to tackle what I call the unforeseen problems which can happen in construction. So construction, just like any other field, is changing very rapidly. We don't want to be behind. We want to be leader, top 15% in order to know what is going on. And then lastly, the department is trying to start a new center, which we call Digital and Cyber Rail. This is going to be first of its kind in the world. I help to develop one in other countries, in Netherlands, UK, University of Birmingham, and then I work in Japan, Tokyo, GR system. And I don't see the reason why we can't develop one here. Because where we are located here, we either use the subway, we use the other train, Amtrak, and then we have the freight train going through our system. So what should we do? Collecting the data, the cyber issues, especially when you talk about the rail tanks carrying fuel, hazardous material, how do you protect it from the population? So we are looking at the whole scope of what you call build environment ideas, And again, those of you from the community college, we are willing to work with your students, We have a very nice program. You can talk to our folks, and then those who want to continue, we can do that. And there's another thing I want to, the construction companies and everything. Again, you have been helping us with the internship and everything, but we are looking forward to interact with you more, not only once a year or once we come here, but if we can do this periodically, and my office is open. Usually I'm an open door. If you can't get to me anytime after 5:30, my calendar is open and I'm willing to talk to you. So once again, thank you for coming, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Next up, we'll hear from Yvette Diamond, the facilitator for the Greater Baltimore Committee's Preparing for the Future Workforce Development Initiative. I've had the pleasure of working alongside of Yvette on GBC's initiative for the past year or so, and in that time, we've had some really great collaborations and shared resources and connections. The GBC's partnership is another positive note in our workforce efforts.
Good morning. As Jennifer said, I direct and facilitate the Greater Baltimore Committee's Preparing for the Future Workforce Development Initiative. I'm excited to see all of you here today. You made a wise decision. Who here has attended a concert with a warm-up act? Good, we're concert goers. So have you ever gone to the concert not really knowing who that first act is and until they start playing and you start to recognize the songs, and then when it's over, you just can't wait to go get the album? Anybody? So I hope to be that for you today. The opening act for an informative day that suddenly sparks your mind to recognize the amazing workforce development services and support available to help you. It really is everywhere in this region. So join me for a quick moment on an imaginary journey. Imagine you started life in the middle of a giant corn maze with corn all around you. And inside this corn maze, for generations, an entire culture has been developed. Language, expectations, experiences shared, and it's all limited by the tall corn. If suddenly you found your way out of the corn maze, would you know how to behave, what is expected, how to get started, how to integrate easily into a new world? Likely not without a guide, support, mentors, and a little luck along the way. I used to use this corn maze imagery when trying to create awareness around disadvantaged and underrepresented populations. But what I realized is that the corn maze analogy applies to all of us. Some of us have corn mazes with higher walls, some larger, some more luxurious within our corn maze, but without intentional efforts, we are all restricted in connecting with other corn mazes. The Greater Baltimore Committee has been in business membership organization for over 60 years, representing the interests of businesses across the region: Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Carroll, Cecil, Harford, Howard counties, and Baltimore City. GBC is committed to supporting organizations in navigating the workforce ecosystem to help strengthen it as we prepare for the future. Our hope is to lower the corn maze walls so employers can see the resources, services, and funding available as they improve workforce environments in order to attract, retain, and train their future workforce. So what is preparing for the future? In 2015, the Opportunity Collaborative, spearheaded by the Baltimore Metropolitan Council and supported by the GBC, released a regional workforce development plan. Strong workforce, stronger economy, highlighting ways the region can work together to increase access to jobs and economic opportunities for those who have not shared in economic successes of the region. The GBC Board of Directors saw a need to further build on this plan, and in 2020, the GBC released its Preparing for the Future report, which identified top family supporting occupations in growth sectors, including the build industry, to ensure a pipeline of skilled workers who can contribute to the economic growth. The report also captured 69 recommendations made by the industry and stakeholder leaders, which, if implemented, would enhance regional workforce development activities. In 2021, we recruited and convened our network of stakeholders from across the region. Those represented included employers, community-based organizations, agencies, funders, educators, and trainers, and all levels within these organizations, Together, we developed a strategy to collectively implement all 69 recommendations for the GBC Preparing for the Future report, which you can find on the GBC website. The implementation strategy components are all focused on methods to increase employer awareness of the possibilities within the ecosystem and remove barriers to accessing the resources available to support your efforts to successfully recruit, train, and retain your teams. The committee has grown into over 150-person network, and we continue to convene and execute on the strategy. The power in this initiative comes from our regional collaborative approach, with a focus on the employer and how best to connect humans through innovation and technology. Our regional approach, important because both employees and employers are not restricted by geographical boundaries or specific missions of organizations that support them. Our collaborative approach, the intention is not to create more of what already exists, but rather to highlight and promote what is working well in the region and to provide the opportunity to raise the levels of services by focusing on core competencies and leaning into partners to provide additional well-rounded support. Our focus on the employer, not to the exclusion of the employee, but to help employers reimagine their corporate cultures, practices, so that they are better able to provide successful opportunities to their employees. One message loud and clear throughout the network discussions was that most employers were not aware of all of the resources available in the region, and therefore are not at the table where the decisions are made. We want to make sure that all size employers know that there is a table. Actually, there's many tables, and the seat is waiting for you. The network has chosen to use a human-centric, technology-supported approach. Much of the strategy includes technology implementations to help remove barriers and expand access, but it is designed with the human at its core. Today, your program includes insights, best practices, topics including diversity, equity, inclusion, access, innovation, and technology. Why does this matter? Well, what we are all experiencing firsthand is our interconnectivity and the value of being intentional and strategic in our business planning. As we shift our focus to create work environments that are welcoming for all to be successful, the benefit to the bottom line soars. Reduced turnover, increased efficiency that leads to improved customer satisfaction. I recently heard this story that I wanted to share with you. German car manufacturer had been receiving low safety scores when testing included multiple passengers in vehicles. What was discovered was the high ratio of white, tall, Germanic men were in the design and decision positions, and the company lost the diverse perspective of their buyer. When they placed women, disabled, and people of varying ethnicities into the design and decision process, new considerations for height, weight, activities emerged, and innovative designs, including safety and comfort, arose. History is full of organizations who were giants in their fields but lost their way because they could not pivot with changing times. Local hardware store Hechinger's, I'm dating myself a little, but hopefully some of you remember them, comes to mind. And look at Sears and Roebuck. They were the first Amazon before the internet. When I was a kid, as I'm sure many of you, I loved to receive that giant Christmas catalog where I could circle things I wanted from Santa and give it to my parents. They should have been the first company capable of applying their business process to an online platform, but they failed to rise to the occasion. It is imperative that we never repeat our mistakes from the past. As we adjust our hiring practices to gain access to new, highly motivated and underrepresented groups like women, second chance, neurodiverse, varying ability, and veterans, we will have solved the problem of the moment. But we need to also be pivoting to prevent the challenges for the future. Embracing technology throughout our organizations and providing support and opportunity to our employees to skill up is imperative. And let's not get stuck on just thinking about our production. Equally important is our front and back office activities, because that could be where your biggest bleed is. So your strong, profitable production practices get diluted by poor decision-making, risk-taking, and inefficient processes. So you're here today because you have the wisdom to know that this is important. So where do you go from here? MCCEI amazes me by their small but mighty capabilities. They should be your first step in the process of rethinking your hiring, training, and retaining practices. The Maryland construction industry is lucky to have this resource. Additionally, did you know that every county and main city in Maryland has a workforce development representative ready to give you money and support you for your training and retaining plans? Each area has unique programs to meet the needs of the employer to empower them to successfully implement new practices to reach more employees. Community colleges also play a key role in free custom curriculum development to help employers design and deliver training that specifically addresses the exact requirements for the job. And I noticed that there will be some here today to talk to you. And lastly, every community has organizations ready to help connect you to job seekers looking for opportunities and will provide you with guidance for onboarding and supervision to ensure successful integration into your corporate cultures at no charge. Imagine extra hands that you don't have to pay for to help you manage your teams. To learn more about these programs, preparing for the future, or to get connected with the first steps in your journey, I welcome your contact. My information is in your program. I also invite you to attend our National Apprenticeship Week events between November 14th and 20th to learn more and hear from other employers who have found success. Connect with me on LinkedIn or email. So stay present and focused and start your new path tomorrow. Enjoy your day.
And look at us, we're 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Thanks, Yvette. All right, now on to our first puzzle piece of the day, mental health in the construction industry. Some of you may be wondering what mental health has to do with workforce development, but it has everything to do with it. As you'll hear from our two presenters today, we are in the midst of a mental health crisis in this industry. Per the CDC, we have the second highest rate of suicides in all industries, and workers die by suicide and overdose and all other workplace fatalities combined. So how can we say we care about the safety of our employees and in good conscience recruit new ones if we aren't doing something about this? That's why we've asked Jessica Bunting of the Center for Construction Research and Training and Construction Industry Alliance for Suicide Prevention, as well as Rebecca Rafferty of DPR Construction, join us today. Jessica will first be sharing with you stats about the industry and actionable steps your company can take to provide a supportive workplace with an emphasis on mental health. And then Rebecca will join us to share how DPR is modeling a caring culture. Jessica?
All right, thank you. Thank you everyone for joining. Good morning. Representing two organizations here today. I'm in my normal life the Director of Research to Practice at CPWR, which is the Center for Construction Research and Training. For anyone unfamiliar with our organization, we're a nonprofit and we focus on strictly construction safety and health research, training, outreach, and some service, medical screening and stuff like that. And then I'm also on the board of trustees for the Construction Industry Alliance for Suicide Prevention, or CIASP. And so a lot of the slides that I'm going to be sharing today come from that organization and my role there. Before we get started, I just want to share the information. You may have already heard that the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline has launched a new 988 number. So this is going to get you to the same place that the long number used to send you, but now you can call, text, or online chat, and it's just an easier number to remember. They have a bunch of promotional materials, posters that you can put on the job site, stuff like that, or in a restroom for people to see. And then a separate line, which is good for texting, is this crisis text line. That's actually not just a suicide prevention lifeline, it's for any type of crisis. You can text home. I'll figure out what type of crisis you're having and direct you to the right support. So moving on to the meat of my presentation, I just want to give you some background on CIASP. We were created out of necessity, as you're going to hear in another minute or two in my slides. This is suicide and opioid use and mental health issues are killing construction workers at a much higher rate than workplace safety and health incidents, acute injuries, and the things that we're used to dealing with. Because of that, CIASP was created and formed in 2018 as a 501c3 nonprofit with the vision for a zero suicide construction industry. And so we are still getting up and running as a nonprofit. Thus far, it's been, our work has been mostly done by the board, but we are currently hiring an executive director and getting things up and running as an organization. So I'm gonna go over some of the stuff that we already offer, but we're gonna get even bigger in the future and would be happy to partner in a number of ways with any of your companies. So, let's get into it. Why do we need to address mental health in the construction workplace? So here are some numbers for you. In 2017, nearly 38,000 people of working age died by suicide. This is across the board, not just in construction. That's a 40% increase. And so this is ages 16 to 64. It's a 40% increase in less than 20 years. So across the board, the suicide rate in the US is rising, especially amongst men. And then when we look at construction, male construction workers have a suicide rate that is 65% higher than all US male workers across industries. So looking at that another way, by major occupation group, construction and extraction are at the very top compared to all of these other industries. This is not a complete list. These are just the ones with the top rates of suicide. And so this includes both construction and extraction. When you look by detailed occupational group, extraction comes in at the very top, followed by construction, or if you split it by industry, it's extraction and then construction. But we're up there. And it's really across all levels of employment as well. So you can see in this chart, this is breaking it down by detailed occupation group within construction and extraction. And so you can see that iron and steel workers are here at the top, but there are a lot of different trades listed, but construction managers are also on here with a rate of 45.7 per 100,000 working persons. Compared to all occupations down at the bottom, the rate is 27.4 per 100,000. So why is this a construction workplace issue? We're gonna get into some of the underlying factors in a moment, but this sort of just makes the case for why it needs to be addressed even beyond just a human standpoint. 1 in 5 adults will experience mental illness in their lifetime. 60% of those are left untreated. Looking at in the workplace, 17 million people are experiencing a co-occurring substance use disorder and mental illness in 2020. Depression has made up, I guess, 6.9% of those, but it's the first leading cause of disability, and it increases the risk of other disorders and conditions. So when employees are depressed, they miss an average of 31.4 days per year and lose another 27.9 to unproductivity. and mental and nervous conditions are number 3 in all disability claims. So absenteeism, presenteeism, lost productivity, and safety incidents caused by mental illness and substance abuse, depending on the different sources that you look at, is estimated to cost about $80 to $100 billion annually. Okay. This is a snapshot of earlier in the pandemic in 2020. So it's a little bit outdated now. Obviously, we're in a more endemic stage, and the issues associated with how the pandemic has affected us, is affecting us, are slightly different than they were back in 2020. However, it's still there, and we know that COVID has had an impact on everyone's mental health, construction workers included. Many were essential throughout the pandemic. There are factors like no PTO, all of these different issues that construction workers are facing, which I'll get a little bit more into, but that were exacerbated by the pandemic and continue to be with supply chain issues and ongoing effects. And so I just wanted to include that, and also say that I think we've all seen the silver lining of the pandemic, in that people are more open to talking about mental health and these issues, and it's really like a great time to bring it into the workplace. So, what are the construction risk factors for suicide? We've taken a theoretical look at this using the interpersonal psychological theory of Thomas Joyner, which was brought forth in 2005. You may have heard of it, depending on how familiar you are with this theory, but it proposes that an individual will not die by suicide unless she or he has both the desire to die by suicide and the ability to do so. And so how does the desire come about? This theory asserts that when people hold two specific psychological states in their minds simultaneously, and then when they do so for long enough, they develop the desire for death. So the two psychological states are perceived burdensomeness and thwarted belongingness. And so when those intersect and are held in the mind for long enough, and then the capacity for suicide is there, that is when we get to the point where someone actually will move forward with an attempt. So by focusing on those issues at a cultural level, at a company-wide level, how can we improve the working environment and save lives at the same time? Going into a little bit more detail, these are some of the risk factors and how they fit within Joyner's theory. So if we look at the top row, being perceived burdenness, things that can contribute to that are chronic pain, skills gap, low skill workers. That's a factor across the board when you look at contributors to suicide, and not just in construction, but in other jobs. When there is a skills gap or somebody is sort of stuck at work, it's a big contributing factor. And then we have lower thwarted belongingness. The machismo of the construction industry can contribute here, feeling isolated. The capacity for suicide. I've heard stories of on job sites, people just at lunchtime handing their tools to a coworker and saying, I gotta go, walking up to the top of the building and jumping off, in the middle of the day. That affects not only the person who dies, it affects everyone around them, all of their friends, crew members. It's just really, really horrific. And so not only are there other means like, that people can access anywhere, but construction employment gives people access to lethal means. There are a lot of veterans in the workplace, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about some substance abuse and addiction issues. And then additional factors, men in the middle, sleep disruption, deprivation, and poor access and utilization of behavioral healthcare, but I would also just say healthcare in general. Okay, so what do we do? Well, ignoring it is not the answer. We need to address it. We need to talk about it. Talking about it isn't going to make it worse. It's going to make it better. And so how do we do that? How do we go about that? If we're aligning mental health with safety, we think of upstream is providing training to prevent the issue. The midstream would reduce the risk if the event occurs, like PPE. And downstream is sort of our emergency response evacuation plan. And so upstream, what does having a caring culture mean? What are the preventative factors? What do we do upstream? Having vocal leadership support fits in here. Hanging up posters, including the topic in company meetings, toolbox talks, supporting work-life balance, and building and encouraging peer support all fits in here. Midstream, we can engage and offer in gatekeeper training, establish a referral process, integrate mental health into your wellness programs, and have EAP resources available. And then downstream, how do we manage crises? You got to have a plan in place, have access to counselors, always address and do not ignore and think that the situation will pass. Also consider involving the family and other loved ones. How do we recognize when there is a situation? Pay attention to what they're saying, what they're doing, and what's happening in their lives. Pay attention if there's a change. If you notice a change in someone, ask about it. You know, they may directly state and allude to the fact that they are considering suicide. Direct statements might be, I am going to kill myself, or a behavioral statement that is more direct would be accessing pills, guns, etc. They may also make more indirect statements expressing hopelessness or helplessness, or they may say something like, I'm going away forever, give away prized possessions, things like that. A lot of performance issues, you may notice that as a change, can be a warning sign. And so if you notice changes in performance, first address them with care and concern. Don't instantly issue or take disciplinary action. First ask what is going on to cause things like a decreased problem-solving ability, decreased self-confidence, decreased productivity, tardiness, absenteeism, conflict, near misses, injuries, incidents. Talk to them and give them an opportunity to ask for help. This is just sort of pulled from the Living Works training as a method of responding, where you tune in, ask if they are thinking about suicide, then state that it's a serious issue and that connecting to help is important, and then actually hold their hand in getting help. Stand there, make the call with them, you know, find the doctor, find the counselor, actually help them take that next step. You can learn more about this for free, actually, through CISP and Living Works. So you may have heard of Living Works. They actually do a full 2-day assist training, but with CISP, you can attend just their 60 to 90 minute starter training for free at no cost to you. CISP covers the cost. And that information is on our website. So what is a caring culture and how can it positively impact a company? I'm not going to go over all of these. It's sort of repeated throughout, and I encourage you to use these as a reference, but having leadership support is key. Having return to work programs, education on not only safety and health issues, not only mental health, but personal finance, gun safety, all of those things can be really beneficial, building in protective factors. And what does that look like in comparison to the theory that we went over earlier? You can lower perceived burdenness by having management support, setting realistic expectations, having constructive correctional actions. You can address thwarted belongingness by encouraging peer relationships, creating social connectedness, and watching out for people at times of relationship changes. And then you can build in workplace protective factors through trauma exposure reduction, crisis management, things like that. Here's a list of links to various resources that I would encourage you to check out. And then I'm going to have some more at the end as well. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit about the role that the opioid epidemic plays in all of this. So according to the CDC, 1 out of 4 people who's prescribed opioids for long-term pain will become addicted. So one study found that a lost time injury was associated with a 72% increased risk of suicide and a 29% increase in the risk of drug-related health. There are some other stats up there for you, but basically we know the two are interconnected. Then you take a look at what's happening with construction workers and pain management, getting injured on the job site, not having PTO, having to go back to work, having to rely on pain management like opioids long-term to be able to work, to keep their job. It ends up being a vicious cycle, and it's all interconnected. So how do we make our drug-free workplace policies helpful? They should be used as a safety and health tool for workers. You can update them to include random drug screens on employees in safety-sensitive positions. Refer positive tests to an EAP that can evaluate and treat opioid use disorder, and educate employees. Also, this isn't on here, but focus on return to work. You have skilled workers who still have the ability and just need a little support to get back to normal, and figure out how you can use your EIP, your programs, if you have union workers, the union programs, to help someone get the help that they need and then return to work. All right, I'm not going to go over all of this in detail. Again, it's more of these best practices like leadership involvement and having these peer-to-peer support programs and injury prevention programs in place. But I encourage you again to use this as a reference for your own programs on how to be a best-in-class employer and how to address the specific risk factors that you see on the job. This is just a continued slide. And then I have here some resources to reduce opioid use. CPWR has a opioid awareness training program on our website that is completely free. You can just go on and download the instructor guide, the PowerPoint and everything, and it's completely free to use. We're actually, I think it's already a version 2, but we're always accepting feedback on it. So if you do use it, let us know how it goes. I don't think I put my contact information in here, but we'll make sure people have it for follow-up. And then I just wanted to touch on a couple additional resources. CPWR has a webinar series. We do a monthly webinar on a variety of topics. It's been going since 2015, and sometimes we do them on mental health. So recently we just did one on preventing suicide on the construction industry, and we took a snippet of that, turned it into a shorter podcast that can be listened to, shared with employees, listened to while they're driving to work, things like that. And then a few more past webinars that we've done on suicide and substance use disorder. And then finally, I'll just wrap up by saying that we all need to be on the same page and stand together in changing the safety climate, the culture around mental health. We have a pledge on CISP's website, and I would encourage you to go check that out. And check out the different resources, toolbox talks, and stuff that we have there in general. And with that, are we taking questions at the end, right? Or Oh, now? Okay. Are there any questions? Yeah.
My name is Ree. I'm with QRoot. We're a small business CMPM facilities management. I'm curious how, from you or other people here in this room, how do you create a sense of belongingness parted from the office? I know a lot of us are remote and we're creating that, unity and belongingness, but we have a computer to do that. How are we creating that for our team members in the field?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I've heard, one thing, I was at a workshop recently, and the topic of creating belongingness came up, and there were some creative ways that people were doing it. And the surprising thing was that it doesn't always have to be part of the workday. So if there's a way to just create events or get-togethers or ways for people, whether it's virtual or in person, to get together. During the pandemic, a few companies that I have talked to started like just personal check-in meetings where they all felt like there's so much going on in their lives and there was so much to talk about, and the general response has been that it's surprising how many people joined. When it was just put out there as an option, like, okay, on Wednesdays at 6 p.m., we are just going to have a call for a half an hour. Anyone can join, anyone can talk about what's going on in their life, what support they need. It started out with 5 people on the line, and over the last 2 years has grown from anywhere between like 15 to 60 people on any given Wednesday. Just because it's being offered, people are taking advantage. So I would say get creative. It doesn't have to be face-to-face. Think about, even if there isn't direct engagement and conversation, what can you do on social media? What kind of contests can you have in the workplace that everyone can participate in, even if it's not face-to-face, just to create a sense of belonging? I work a lot on the National Fall Prevention Campaign that OSHA, NIOSH, and CPWR put on. There's a falls stand down every year in the first week of May, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from companies that have about 1 to 5 employees that participating in a national campaign facilitates a feeling of participating in something bigger than yourself, belonging to something bigger than yourself. And so just something as simple as that can encourage a feeling of belongingness.
Hi there, good morning. Estelle Marie Montgomery, and we're going to talk about this in the last panel discussion, actually. I'm a DEI practitioner, and I'm involved currently with a client, Water Authority's client, and field workers are not feeling a part of the organization. So one of the things that the organization is doing is bringing them into strategic decision conversations. How more important in that feeling of belonging as being part of the conversation about the future of an organization. Your opinion matters. You belong in this organization. We want to hear from you. So actually having them be part of the conversation, now they're cherished. And you just need 1 representative or 2, because then there's a ripple effect, right? Oh, I was part of that discussion. They actually valued my opinion. Oh, they really care about what we think? So that's another idea.
Yeah, that's great.
Jocelyn? So another answer and response. A lot of the local unions, like IBW, you have a brotherhood committee and you also have a women's caucus. So a lot of people use those forums as the ability to check in on each other. We also do Culture of Care, AGC's program, and we have pledge activities and we have ERGs and groups, so that way people have a safe space that they could go to. And if anybody's wearing that sticker, they're going to take the time and listen to you. and maybe brainstorm, but oftentimes they don't need a response. They just need somebody to talk to and just keep those options open. By having those spaces for people, we really help reduce those numbers.
Any more questions? Okay. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
And next, we'll have Rebecca join us on stage. And I know she's got some ideas on how DPR is creating belonging.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rebecca Rafferty. I am a wellness coordinator with DPR Construction, and I have been in the industry as well as DPR for 4 years now, so probably a lot less than most of you. But I'm going to share a little bit about what I do as well as our company. First, I do want to start out by acknowledging a few things. Thank you for being here today. I'm sure everybody has a lot going on, probably a lot going on. It's a very busy industry, so you might be at 10% here, you might be 75% here, but I want to say that that's okay. Whatever capacity you brought today, I want to thank you for that and say that that's perfectly fine. If you do have any questions later on outside of this, please feel free to let me know. My business cards are right there, so you can reach out to me anytime. So here's an overview of what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about identifying industry and company needs, the industry point of view, DPR's point of view, a framework for success, and then some best practices. So I know that Jessica talked a lot about this, and some of the numbers here change relatively often and might not be the most updated, but you can see here some statistics. We just covered these, so I won't go into them heavily, but these are alarming, right? Suicide rate in construction is 5 times greater than the rate for all fatal work-related injuries. So think about that for a second. How many safety professionals do you have working within your company? Roles designed to focus on physical safety. Now, think about how many mental health professionals you have working at your company. My guess is that for most of us, we have far more safety professionals than we do mental health-focused professionals. I'm not really a math person, but that doesn't seem to add up based off of these statistics. So I do want to talk about our current mental health crisis. Again, we just kind of covered this. I'm sure most of us are really tired of talking about 2020 by now, but it's really important to this topic. Globally, our mental health has been impacted differently in the last few years. We have had an increase of awareness, loss, pain, and uncertainty. Whether we realize it or not, the events of the last several years have affected pretty much everybody, and for many of us, they still do. As the world has changed, we have watched. We've all begun to identify the signs of a society that is lacking. We've been lacking in mental health awareness and training. People have feelings. We have identified major burnout. And we see that people are not machines. We have experienced a workforce culture shift. And we know now that time is not promised. We've seen the great resignation. because people value mental well-being. So DPR has asked questions, listened to feedback, and evaluated our programs according to our core values. Mental health is in the fabric of who we are as a company. You cannot have integrity, enjoyment, uniqueness, or be ever forward without mental health. Those core values represent who we are as a company. We cannot be our best selves without mental health. And at DPR, we look at well-being holistically. Mental health connects to physical health, which connects to behavioral health, which connects to relationship health, and so on. It's important because we care about our employees and our clients. We cannot build great things with great clients if we don't value our employees' well-being. So here's our point of view. Respect the individual and change the world. Both of those directly tie to mental well-being. So before I get into some best practices, I want to talk about a framework for a wellness-centered system. Leaders must understand, model, and normalize mental health. All employees must be made aware of the mental health resources. Coaches and managers must be proactive in supporting mental health and know how to respond to challenges. Daily practices and working norms must be sustainable and supportive of mental health. So, how do we get from here to there? First, let's talk about education and training. DPR has been furthering education by getting employees certified in mental health first aid training. This is an 8-hour course that certifies you as a mental health crisis responder. We are taught to better identify signs and symptoms of mental health challenges, to refer people to proper resources, and listen better. I work on a job site of 1,200 people, and I've personally been a crisis responder for over 35 people in the last 3 years. 2 of those individuals had attempted suicide that day and were making a plan. Because we had trained individuals that were advertised on site, their coworkers knew who to contact. And those employees are still here today. Second, we offer our employees and trade partners QPR training. That is question, persuade, and refer. This is a high-level suicide awareness and prevention training that is an hour and a half. This training is great for people who don't necessarily want to be a crisis responder, but who want to be able to identify clear warning signs and have knowledge of mental health. We also have breaking bias training. That is a required training where people will learn what bias is, how it shows up in the workplace, and steps to mitigate bias to make more informed, effective, and confident decisions. Stand Together, Build Belonging is a required training where people will better understand the meaning of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how we all need to take responsibility for building belonging within DPR. We use cultural lunch and learns on sites, also within our regions and at a global level, to educate on specific topics as well as bring people together for a discussion and an experience. For example, we actually had one of these yesterday, and that was focusing on Diwali and Tihar. We decorated our trailer, and my coworkers from India and Nepal shared their experiences as well as history of this festival in their countries. We had incredible traditional Indian food and gave opportunities for people to ask questions. These are opportunities to build trust and connection between our coworkers, as well as the company. If we can do our due diligence to celebrate our differences and encourage others to bring their authentic selves to work every day, we're building real relationships that can change a stressful environment to an enjoyable experience. And we do lunch and learns not just on cultural things, we also have lunch and learns on things like alcohol awareness, right? So we try to cover many, many topics and bring people in to be able to have these discussions, professionals who can have these discussions and be a resource. These are offered to craft employees, field employees, admin employees. We host a monthly webinar series called Global Social Responsibility. This is to create a forum to highlight, educate, engage in conversations around people, partners, planet, and philanthropy. You can see here is one of our yearly outlines as an example. And I'm actually super excited. I get to speak on next month. We will be talking about Native American Heritage Month, and I will be a panelist on that. So that's a platform where we are empowered to speak on what we know and our experience. So we've recently started hosting Jeffersonian dinners for team building. The goal is for dinner guests to partake in a conversation as a single group rather than conversing only with a few individuals at a time. This one conversation creates a setting that highlights the knowledge and perspective of every individual at the table over a single expert or speaker. This is inclusive in nature and not only addresses the need for safe spaces to share, but provides an opportunity to expand your awareness and build your character. Mental health team players. Well, everyone has a role in mental health, right? So what does this even mean? I want to show a few of the unique teams within DPR that help support a culture of mental well-being. You might not see these teams everywhere else, but they are within DPR. So our recruiting team holds the power to maintain diversity, right? Our talent and performance team fosters our current leaders and coaches and directly impacts the future of our company culture. Our DE&I teams guide us to maintain equity and inclusion within roles, genders, and identities, and they hold us accountable to integrity. Our benefits, HR, wellness professionals, we're all proactive and responsive to mental health circumstances. And there's so much overlap between all of these roles, and they all directly impact the mental health of our employees. So a little bit about our programs and initiatives. I'm really excited about this one because I love these. First, Construction Inclusion Week. That started in 2021, and DPR is committed to participating and evolving what this week looks like and how we do participate annually. We observed it last week, actually. It was pretty awesome. By participating in events like these across our job sites, as well as in our offices, we have opportunities to show up for our workforce and create spaces for everyone to feel seen, heard, and celebrated. So one campaign we did this year to actually highlight craft voices was we had a flag campaigns at our job sites where we ask for participation. If anybody wants to share what nationality they represent, they can come talk to us, and we have been hanging up flags for all the nationalities represented on site. We did a poster campaign to go along with this. and asked 3 questions for this. We interviewed employees who wanted to participate. We asked, what does inclusion mean to you? Why is it important? And what can we be doing better to be more inclusive? So we shared these quotes. We took a picture of the employees. Sometimes it was a group of employees. Sometimes it was one person, as well as got a picture of their hometown. And we made posters of these and hung them all around our job sites. And it was pretty amazing to hear, somewhat devastating actually in some ways, because some of the responses were, wow, this is amazing. I've never been asked for my opinion before. So that hurt, but that was a really cool learning moment for me. And to say, hey, we've got to do better. You know, we've got to hear all voices instead of just, you know, sit in an office and trickle down information. It doesn't work. You know, we have to build trust. Trust is built by the exchange. We do team building exercises. Team building is necessary to build partnerships and morale between employees and clients. We create intentional spaces for enjoyment and authentic community, which leads to better working environments and better products. Some of our events include, you know, ski trips, zip lining, holiday parties, bowling, fishing, all of that. We try to ask what employees want to be doing and then create events based off that. We have redesigned what employee feedback looks like. We're a flat company, so we've always invited communication between roles, but we now have a way for anyone within the company to give positive or constructive feedback for anyone through online portals. This promotes accountability and trust between roles. It also reduces the hierarchical system norms. We also have craft feedback lunches. These are for craft workers. We host them across our trade partners on our sites. They're monthly feedback lunches. And we ask questions. What can we be doing better? What are we doing well that you want to see more of? These are huge. These are one of my favorite initiatives we do because, again, we shouldn't be making decisions based off of what we think if we sit in an office, right? We have to ask, and that will make actual impact. So everyone within DPR has a coach. This coach holds frequent check-ins, helps with goal setting, accountability, and is the employee's advocate. We also have a One Voice program. This is a voluntary program where individuals speak both English and Spanish and can wear an identification vest out in the field so that if anybody needs assistance with communication, they know who to go to. To be a truly inclusive company, we must continually break down language barriers and make sure all information is accessible. This must echo in our signage, our distribution of materials, and all of our communications. DPR offers a membership with Vitality, which is a physical and mental health platform that provides incentives to complete goals. Each business unit has Vitality champions within the company who relay upcoming initiatives, challenges, and activities. This is a really cool thing we get to participate with each other as a company with. We also have a women's network acting as a peer support group to empower all women and expand our female leadership. We are also involved with the local community initiatives. Each business unit has a volunteer CI group that has a constant list of volunteer projects going on with different champions leading the initiatives. This strengthens our teamwork and makes us an integral part of our community and supports our mission to change the world. So we gotta have benefits, right? I'm not gonna go into an explanation of all of these, but these are some of the benefits that DPR offers employees. We know that company culture, resources, and benefits absolutely matter to employee retention. Just for an example, through our EAP, you can get 10 free counseling sessions in person and then unlimited counseling sessions virtually. I take advantage of those. They're great. So it's the right thing to do, right? For individuals, for the company, for the industry. We get back what we put in. We want a thriving, healthy, and passionate team on our side. So let's set that up. Let's set everyone up for success. So I'm going to pause really quick. This is my last slide. But I just want to ask this question. So as a company, what message are we sending? I ask myself this every day. I'm a wellness coordinator. Every single day I have to ask myself this in every conversation. What message am I sending? I want to thank all of you for giving me space to share some of what DPR is doing to support mental health in the construction industry. It will take time, resources, and passionate people, but I believe we can get to a point where our companies offer empathy, trust, and psychological safety in construction. So, thanks, and that's all I've got.
What a great job DPR has done sort of recognizing this issue within the industry. Do you see, are there companies out there that exist that come and assist companies, service companies, construction companies in implementing these types of things?
So we're actually in the process right now of looking into these, trying to, like, we went over the identification stage. And actually, Jessica, you might know some resources on that as well as far as partnerships, but we have looked heavily at other companies. I know that typically it's just been individuals. Like I know Cal Byers, one we've talked to a lot for just some consulting, and I would say different consultants. We have explored what other companies have been doing, have not decided on a route yet as far as if we're partnering with anyone. But we are kind of looking at our own core values. So instead of looking at, okay, what's everyone else doing right now? We started doing that and then realized we still don't think it's enough, right? So we're kind of evaluating things. And I guess to answer your question, I think it takes a team. So we're looking at, like I said, the mental health team players. I don't know if it's just one team. There's so much overlap that you kind of have to have a lot of different key players in place, heavily with people practices, taking care of people, DE&I, heavily focused in there. So I would say getting the right people on your team is a good start for sure.
And Martin, we did a webinar series earlier this year, partnered with NAMI and an organization called WellSpark.
Yeah.
And WellSpark is a consultant that you can
Yes,
utilize.
plenty
They
of
focus on the
consultants.
construction industry particularly, and I can get you that contact information. Also, if you look at in our program, there's a QR code that goes to some of our webinars, and I believe WellSpark might be mentioned in some of those as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of follow up on that, I am a civil engineer. I'm kind of here to see how this is impacting the construction industry. But I just recently changed and I'm working for a company called Design Force, and we are a workforce strategy company specifically for AEC firms. So I would be happy to talk to anybody afterwards, but we focus, and I think you're right, it is a team, because our focus is really on employee engagement, but we're not mental health professionals. So you would still need that mental health component where we can help with your employee processes and really helping with that engagement. So I'm really interested in the rest of the day, but this has been really helpful so far. So it's a great question.
I would just say also, as a starting point, if you have not already done your own safety climate assessment, that's just like across the board a good place to start. We have a free one. It's scSMIS.com, Safety Climate Safety Information Management System. And basically, you will have management and employees fill out a survey, and then the tool compares the responses to see where the gaps are. So you are like from the beginning giving your employees a voice to identify what programs you should put in place to have better safety leadership, better employee engagement, things like that. And the tool that we have, once you identify the areas for improvement, it will offer a bunch of resources. It also has benchmarking against other companies. You can create an account and go back and redo it a year later to see how you've improved. But I would suggest anyone do that, not only just thinking about mental health and diversity and inclusion, but everything safety related and just how to change the culture and climate.
Hi, I'm just curious if there's any conversations between like clients who are hiring construction companies and about this issue, because a lot of the problem I'm noticing is deadlines are getting shorter and shorter. So there's tremendous pressure from the top all the way down. And to focus on mental health and put money into it takes away from the bottom line. So how do we convince the clients and the people who are running these companies that we do need to actually invest in that? Because it's kind of hard to help people understand that.
It is. So, and that's one thing, is kind of like identifying the ROIs, right? Which is become easier now that more people are bought in. But it is proven, like there are studies, right? There's actually a great roundtable that American Heart Association put out, CEO roundtable on mental health, and I would check that out. It talks about a lot of the ROIs for investing in mental health, and I would say, I know for us as a company, we don't work with clients that don't respect mental well-being. That's a standard for us. We have decided not to work with certain clients. Again, that if we had a bad experience with them, if there was like tons of burnout with our employees, by doing that, right, our product will be better. If we center our employees first, it's gonna be better. And we might know that, right? Us in the room, I get proving that is a little more difficult with clients, but I would suggest looking in, we just did a big collection of ROIs for this as well, but looking at those, studying those, and having those conversations with the clients, because it will for sure, when we're not working on burnout, it reduces physical injuries, it reduces short-term disability, like the list is rework, everything. So I would just take a look at those.
I absolutely love that you have mental health professionals on staff. On average, how many do you have? And in terms of like what ratio would you do or recommend?
So I can't say that I have a for sure answer for that yet, because we are kind of coming out of the identification stage to the implementation stage. I will say that our rollout has started with the mental health first aid training. That can be for anybody. So while we do have a handful of mental health or wellness professionals, it's definitely not enough yet. So we have encouraged people and offered mental health first aid training, right? I'm a certified trainer within the company. So that's really exciting. Got to do that this year. But now I can, help train our employees. And actually, like the QPR training, that's like a high level awareness. Mental health first aid training is much more in depth. You're a crisis responder. Both very important, by the way. I would suggest for sure starting out, an easy way to start out before even hiring, because you might not be able to just immediately go hire, multiple mental health professionals. But an easy thing to do is start by getting people certified in mental health first aid as crisis responders. That increases your awareness. That was a life-changing course for me, so much so that I wanted to go through again and again and then get certified as a trainer. And that was kind of a catalyst to looking much deeper into this and actually getting more people on board with this change, because awareness creates motivation to change, right? So if we can start by creating that awareness company-wide, it will start putting things in motion. So I would look into that. It's easy, it's super affordable. But the QPR training is great. We actually offer that to craft as well as our trade partners on our job sites. And that is a high level awareness training. It's like an hour and a half, so people can do it on their lunch breaks. It's easier for field people to do it. And it really helps with the identification of warning signs that we covered earlier. What does it look like? What are very obvious warning signs? And then it gives you lists of resources to actually refer people to and help walk through that process with them. So that's what I would say. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, yeah.
If somebody's never talked to a mental health professional before, there's probably, not probably, but there may be some distrust there or discomfort, and sometimes having somebody that they already know that they feel is an equal that they can initially talk to is beneficial in that way. So I think, yeah, having both access to mental health professionals, but then also peer-to-peer conversations and engagement, and having people trained, even if it's just the 90-minute training to recognize signs and know how to have that conversation, is essential.
Yeah. So I would say like overall, we probably have like well-being focused mental health professionals, like 12, but expanding from that, we have many more mental health first aiders and QPR trained individuals. So, start wherever you can, but start.
Right. Well, thank you both so much for that.
Right, I hope you all learned something you can take back to your workplaces. We're going to take a 15-minute break while we set up for our next group, Investing in the Future Workforce, so please be back in your seats by 10:45. All right, next up, we're going to talk about how to grow your own pipeline of employees by investing in the future workforce. You'll see in your programs the various ways that you can engage with young people through MCCEI. We have our guest speaking program, which puts industry professionals into classrooms to talk to high schoolers about careers in the built environment. We also have our internship program, which if you stick around for the Pathway Awards, you'll get an in-depth look into. But our internship program is a structured career exploration-based program for any company to add on to your existing intern experience. And finally, there's our ACE Mentor program. ACE is an after-school program that pairs industry professionals with high schoolers who then work on a design project together. MCCEI is the affiliate director for the Baltimore affiliate of ACE, And with us today as moderator for our Investing in the Future Workforce panel is Darius Johnson. Darius is not only the Northeast Region Director for ACE Mentor, but he is also a former MCCEI employee. Darius will have our panelists introduce themselves after him.
Good morning, everybody. So, as Jen said, I'm the Northeast Regional Director for the ACE Mentor Program America, also former employee of MCCEI. So, this forum, this topic is very near and dear to my heart. I'm also a concrete mason by trade. I grew up in the construction field working through my dad's business when I was 12 years old through now. So another reason why I'm very vested in this topic. And, we also have a great panel, a panel that represents, different facets of the industry from higher education, going to be talking about apprenticeships. We're going to be talking about, what Harkins Builders is doing. So I'm very excited to get this going. So with that being said, I'll let the panel introduce themselves. Panel, please take, Mike.
I can talk really loud. I prefer talking loud over a mic. Thanks, Darius.
No problem.
Good morning. Everybody hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Grant Schmelzer. I'm the Executive Director with the Independent Electrical Contractors Association. We're a regional trade association that covers Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, the District of Columbia, and the Panhandle of West Virginia. We are the largest four-year apprenticeship program in the state with over 900 apprentices. We have partnerships with one of my co-panelists at Howard Community College. We also partner with Hagerstown Community College, Frederick, Warwick, College of Southern Maryland, CCBC, Montgomery, Anne Arundel, and then we have UDC in the District of Columbia, as well as we have a site out in Dulles. I'm fortunate enough, I've sat under the last three governors as a member of the State Apprenticeship Council, and I also chair the Youth Apprenticeship Council or Advisory Council for Governor Hogan. And as part of that, we're going to hit on that a little bit later, but we partner with the public school systems in Anne Arundel, Charles, Prince George's, Montgomery, Howard, and Calvert counties. So I'm real excited to share what we're doing and how you may be able to leverage our work and kind of just ducktail in and work with our K through 12 system. So thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm Mina Wu. I'm the Vice President of Workforce Innovation and Strategic Partnerships at Howard Community College. And we have a philosophy behind registered apprenticeship programs. We look to our partners like Grant, who has been in this industry of doing registered apprenticeships for a very long time. So the construction industry is very well versed in using the registered apprenticeship model, the earn while you learn model, to get students into the workforce. So we have the traditional apprenticeships where we partner with the people who have been doing it for a very long time, very successfully, like IEC. So electrical, plumbing, and HVAC, we offer those as a related instruction provider with our partners. But what I'd like to share today with you is the non-traditional apprenticeship programs that we have. So we have a registered apprenticeship program for construction management. One of our success stories actually graduated and is working for Harkins, where students go through the registered apprenticeship model of earn while you learn and go onto the project sites, do all of that while being employed, and after they're done, they stayed employed with that company. So we do that on project management. We call them construction managers because they're not quite high enough, but they get their associate's degree and then they continue on to finish their bachelor's degree.
Good morning, I'm Bonnie Cronin. I am the Employee Experience Manager at Harkins Builders. I've been with Harkins 6 years, part of the HR team. My primary responsibility is learning and development. Prior to Harkins, I spent about 10 years in workforce development with adults with disabilities. So I'm all about finding those untapped labor markets and bringing them in and adding value to our company. I think our role here today is, like my co-panelists here, just thinking outside the box, new ways to get people that wouldn't necessarily find their way into our industry. We're always looking, we're taking risks, and we're bringing in people that have no experience or haven't been to college, or stay-at-home moms returning to the workforce. We're just always trying to find new ways to reach people and giving employees what they want so that we can retain them, because obviously if we don't retain them, we're going to still be in this cycle of having a shortage. So I'm glad to be here with you today.
All right, Neil, you're up, my friend.
Hi, I'm Neil Schulman. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Maryland. I teach 3 construction management related courses in the Graduate Civil Engineering Department under the Project Management Center of Excellence. I was a practitioner in the industry until a couple of years ago when I retired. I worked for several builders, including Clark, Gilbane, Harkins, and Tishman, and then went to a real estate developer. And then finally, to wrap up my career, I was at NAVFAC, the Naval Facilities Engineering Command, helping out on a $1 billion project over at Walter Reed in Bethesda, the former Bethesda Naval Hospital, where there's a lot of work going on even today. But I retired to spend most of my time in consulting and teaching at Maryland.
All right, thanks, Neil. So with any topic like this, I think it's important to start with the why, why it's important. So the first question I want to ask the panelists is, why is workforce development important to the industry at large, but also specifically what you do in your practice, your workspace every day? Grant, would you like to kick us off with that?
Sure. We can all look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics to see what's going on. We can look on Indeed or LinkedIn every day to see what's going on. For IEC, we made a commitment about 7 years ago because our 120 companies that are members of the organization said, we need help. We can't find people. So we brought on our first workforce development team member. Happy to say, this isn't a plug for a job, but we'll be hiring a new team member, hopefully around the first of the year, to supplement, because what the BLS statistics tell us is we have a deficit / retirement cycling out of 14% more electricians are needed today than are in the workforce. So in most of your skilled trades, there's licensing. Most of the programs stretch from 2 years to 5 years. So we need those individuals in the pipeline today. I think those statistics are low, to be very candid with everybody, because we're amongst friends in this room. I will say a lot of our governmental agencies, whether they be federal, state, or county, and that includes our K through 12 systems, as well as our college systems, they all have electrical departments. Our hospitals have electrical departments. And as we all know what's going on in the country right now, everyone's talking about electrical vehicles, right? Well, we're going to need electricians to install those electric car charging stations, right? So for us, we've taken the approach to go out and do a lot of that heavy lifting on behalf of our membership to help penetrate the market, to help bring in individuals into the industry, to reach further down into the K through 12 system to promote the career occupations. The way the industry is continuing to evolve, and if, again, we have mostly local people in the room, about a week and a half ago, there was an article out in Loudoun County about how the grid's starting to fail out there because of all the data centers that are going in. These are results of all the technology that is requiring electricity in order to give us all of our gadgets and toys to be able to work. So from our perspective, I feel like I got a little bit of job security because we need a lot of electricians, but it's how do we conquer bringing people into the industry. We've been very fortunate where we've had some great partners, including, and I'm not just saying this because Mina's next to me, but HCC, we've also worked with Anne Arundel Community College to establish pre-apprenticeship programs for, I'll say, high school graduates. But the biggest thing I want to say is, and unfortunately I was at a conference last week down in DC, and individuals are saying it has to be a choice between career or college. What I want to say, it's career and college, because most of your apprenticeship programs have college credit associated with it. If we wouldn't get in trouble by Princeton, especially with our K through 12 partners, a lot of the programs that we're building would be considered advanced placement if they were traditional history or math. And that's really where I think that we need to go. And I'll put the big elephant in the room out there. That's what the Kirwan Commission came back with, and that's what the blueprint for Maryland, which is a heavy topic of conversation that's going on. So that's been our approach as an organization and what we're doing on behalf of our 120 companies that affiliated with us that employ over 10,000 electrical workers in the region.
So I don't have to tell this room that construction as an industry is hot right now, right? And it's forecasted to continue to grow, not only with new constructions that's coming up, but the infrastructure and all the other things that needs rebuilding and refreshing. But if you look at the industry, we've sort of got this double whammy. So the whammy of a lot of our people, professionals who are in the industry for a long time, and they're retiring, right? So we have a mass exodus there. And we in the United States have done a disservice to our students by saying college only, right? For how long have you said, oh, I'm doing this job that's bringing six figures, but you're gonna go to the college, because that's the way you're gonna get to the American dream, right? And that happened in Howard County too. Like 30 years ago, they closed down VOTEC. And we did not talk about career technical education until Kirwan Commission sort of brought it back up to the surface. So we not only have the industry professionals leaving due to age, we don't have anybody coming in. And it's taken us this long to sort of say, hey, we have a pipeline problem. Right? So what we're trying to say is, you know, the trade and high skills, just like Grant said, it's not lesser. It is a different type of professional career pathway, one that is very rewarding, one that is very complex, and one that needs to be celebrated more. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to change the rhetoric around high-skilled trades to say that it is a professional field worth talking about, and it is not college or trades. It is a different path to a career, and that higher education is very much involved in that.
So it's funny you said Howard County 30 years ago closed VOTEC. I was a 1992 Howard County graduate, and I remember that very, very clearly. I also can tell you that back then, nobody really knew what happened at VOTEC. We didn't talk about it. It wasn't exposed as career paths. I think I have a daughter who's 21 right now. Again, she wasn't ever exposed to construction as a career path. And I think that is why we are putting such an emphasis in getting out there to the high schools and the middle schools and helping them break stigmas that it's not just this dirty, dangerous gig. It's a really lucrative, amazing career path that you can have, and you can start early without college. So I think, you know, we're trying to get out there and spread that word around. I think also the Gen Z, they are an interesting group. As I said, I'm raising one. They've been through a lot. You know, they were born around 9/11. They've been through the pandemic. They've been through civil unrest. They've had a lot of interesting obstacles thrown at them, and I think they're looking for more than a paycheck. And that's what, as we're talking about workforce development, what gives them purpose? You know, where's that sense of belonging, the wellness, the mental health, all those things matter to this group of people. So we can't just look at what their skills are today. We need to really develop how we're approaching them and how we're getting them to stay with our companies.
Neil, you have any thoughts on that?
Okay, I'll say a few words. The last minute or so, things were breaking up a little bit, but I want to just give a little bit more food for thought for everybody. I think we're all on the same page about recruiting, training, and retaining people. I think the emphasis obviously has got to be with grassroots efforts, getting into the high schools. I agree with the last discussion that we just had about students graduating from high school. Not everybody wants to go to college. I know I'm with the University of Maryland, but not everybody wants to go to college. Some want to go into a career. So emphasizing the construction industry to these students in high school, I think is important. I know a lot of you are going there, visiting. I know a lot of schools have occupation and industry day. I participate in that. I actually do it at a middle school with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Certainly they're not going out into the construction industry, but I want to instill in them what the construction industry is all about. I tell them how you build a stadium or a school that they're sitting in right now. And maybe someday when they get to high school, they're going to remember that and say, you know what, I'm not interested in going to college. I want a career in construction. And you can start out with a lot of training programs, whether it be union or open shop. I hear a lot of great people in this room are involved in training. And that's great. You can start out as an apprentice plumber, a plumber, and then a master plumber. And then after that, there's lots of opportunities to go into management or go into your own company through entrepreneurship. There's lots of great opportunities. We also need to have more emphasis on going after veterans. Veterans are a great source. I don't know if we're doing enough to get veterans. We need to get more women in the industry. Right now, the male population is about 90% plus. Women are about 10% minus. We need to get that up to at least 80-20 or maybe 75-25. Thank goodness for women getting in the industry to create and fill these voids. It's real important. And you know, the industry right now is busy. In spite of the fact we have high interest rates, 5, 6, 7%. And back in the 80s, it was a lot higher. We're going to cycle through this. Things are going to get a lot busier. We need to get bench strength. We need to build up our forces in this state of Maryland. And the M in MCCEI stands for Maryland. We're in a competitive mode. We compete with other states. We compete with Virginia. Why does Virginia have all these data centers? We need to compete with Delaware. We need to compete with Pennsylvania. We need to compete with West Virginia. We are in a very competitive industry. 4% of our gross domestic product is in construction. We're one of the biggest industries in the United States. Not the biggest, healthcare is the biggest, but we are growing. The Infrastructure Act that was just passed, 1.2 trillion. That's huge. The total construction in the United States this past year was 1.6 trillion in the United States. So that bill is enormous. It's going to create construction at ports, Baltimore. It's going to create work at airports, BWI. We're going to have a bridge across the Chesapeake Bay someday. Number 3 is coming up. We have private partnership work coming to the widening of I-270, a $1 billion project. We've got other $1 billion projects. Right now at Walter Reed, we've got a $1 billion project going on. We are very fortunate in the state of Maryland to be in close proximity to the District of Columbia. We get good federal funding of projects at Walter Reed, NIH, NIST, Department of Energy. There's a lot of work that's coming down the pike. Eventually, interest rates are going to go down. Right now, they're high. It's creating a little bit of a locking with private developers, with real estate developers, because construction loans are high, permanent lending is high, and eventually that's going to come down. There's so many large projects that I see coming. A new developer just bought Lake Forest Mall in Gaithersburg. It's going to be demolished. It's going to be rebuilt. That's a whole new project coming. So there's a lot of work in this area. If anything, I just want to instill in everybody that we really need to increase the number of construction workers in the state of Maryland. We've got about 160,000 now. We need to bump that up. The state of Maryland, and the governor just signed a bill, by the way, I'm sure most of you are aware of it, it was just signed a few days ago, offering incentives to employees with sign-up bonuses of $10,000. That's a nice chunk of change. And it's a $15 million pot. Sounds like a lot of money, but when you do the math, that's only 1,500 bonuses. So when that dries up, maybe the state will come up with more money. But what is industry doing with their funding for sign-up bonuses? And one last thing that really came up during the previous presentation about mental health, we got to show that construction is safe. It's a fun job. We need to have more barbecues and more events to really show that we care about the skilled crafts. We need to focus on the carpenters, the plumbers, the electricians, the cement masons, the elevator constructors, the glazers. These are the people that build the buildings. I'm in management. A lot of you in this room are in management. But at the end of the day, the building you're in right now was built by performing, self-performing, skilled workers, carpenters, plumbers, and electricians. So we really need to focus on that and get into the grassroots. So I'm sort of preaching to the choir, but we just need to do more, and we need to be prepared for the eventual super growth of construction in the state of Maryland. Keep in mind, and I tell all my students, especially on group projects, that construction is a team sport. So we need to start thinking a little bit more, rather than managers, start thinking more like a coach in a sport, whether it be baseball, basketball, or football. And I always use basketball as my common denominator. Start thinking more like a coach, mentor people, and really dig down and get with the skilled workers, because they're our bread and butter of this industry. So I hope I gave everybody a little food for thought.
For sure. I said there was a lot to unpack just from that first question, so we're going to try and work through it all one by one. So, the first thing I really want to ask you all about, or the second thing I want to ask you all about, we talked about the challenges, obviously one of them being, not getting enough people into the industry. But I want to flip that and focus on the ones who are coming into the industry, because clearly in all of your areas of work, you are seeing some success. So with the folks coming into your college programs, coming into the jobs that you're posting out there, what are you seeing as motivators for them coming into the industry? And then what are you doing in your space to accommodate that? What experiences are you creating for them? Mina, do you want to take that first?
So I was at a Maryland Skilled Trades event that was put on by, I think, MDOT, the Maryland Department of Transportation, because they're having a hard time finding, guess what, skilled workforce, right? So they were talking about how they did a snapshot of all the industries and looked at what is the average age that people enter the industry of these skilled trade professions, and it was 30-point-something years old. So he was talking about how most of these people coming into the industry may have gone to college and decided it wasn't for them, may have gone to some college and decided it wasn't for them, or decided I'm not going to college at all, and have done different jobs, right? The retail, the service, and all these other things, and then realize when they turn 30, you know what, I think I need to start a career, and they enter. So he was talking about the lost opportunity for those personally, every person that has sort of took 12 years post-high school to figure out what it is that they wanted, but that was a lost opportunity for us as an industry to attract them. So what can we do to attract them sooner? And some of the things we found that when we're working with our students is that the students don't have the luxury anymore to go to school full-time. 80% of our students are going to school part-time, and that is because they have to go to work. They have to have a job. So they're either working full-time, going to school part-time, or they have multiple part-time jobs and going to school part-time. And when we opened up registered apprenticeship programs and said, hey, instead of working in the food industry, instead of working in retail, why don't you come and work in the field that you are interested in, go to school for free because the employers will pay for it, and you have a job guarantee at the end. And that, which was a common knowledge for people who were doing registered apprenticeship for a long time, was like, wow, that's like a dream, right? Because what are our young folks worried about? They're worried about once they get out of college, can I get a job? They're worried about all their student debt that they're going to have to carry. And they have all these insecurities. So they're like, I can get a job, I can go to school for free, and I have a job guarantee, I'm sold. So we're getting people who typically did not get into the industry because of this option. So we just had a graduate reach out to us yesterday because she's a success story at Pizzuto, and they love her so much that they created a 3-minute video profiling her about her experience. So she's a young African-American woman who decided, I want to go to college, but I don't know that any of these directions are the right pathway for me. Found registered apprenticeship, started working with Pizzuto. She's like, I'm the youngest, I'm the only female on the field of all men, right? And she's loving it, right? So I think there's an opportunity to say, hey, here's a different pathway. You show your commitment, and you can attract those diverse talent. We are talking about bringing it down to high school and middle school, and we talk about when do we lose students, right? If you know, Lego is one of the best-selling toys of all ages, right? And my children grew up building Legos, doing all of that. It's all construction. It's the build environment. And then they lose interest. So why are we losing them, right? We lose females. Why are we losing them? So if we can think about what can we do to change that story, change that narrative, I think we can go and seek out different students, not go to our traditionally, yes, this is a demographic of our workforce, we can go to them, but think outside the box and go, who else can we attract? And when do we need to start that?
Darius, I think to your question about what do we do when we bring them in, I think it's all the training and the coaching and the development. Last year we had our first winter internship program, and we brought in 10 winter interns in January. None of them had any experience. One of them wasn't even 18 yet. He had to wait a week till we could actually put him on a job site, which I think we might touch on later. And they didn't know anything, but they were hard workers. So we had to put them with our best lead superintendents. We had to surround them with mentors and coaches to give them lots of feedback. We partnered with ABC Baltimore for them to have 2 days of hands-on training down at the training facility, and we just put all these resources around them, and when their 3-month internship ended at the end of March, we hired 8 full-time. Moving forward, once they're with our company for a year, we have tremendous tuition reimbursement. So if they choose to go to college, they're going to get reimbursed 100% if they get an A, 75% if they get a B. That's a huge draw for someone who's trying to make the decision between college and career. You know, they come in and then there's this wonderful benefit if it's a good match. So I think for us, it's been putting the resources into training, and then them knowing that there's this, they can go to college if they want, and we try so hard, and I will give our executive team props on this, is we help them with career paths. They know this isn't a dead-end job. Nothing at Harkins is a dead-end job. There's a path for everybody, and we really leverage their strengths to find what makes sense for them. So I think communicating that from day one goes a long way with our new hires.
Grant, you want to take a stab at it?
Yeah, so I'll say the electrical industry is somewhat fortunate because all these conversations that are going on in the country, a lot of it centers around the electrical industry. Part of the electrical industry is your security. We call that low voltage. So getting into this building, if you had key swipes, that's all electrical. All the security cameras are electrical. Solar, is electrical. So we're really trying to harness what's going on around us and sharing that, hey, this is part of our industry. So we've taken an approach that we're going to work with our young people, and we're going to hit on it, so I don't want to steal too much thunder, but that's really what we've done. We've been able to bring our average age of an apprentice slightly down. We continue to grow that program, and I believe that's going to be our answer for the state. Because what the blueprint says is 45% of high school graduates by 2030 need to have an industry-recognized credential. Unfortunately, most of our career and technology education centers, CTEs, a lot of them are full. So there's no room to expand training opportunities. I believe we as the private sector, and I'll say some of our governmental agencies, partners, have the opportunity to help our K through 12 system meet those goals. We have a 30,000 square foot facility in Laurel. Our hope is next year we'll actually be running 2 of these high school classes. We are partnering with various nonprofits to go after maybe those high school graduates who are in this, what am I going to do? Because the wages that they're earning in other careers aren't sustainable to raise a family in this state. So I believe it's a true partnership arrangement between the business community who has this need, our nonprofits, our school systems, and our governmental agencies. Because at the end of the day, our governmental agencies, whether they be local, county, state, or even federal, we're all in this together. So we have to have real, honest conversations. Sometimes they're unpleasant, about expectations, about being able to pass a drug test, right? About having a driver's license, about, it's great that you have a driver's license, but you can't get a car. That's why I believe what the governor has just signed, I think that's a good first step. I would tweak it a little bit if I had my druthers. Because those are real problems, right? Especially when you're in the urban areas. You could have multi-generations that nobody in that family has ever had a driver's license. And I think the state is putting a lot of resources, and I expect with the new administration coming in, those resources will grow. But we're having those real honest conversations. And that to me is the most important step to making a difference, because we just can't think about Maryland. We live in a regional economy. And if you're in the HVAC world, the electrical world, plumbing, it's licensed occupations. We have reciprocity with many of our neighboring states. And many of our companies, especially our general contractors that are based here in Maryland, they're not only working in the district or Virginia, they're working nationally. And we have to travel where the work is. That's the one thing about our industry. Most of our people are going to have to travel because they can't rely on transportation because they're on the job sites at 5 a.m. And that's a real hard conversation that I've had with multiple school districts. But that's the reality of it. So I think that together we can come up with solutions. I think our governmental partners are hearing us as an industry, and I'm not going to take credit for it. Our workforce development manager came up with this, but we came up with a hashtag. It's hashtag hire, spelled H-I-R-E, education. We're hiring and we're education. Our members are hiring. So I think there are some unique approaches, and hopefully today each one of you walks away with food for thought, and collectively, and that's again part of MCCEI's role, is getting us together and working together so we're not replicating a lot of things.
Neil, do you want to jump in?
Sure. Something that just crossed my mind as I was listening to all the panelists is I did an experiment about 2 weeks ago pretending that I was a high school graduate, not really interested in college for a 4-year BS degree. And I explored the community colleges in the state of Maryland. It's a fantastic resource. I know we've got one panelist from Hartford Community College, but there's great community colleges in this state. And I'll give you an example of what I found. We've got Montgomery College, we've got Prince George's County Community College, Baltimore City Community College. We've got over 20 community colleges, Frederick Community College, that have construction building trades type courses. So I went into Montgomery College as an example and looked up their non-credit courses in the building trades. And I was very surprised to find over 21 courses. You could learn about plumbing, electrical, even green construction, which, by the way, green construction is another avenue that's really getting some traction with solar panel farms, wind farms, and in Maryland, it's big time. But I really was very surprised to find these courses, and I'm just wondering if we can get a little feedback. Are we following the students that take these courses who are interested in becoming an electrician or a plumber at these non-credit programs at these community colleges? Are we following them to sort of grab them on to getting to work in the industry? I don't know, but I was very pleased to find all these courses. There was even one about green construction. And, you know, not everything is high tech in construction. Not everything is robotics. But I did read recently about a big solar farm in Maryland that was built with skilled workers. But, you know, after all these panels were built, and it was acres and acres and acres, they had to be cleaned. And they did use robotics to clean all these panels so that they were high efficient in creating electricity from sunlight. So there is a way to mingle human resources with high tech and robotics, but I'd be interested in seeing if anybody has any feedback on what these community college non-credit courses are all about.
So I think that segues us right into the conversation of apprenticeships, internships, and other vehicles for getting, you know, students or just people interested in this field directly into these career paths. So, you know, Bonnie, do you want to, you know, kick us off on that? I know you had some thoughts you wanted to dive into a bit more.
Yeah, I think I touched on in the last question a little bit about our winter internship. So that was really a new thing for us. Several years ago, we tried a returnship. It's pre-COVID, it's all a blur pre-COVID, but we tried a returnship to get people who maybe had left the workforce, whether they were a stay-at-home parent or they were changing careers. And we did get one phenomenal candidate that's been with us since that time. I think that was a risk we were willing to take. We didn't really get the momentum with it that we had hoped, but I think it's just always thinking about a new way of doing things. I think Mina had mentioned, you know, we partner with HCC. We've had, you know, one of their students who now is doing really well in our Southeast Division. And so I think it's the partnerships with the higher education, but also high schools, middle schools, all the other, you know, whether it's NAWIC, CREW, ABC, all these groups just being able to share and network because we're casting a wider net that way.
And, you know, when we talk about the construction industry, we tend to fall into, there's the skilled trade side, and then there's like the office side of project management, all of that. But if we looked at the industry as a whole, then we need a lot more than just those people. So I think what MCCEI does really nicely is in your Build Your Path, they highlight all the different occupations that is possible in the build environment. And I think we can do a really better job of talking about, hey, come into this exciting field of construction, and here are all these things you can do. I mean, we need marketing, we need human resources, we need accounting, we need all of those talent. And if we make ourselves attractive, right, then there's just so many things you can do within our field. So, you know, we shouldn't pigeonhole us into we are this or we are this. You can, like, whatever you want to do, you can do it in this environment. I think it's a language we want to share. And I don't think there's a magic bullet. I wish I could tell you, if you do register apprenticeship with us, you will solve all your problems. I would love to work with all of you, but you know, that is not a magic bullet, right? We need to do all of the above. We be creative in doing returnships. I think that's a great idea, right? As people are coming out of the workforce participation has dropped to like 67%. So there's a lot of people who are looking to come back, so let's attract them. Internships, middle school visits, career days. I think we need to do all of it. But if you have to do all of that, you don't have the resources to, right? So this is where the partnerships come in. We as the industry need to come together and say, how can we sell ourselves better and then raise all of us up together? Oh, and then to Neil's question, yes, for the most part, community colleges, we work with industry partners. So for the most part, those students who are in those programs begin with an employer in mind, but even those who don't, I will venture to say we have a 95 to 100% employment rate afterwards, because they are hot, you know, they're sought after.
Grant, do you mind diving a bit deeper into how you're approaching apprenticeships? I know you say you brought the average age down, and we talked a little bit about funding in our prep call, so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
So to answer the question about the program at Montgomery College, just before I hit on that, part of the challenge is when you're looking at non-credit courses at most of our community colleges, a lot of times you'll get, I'll say, people that want to dabble in the industry. And we actually talked to that class that Neil was referencing, and there were actually only 3 students in there that were looking at it from a career. So when you're having conversations with the community colleges, ask, you know, what the profile of the student is in there. Because a lot of times we'll see it's not the profile of somebody who's looking for full-time employment within that industry that they're taking a basic non-credit class for. So just words of advice that we've experienced. You know, in terms of what we've done at IEC, you know, we have taken the approach, you know, we go a lot of places and try a lot of different things, and we fail a lot, we have some successes, but you gotta try. So we made the commitment based upon a meeting 4 years ago, and a quick side note is we had a program in Howard County, but when they shut down the Howard County Career and Technical Center, we pulled out of Howard County because we were very upset, to say the least. And we had not engaged in Howard County up until 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, when we were approached by Howard County Public Schools, because they did not have an electrical program, about restarting it. And because our offices are located in the Howard County side of Laurel, we said, sure, let's make it happen. And we pulled the program together in 30 days, from basically a conversation to implementation. We learned a lot, and it was a 200-hour pre-apprenticeship program for graduating high school seniors. Average GPA of those students, and it was a cohort of 12 to 14, can't remember exactly, average GPA of those students was about 1.9. And what we learned is those students were all very bright students, but they didn't understand how the school side applied to the work side. We were able to raise their cumulative GPAs to 2.9 upon completion of the class. We lost, I believe, 1 or 2 students due to attendance issues because we treat it like a job. Those students completed their program of study with us. They came over to our offices every day. And about, so the class is getting ready to graduate this coming June because they've taken all 4 years of the apprenticeship program. I think we're about 60% that started are going to be graduating the 4-year apprenticeship program. So if you think about a young person who's still in high school, who's now 4 years later completing, that's pretty good statistically. I think we'd all be pretty happy about that. So we completed the program. I call them postmortems after we do our programs. We sat down with our partners with HCPS, Maryland Department of Labor, and we said, what's next? And the Maryland Department of Labor funded the program initially. They said, well, we're not going to fund it 100%. The school system needs to kick in 50%, but we're not funding it. Well, we had a full year to actually get prepared for the class. So I will say what they did say is we want a plan of how this is going to self-sustain itself after completion. So we began tweaking the program, but at the same time, concurrently, I brought 11 different companies into our offices, and I said, hey, we're going to run the program again, but we need to figure out how to self-sustain it. And I said, I know this is going to be a commitment of each one of you, but this is my concept. And what the concept was is recruiting juniors, rising seniors, that have the availability in their schedule, because the most important thing is that they graduate high school, that they would work in between their junior and senior year summer as full-time employees, if they chose to. And then once the school year kicked in, they would work from start time to lunchtime 4 days a week, return to their home school, or go to HCC to take their math and reading, or evening school. And on the 5th day, they'd come to IEC to take year 1 of their apprenticeship program. All the contractors bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. And I'm pleased to say that we had 90+% completion when we moved over to that model. That program's still running today. We have 80% retention. And most importantly, the unintended consequence of it all was that these students started talking to their friends. And the parents started talking. And it started to build momentum, and then COVID hit and everything kind of got messed up, right? But at the same time, concurrently, the state was very happy with us, and they challenged us to start building capacity. So we're in Montgomery County now. We just had 60 guidance counselors from MCPS, work-based learning coordinators, and administrative officials over to the building Wednesday, I believe. Unfortunately, on this huge group email chain with all of them, and they are just energized. There's an excitement level because they're talking to the kids. So not only are we in Montgomery, we're in Anne Arundel. We're in Prince George's. We had some little bit of problems in Charles and Calvert, but we have had students in that model. So for an individual, they are going to be graduating high school as a completed first-year apprentice. They're not going to have all their on-the-job learning or on-the-job training. They're going to lag behind slightly. But they will become an electrician should they continue on, which most of them are, in 3 years versus 4 years. Now, all of a sudden, I may have anywhere between a 22 or 21-year-old as a journey worker. And that has helped us starting to lower our average age. Also because we're getting the friends and family of these students. We're getting younger and younger candidates. My goal for our organization is to have 100 high school seniors in this program across the state. We've replicated the pre-apprenticeship model now in DC. We're actually getting ready to sign our MOU with DC Public Schools, so this will be our third cohort, so that's the 200-hour program. And we're having conversations. Virginia's a little bit more difficult because of the graduation requirements. Maryland Department of Labor, and I know Jen will have it up on the MCCEI website. We worked with MOSH, so the safety concern that many of us have, because we want not only the students to graduate high school, but get home safely, has been addressed by MOSH. There's documentation on that. Currently, we have 23 high school seniors in the program in electrical and low voltage, so we're about 25% of the way there. So that's the approach that we've taken. I've had lots of conversations with lots of trade associations, but it's a heavy lift and it's a heavy commitment on each one of you, because you have to have the right mentor, the right journey worker. That journey worker and people on those job sites need to understand this may be the first employment opportunity that this high school student has had. For the most part, it's been smooth. You have your bumps, but we build things for a living, right? So we just navigate it and figure it out. But it's a great program. But again, ducktailing back to my previous comments, in order for the state to reach that 45%, it's going to take the industry and partners, business community to get there. Now, Applied, the APL in Howard County has their first student this year. Mina probably doesn't know this yet, but I'm going to tell her something new. HCPS just committed to 4 students, 2 in electrical and 2 in low voltage for next year. So our governmental agencies are they're facing the same labor shortages as we are. So I think the industry is starting to evolve, and these partnerships, my hope is, hopefully the new governor will keep me on and we'll get these numbers up really, really big in the next couple of years.
All right. Thanks, Grant. So we have 5 minutes left for this panel, so I want to make sure we get some time in for audience questions before we go to lunch. So does anybody have any questions for the panel? Right there.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I know that in the construction industry, we face a negative stigmatism, and we're trying to fight that every day. The biggest thing is obviously educating the young people is very important, but how do we reach out to the parents and educate them? As we mentioned earlier, that was in 1992, they took away all the voc techs in pretty much the state of Maryland, and now these are the parents that are then now raising their children, and so they have not been made aware of how lucrative not only the construction industry can be, but that there are other pathways outside of just going through the typical four-year university. So, thank you.
So if I can chime in. Yes, I think the tides are turning, and it is an exciting time for the industry. So we have a new president at the college. She started in January. She came to the college and she said, this is the first community college I've been where there is no trade school. Where is your trade center? And we said, well, we're in Howard County. We sort of dabbled into this. I would love to grow it, but the leadership at that time was not completely on board with that idea. So So she started preaching this. She was talking about, well, if you know Howard County, we are one of the wealthiest counties in the state and the country. We are one of the most educated counties in the state and the country. And I think a lot of people sort of hide behind that and think, oh, this is what Howard County looks like. And she began lifting that onion layer, peeling it off and going, all right, so 1 in 4 students in Howard County Public Schools receive a free and reduced lunch. 31% of the residents in Columbia, which is the city we are in, are categorized as ALICE population, which means they're barely making every month bills and making their ends meet. And we have this stark comparison between those people who are making $200,000, $300,000 and people who are barely making it. And if we look at our population of who are we not serving, it was all those people who we've taken away the access to a great career by not offering those things. So she started going out and talking in the community, and she said, I have a vision, and I really want to help these students and adults who are looking to get into a high-skilled trade industry. And I want to build a trade center. She started talking about all the demographics, and she in Howard County got a standing ovation. So I think people are seeing it. We are hearing in the higher education that people are becoming more and more disenfranchised with the value of higher education. They're seeing more and more people get a degree and they come right back into their basement and they don't have a job. And they're saying, really, is there an ROI? Was that worth the investment and the debt that we're getting? And the last thing I might add is that my partner Stephanie, who is at the public school system, when she started this, she did an open house. She did an information night, and she thought, oh, it'd be great if I could get like 50 parents to come. It snowed that day, so we had to have like a makeup day, so it wasn't even publicized very well, and she had over 120 parents come. So I think the rhetoric is starting to change, and it is an opportunity for us to change that, right? And I think the way we do that, the changing the stigma, taking that away, is showing representation. We need people who look like the people we want to attract into the industry. So we need to have minorities. We need to celebrate our females in the construction and have them be the champion and the spokespeople when they go out. And I think that would change that stigma.
Thanks, Mina. Jen, do we have time for one more?
Yep.
All right. I see Patrick back there.
Nope, we have one right here too.
Okay.
I just wanted to add a note to that. When you are trying to change a stigma, part of that is about trust, right? And so every employer in this room needs to be involved in the community that you serve. So if you are participating in the school functions, if you are attending events that are speaking to those parents, speaking to those students, then they start to understand the value and the importance of the work you do, and that they can trust that if they put their children in your hands, that you're going to help them grow and have a successful career. So getting involved is important. Every school system has work-based learning professionals to work with employers and connect you with students and parents, and they hold events and they beg employers to come and speak. They want employers to invite students to come tour your facilities so that they get a sense of what's happening and how your work environment is. So also those internships and programs that you're offering, making sure that those are announced in these schools. So you are in as much control over the change in the narrative as any one of these panelists are.
Thanks, everybody on the stage. I work with Bonnie. She's great. You guys should talk to her after this. I just have a couple of comments, just some observations from this great session, and then maybe a couple questions. We can talk afterwards, too. From what I'm hearing, kind of the consensus from, I guess, the 2 comments so far and what we're saying up here is perhaps there's a marketing issue in the industry overall in bringing these younger generations into the trades. Now, I don't know if one group or state or federal has really taken grasp and said, follow me, this is how we do it. So there's opportunity there as well. Sorry, I have notes, so I'm a little bit of a nerd there, sorry. And then two things I'm curious on. So in regards to hiring, I guess historically, I don't know if you guys know any numbers with the demographics, not just in today's age, but going back in time is kind of what are called maybe legacy hires, where my dad worked in construction, so I'm going to work in construction, right? So when you go to a trade school in high school or community college, you might see that. So outside of that relationship, how are we attracting the ones that have zero family in construction and don't get that daily dose of construction overall? And then my last thought, somebody brought up how we're competing with other states. I think, Grant, you brought that up, right, surrounding us. For the Virginia governor recently rolled back regulations, and they're licensing from 4 years to 2 years.
That's not rolled back yet.
Not yet. He's
And
recommending.
it's not going to happen.
Okay, well, okay. So maybe we can talk about that separately. But I'm just curious what effect that could have on the industry, and But those are my thoughts, and anybody can comment.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
So to your question, when you have the building trades unions, ABC, IEC, on the merit shop side, all collectively yelling and screaming, it has to go through a 18-month process in order for it to potentially be rolled back, and I think we're in pretty good position where it won't be. In terms of the marketing, I mean, I think that's really where I'll say the volunteer leadership of MCCEI and Jen and the team on staff, that's, when I first met Jen, that's kind of was her vision. And picked up the phone, emailed me, called me, hey, you need to get involved in this. So I think we're consolidating in a sense of trying to work to continue to do our work as individual organizations, but from a bigger picture standpoint, the role when MCCEI was created, and like I said, Jen and the team are really kind of taking the bull by the horns. The other thing, and this is reality, and I'll apologize before I say this, is, getting to those parents / adults in the children's lives by having this college credit, it puts a different connotation to those influencers for our young people. Reality is only a few individuals, and this may grow over time, may go ahead and get that associate's degree. But just the sheer recognition, and we're waiting for MHEC to approve ours with Howard right now, just that recognition of being able to get college credit towards that associate's degree, I think that's really helping us. And I've always said that that's a big thing. And we were at Montgomery and CCBC, and it's taken me a long time to get other institutions, and there's still a couple throughout the state that it's difficult because I'll say the higher ups within those colleges just don't see the validity to it. So we still got a ways to go.
And at Howard Community College, what we try to say is, we say, come to us for higher education. We don't make the distinction between credit, non-credit. We don't make the distinction between college credit courses or plumbing or HVAC, electrical register apprenticeships, because it is post-secondary education and it is higher education. So when we have our information session, when we go into high schools, we present them all together at the same time so that they're not going, okay, am I doing this or this? It's one of those things that they can choose from. And we are working on an agreement where once they finish the 4 years, they will get awarded 28 college credits so that they are encouraged to continue. And we're doing that because we recognize the higher level of learning that they are doing in this program. And finally, I just wanted to make a pitch for the summer program that Jen did with middle schoolers. I was in a meeting with BGE, and they said they have a workforce development program. They brought the inner city kids in, and the instructor made the assumption that everybody knows, these things, right? So he had an underlying assumption that everybody would know what a screwdriver is, a hammer is, a wrench is, and so they're like, oh, go grab the Phillips screwdriver. Half the class did not know what that was. right? So having these fun camps in middle school where they're exposed to this, I think will help us move away from legacy hiring, because all of us probably knew someone who introduced us to something and we are where we are, but we need more than that. So how can we get out of it? And I think having those summer camps and experiences where we provide that, where they're not getting it at home, is going to help bolster the industry.
All right, thank you. So Jen's gonna yank me. Hey Neil, I'm sorry. Jen's gonna yank me off the stage if I keep this going. But I appreciate all the panelists. Appreciate all the questions. So can we just give a round of applause for them and everything they contributed? Thank you.
Thank you all. I know we could talk about this literally all day, and it was very hard for me to sit here and not pipe up every second because, like several of them mentioned, this is what we're living, breathing at MCCEI. And as you mentioned, we are a 3-person organization. We cannot do this work without everyone in this room, and there's a million ways for you guys to get involved. So if I've already haven't blown up your social media, you will see even more emails from us after this. Okay. So at this time, we're going to take a break for lunch. And a little bit after 12 o'clock, we will invite our keynote speaker for the day, Thibaut Mannequin, to the stage, so don't wander off too far. And lunch is in the back. All right, while you guys are eating, I'm really excited to invite our keynote speaker to the stage, Thibaut Mannequin. I don't know if I told him this when I asked him to speak, but from the moment that Thibaut needed to be our keynote. When I asked him, he agreed without hesitation. And even before I read his book, Larger Than Yourself, even before I read his book, and if you haven't read it yet, you should. I knew that all that his company stands for is the key to our ability as an industry to attract top talent into this industry. Thibaut and the rest of his team at Seawall know that as an industry, we have a responsibility to make the world a better place than how we found it. No other industry can make the claims that ours can. Without us, none of this would exist. You wouldn't be sitting in this building. You wouldn't have been born in a hospital. You wouldn't have been at a school if it wasn't for everyone in this room. But I often think that we forget that in our marketing. We're making the world a better place as we build it. And your employees know this. The research actually shows that women and Gen Z, as we talked about earlier, actually care about the effect they're making with their jobs. They care more than just the paycheck, and they want to make sure they're working for somewhere that matters. So with that, please join me in welcome Thibaut to the stage.
And this is my clicker. Hello. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? How was the morning? Yeah, how many total panels were there? What? Oh, the whole morning was one panel? I got you. All right, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really kind of honored to be here today. I want to have a pretty free-flowing conversation with you guys. And I think a little bit of the theme is going to be around the intersection, as kind of Jennifer was alluding to, around our purpose, right? The reason that we wake up every morning, where that intersects with the work that we do every day. We're constantly in search of that, and especially this next generation is always looking for it. So I'm going to ramble through some stories here that have been my lived experiences that have kind of shaped how I have seen my purpose kind of grow, and how we've brought that in full circle into the real world experiences that I get to do every day. A little disclosure, half of it will have nothing to do with real estate, okay? So maybe we can take a little bit of a break from that. So I grew up in Baltimore City, and from a really young age, I had two incredibly formative experiences that shaped the life trajectory that I would go on and take. And the first one was I was about 10 years old, and we were wrapping up a family dinner, and I have 3 younger sisters, and my parents put my 3 sisters to bed, and they asked me if I wanted to stay up later and watch a movie with them. So at 10 years old, I don't know if you guys remember, that's a huge deal to be asked to stay up later with your family. And so my sisters go to bed, we sit on the family couch, and my parents put on the movie Mississippi Burning. Not sure if any of you guys have seen that movie, but it's a really heavy, powerful movie. It takes place during the Civil Rights Movement in the Deep South in Mississippi. And there's a scene around about halfway through that movie where there's a mob of the Ku Klux Klan that is gathered outside of this black church, and they're just kind of hiding behind the trees. The church ends, and the parishioners come out, and the mob attacks them. It's an incredibly violent scene. And towards the end of it, there's this little boy in there where he appears to be kneeling on the side, just kind of like praying that I assume that he wants this all to end. And this guy from the Ku Klux Klan comes up and he kicks this young boy in the head as hard as he can. And that's all that I could take at 10 years old. It's probably too much of a movie for me at that point. And I sprint up to my room and I bury my head in my pillow and I'm hysterically crying. And all I remember is my mom comes up and she sits on the side of the bed and she puts her hand on my back and she doesn't say anything, she just holds space. She allows me to feel everything that I'm feeling in that moment. And what I remember is that it was the first time that I began to ask myself, why are we so divided as human beings? How is it possible that, based on the true story that this movie is, that something as trivial as the color of our skin could lead to something that I'm just seeing like this? And so this question begins to grow in my heart of why are we so divided as human beings? The second experience happened a few months later. My parents put us in the family station wagon, and they said we were going to go participate in this really special day. And so we go, and I have no idea where it was. We pull over the side of the road. There's hundreds of cars. And my dad says that we're there to participate in Hands Across America. Anybody here are old enough to remember Hands Across America? So it was this day where, like, Americans, millions of them, were going to link hands from the East Coast all the way to California, right? And so we get out and we take our place in line, and I'm holding hands with complete strangers. As far as you can look to the left or the right is this sea of human beings. And I began to ask myself, what is this force? What is this one thing that has brought millions of people together for the same thing at one point in time? And this second question begins to grow inside me, which is, what are the creative ways that we can bridge divides? Right? So at about 10 years old, I started asking myself almost every day these two questions. Why are we so divided? And what are the creative ways that we can bridge those divides? So I go through high school in Baltimore, middle school, and every year that goes by, I find more reasons why I need to continue to ask those questions. I feel further away from the answer. Eventually, I go off to college. The world gets a little bit bigger, and I graduate, and I feel further away from the answer to those two questions than when I started. And I really believe, this is my lived experience, that we have two choices in life. We can sit on the sidelines, hoping that somebody else is going to do the heavy lifting. We can sit in the comfort of our bubbles, hoping that someone else, scrolling through our social media feeds, watching the news, loving or hating on whatever it is that's going on, but in the comfort of our own bubbles, not wanting to get our hands dirty, not wanting to actually get into the conversation. Or we can realize that life is really short. And the other option is that we want to become a part of the solution and not the problem. And while we might not know what the second or third step is, we're going to take the first step to begin to see where that alignment is. So upon graduating, me and two friends decided to start an international organization called Peace Players. And the idea was that we were going to go to war-torn countries, deeply divided countries, and we were going to use sports, in our case, the sport of basketball, to bridge divides, develop leaders, and hopefully over time change perceptions. So we went around to friends and family, and we started to raise money. And we raised about $8,000, which at like 22 years old felt like $1 million. Like the world believed in this idea. It was enough money to get on a plane to South Africa, right after the fall of apartheid. And so we had spoken with a bunch of South Africans before going over. Most of them told us that the idea would never work, that where we were going was dangerous, that whatever we do, we should not stop in poor Black communities or be careful of this and that. And that negative, almost toxic narrative began to get tuned out, right? We were so focused on the power of the early stages of this idea. So we show up in the city of Durban to kind of test this idea out. And we start dribbling basketballs in the Black townships, in the rural areas, the affluent white suburbs. For those of you who haven't been to South Africa, it's an incredibly divided country. And sure enough, the kids, and basketball is a brand new sport there, are falling in love with the program. They can't get enough of it. The schools want more. We're being invited to participate more. The coaches who are coming out of the woodworks to participate because they have a chance at changing the narrative that has existed in their country for centuries, right? We didn't show up there saying we've got the answers and the solutions to solve all this. We basically showed up and said, we know how to dribble a basketball, and we want you guys to use this tool to grab the attentions of the future generation and push forward whatever message is really important to you all in this moment. So the program's exploding, right? We're at about the 3-month mark, and we've run out of money just about that. Apparently that $8,000 goes pretty quick. And the phone rings, and it's Nelson Mandela's, I always forget I have slides here. This is us in the program. And the phone rings, and it's Nelson Mandela's foundation. And they say that President Mandela is a huge believer in the power of sports to unite. And he wants to become your organization's largest sponsor. So we go from like zero credibility, barely any money left in the bank account, to not only Nelson Mandela's name behind us, not only his money behind us, but more importantly, his name and his credibility. And from that moment on in South Africa, the floodgates completely opened. Companies wanted to fund us. We were invited to replicate it all over the country. And then we were invited to replicate the model all over the world. So we were invited to the Middle East to work with Israeli and Palestinian kids, in Northern Ireland with Protestant Catholic kids, in Cyprus and Yemen. Today, the program's worked in over 22 of the most divided countries on the planet. We worked with over 100,000 kids. It is amazing the work that Peace Players continues to do. So for, I guess in my early 20s, for 6 or 7 years, I lived out of a backpack, and I would hop from country to country, listening and helping to set up the infrastructure for the program. Somewhat unexpectedly in 2006, because I never thought I'd come back to Baltimore, I ended up back in Baltimore. I was visiting family, but I started to feel the need to explore what was going to be next, right? This first kind of leg of my professional life had been in complete alignment with my purpose, right? Those two questions of why are we divided and what are the creative ways that we could bridge those divides? I woke up every day knowing that I was a part of the solution, that I was slowly but surely chipping away at it. So I get back to Baltimore and I'm at this, back in my family's house, a beautiful home-cooked meal. I go to sleep in the bedroom that I've slept in hundreds of times before, and I literally can't close my eyes. There's something that's nagging me, that's really bugging me, and I can't figure out what it is. So I toss and turn the entire night, and the sun comes up the next morning. I haven't slept. I'm jet lagged. I'm cranky. I'm going through some culture shock, which I'd experienced before. And I don't really know what to do, but my instincts are to get in the car and just start driving. And I'm on 83. I don't know how many of you guys are from Baltimore City or familiar with it, but I get off at North Avenue and I head west. And my car pulls over at the intersection of Pennsylvania and North Avenue. This is in 2006. This is the intersection that 9 years later will be the epicenter of the Freddie Gray uprising. This is a part of Baltimore that I've been made to believe my entire life that I wouldn't be safe in and that I didn't belong in. True or not? That was the narrative that came to me as I was growing up. And here I was on this corner, and I go to open the door to walk around the neighborhood that day, and I kind of flinch. And the question that I begin to ask myself is, will I be safe? Is this right? And I shook that moment off because that was the narrative that we had heard around the world. You can't go to South Africa to do this. The program will never work. You can't go into this neighborhood. You can't go into Gaza. You can't go into the West Bank. You can't go into these parts of Northern Ireland or Yemen. Like, you won't be safe. The reality of it is what I had learned through all of the Peace Players experiences, that true opportunity, true growth, the ability for us to answer those burning questions that are in us lay on the other side of our comfort zones, lay on the other sides of the bubbles that we live in. And if we can't get out of them, then we'll never really know the answer. So I get out of my car and I start walking around, and I see all of the things that society told me I would see. I see the broken down buildings, the abandoned homes, the liquor stores on the corners, the drug dealers, the clients of those drug dealers nodding off at the intersections. But I knew that there was so much more to this neighborhood that I hadn't been able to see, listen to, or really truly experience yet. And I continued to walk, and I guess about 5 minutes in, I had these two incredible realizations. The first one was that America, and particularly our city of Baltimore, are more divided than all of these so-called war-torn countries where I just spent so much time and energy in and resources in. We have an inability here to have open and honest conversations about our differences and even our similarities with people who don't look and feel like us. Truth, right? And I saw that as a ticking time bomb. I had seen the conversations around the world and the ability to begin to break down those barriers, but I had never seen it in our own city. The second realization I had was that the real estate industry, and you began to hint at this, the real estate industry is the most powerful, connected industry on the planet. It touches every single one of us, every single moment of every single day, whether we're aware of it or not. I know you all are, but most of the world is not aware of it. There's this silent web that really connects all of us. But the realization that I had in that moment was that even with that power and connectivity, this industry has done more historically to divide us and keep us apart than actually bring us together. And so with these realizations grew this anger, right? Here I was, like, I don't want to say wasted, but I spent all of this time in all these other cities. My family was in the real estate industry growing up. How can I have missed this? How is it possible that I've missed this my entire life? So I walk, jog, sprint back to my car to get a notepad and a pen to start taking notes around what it is that I'm feeling. And on the ride back, I call my dad. My dad is a hero of mine. He spent a long time in this family real estate business. And he got out because real estate became more about how much money you can make as fast as you could, rather than how you can really create community. And so he had gotten out, and he had gotten into public education when I was launching the Peace Players program. And I invited him out for dinner. I said, I have something to share with you. And I kind of shared the experience that I had on North Avenue that day. And I asked him if he would consider starting a real estate company with me. But we kind of riffed back and forth for 3 hours over dinner that night around the only way that we would do this is if we were actually going to reimagine the real estate industry, right? Like, I'm a huge believer in the power of reimagining industries, taking things the way that the world is known to be one way and flipping it upside down where our purpose is more important than our profit. I had seen it done with basketball, right? Like, at the end of the day, you might look at Peace Players and look at it as a basketball program. Basketball had like 5% to do with what we were doing. We didn't care how many shots a kid could make. Weren't looking to get him into college or get into pros or sign with agents. It was around how this one ball rolled between two kids who would never otherwise have spent time together could literally change the way the world turns. That was the purpose that we went around that idea. And so my dad and I started asking ourselves, what if we created a company that reimagined the real estate industry, where we use buildings to empower communities, unite cities, and help to launch really powerful ideas? All of those things, again, are in direct alignment with those two burning questions that I ask myself every day. And we finished the dinner and got up, and as crazy as it felt in the moment, we gave each other a big hug and agreed that we were going to go. And we launched the next day a company called Seawall. And as a result of the work that my dad had done in public education. He had heard time and again that there were all of these teachers who were moving into Baltimore City, and they were having a hard time figuring out where to live, how to live with like-minded people, other teachers, that they weren't able to afford the high rents that they were seeing. And those teachers began to ask my dad, it'd be really neat if there was a cool, funky apartment building with discounted rents. We could all live together. We could cry and laugh together, keep each other motivated. And he'd been having similar conversations with a lot of the nonprofits that underpin the success of the school system, but they were in buildings all over town. What if they could all be under one roof? So we knew that the first idea that we would work on would be to try to find a building that would house some nonprofits and some teachers. But guys, like the idea was like maybe a 5,000 square foot building for a couple nonprofits, maybe a 4-unit apartment building for some teachers. And so we started looking around Baltimore, right? All of the neighborhoods that you would want to look in if you were going to do a new project, your Cantons, your Fells Points, Federal Hills, and we were striking out all over the place. We couldn't find a building. And about 3 months in, we're not sure if the company is going to make it. We've got nothing to show for this effort that we're putting in. And the phone rings, and it's my buddy Sam. And Sam says, look, I know you guys have been looking around for this building. This might not be exactly what you're thinking, but there is a 150-year-old tin can manufacturing building at the corner of Howard and 26th Street in a neighborhood called Remington. I, at the time, had never heard of the neighborhood of Remington before. And he says, Sam goes on to say, every developer, the building's been vacant for 30 years. Every developer in town has walked through the building and passed on it because nobody wants to touch it. Nobody thinks that it'll ever work economically. And a developer from DC had bought it a couple years back, got in a fight with the neighborhood, was trying to do high-end condos and couldn't get the project off the ground. And the bank was foreclosing on the building. And maybe we could step in and buy it. So look, at this point, the company's got nothing, no projects. Kicking the tires never hurt. So we agreed to meet Sam and the banker from, I believe, M&T Bank at the time, at the corner of Howard and 26th Street. It was not a sunny day like it is in this picture. It was gloomy and overcast, and the banker had not showed up yet. So my dad and I walked around the perimeter of the building, and we saw all of the reasons that people had passed, right? We saw the condition of the building. We saw the trees growing out of the roof, the windows boarded up. We saw the homes next to the building boarded up and vacant. This kind of like almost lifeless street. And then as we made our way back around, the banker had finally showed up. And he took one look at us and he said, are you sure you guys want to go in? And we said that we did. And he kicks open this huge wooden door in the back of the building. He's got one flashlight that he kind of like pokes inside, and there's these bats and pigeons that are flying around. And we take the first step in, and there was 2 or 3 inches of pigeon poop throughout the entire building, like 3/4 of the space you couldn't walk in because the floor above had collapsed. There were mattresses that were surrounded by heroin needles and booze bottles and graffiti all over the place. And the banker's going off on the building. This place sucks. You would never catch me here after dark. This neighborhood's terrible. No one would ever live or work in here. Best thing you could do is knock this building down and forget about it forever. And I've heard this narrative. I've heard it around the world, right? The inability to see what something ought to be, with only the ability to see what's in front of you right there. And so I began to tune it out. And so we're continuing on the walk, and I'm looking at the building in a different light, with a different set of eyes. There's these massive, like 14-foot high ceilings, really cool heavy timber, beautiful historic exposed brick, massive window openings that today are boarded up but don't need to always be boarded up. And inside, I started to fall in love with this really cool building. So 40 minutes later, we're back on the street. I think the banker's still making fun of the building. And he leaves, and my buddy Sam leaves, and my dad and I look at each other, and we give each other another big hug, right? He has gone through that same transformation process inside. And we know that this is the building that is going to be our company's first project, right? So over the course of the next few weeks, we invite our most trusted advisors, developers who we know, people who have experience doing this. Our wives came for a tour of the building just to get a gut check, right? 10 out of 10 of the people who came said that it was a terrible idea. that it would never work, that we should run from this opportunity. We should focus on something not quite as big. This building's 100,000 square feet, something more manageable in a nicer part of town. But we had kind of like fallen in love already, right? So remember when you fall in love when you're like 16 and you stop listening to any advice that your parents are going to give you? That was the experience that we had. But look, there's something really important about that no, can't narrative. As entrepreneurs, you're going to hear it every single day, multiple times. You're going to get more no's than you get into yeses. And while it's our jobs to kind of sort through those no's and push them aside and somewhat charge forward, there's a little bit of an art to it, right? Because there's a lesson in those no's. And again, I'd heard them around the world, the no's and can'ts. And so what we realized was that if we were going to pull this project off for these teachers and for these nonprofits, we were going to have to build it from the inside out. That was how we had built the Peace Players program. And there were so many people who didn't think that this was going to happen. We were going to have to create this groundswell where it became really larger than us. So so we begin the process, and for us, that idea of building from the inside out is who are your end users, who is your community, and who is your team? So for us, the end users were really the teachers and the nonprofits. So we send out this email to about 1,000 Baltimore City public school teachers saying, anybody interested in creating stunning Class A apartments at a fraction of the cost in rent, meet us on the corner of Howard and 26th Street on some Saturday morning for a tour and a chat. So my dad and I show up there super early, really excited for the day. I was convinced hundreds of teachers were going to show up. Like, what an incredible invite, right? And by like 9:15, the last of maybe 10 teachers has shown up, trickled in, staring at this building, wondering what they're doing here on the Saturday morning. And I'll never forget this. My dad kind of hops up on a step and gives this impromptu speech welcome where he says, for several years now, I've heard your peers and your colleagues talk about how hard it is to find an affordable place to live with other teachers. We have no idea what we're doing. But we're at the early stages of this concept where thoughtfully and inclusively brought to life, this building could be turned into everything that we have heard that you as teachers are asking for. And he kind of kept going with that spirit. And he asked them, so you guys ready to go in? And it was like a pep talk at a halftime where your team was down and the teachers were like, hell yes, let's go. And so we kicked down that same door. We had flashlights for every one of them. And the difference from this tour, from all of the other tours we had done, was that we were no longer the ones leading the tour. The teachers were like effortlessly skipping through the building. They were pointing out all of the things that we had seen, which the banker was incapable of seeing the high ceilings, the massive windows, the cool timber. And they were seeing that because at the beginning stages of that conversation, that process, my dad had shared in the pride of ownership and authorship in what was getting created, right? This wasn't his project or Seawall's project. There was an open invitation to mold this thing together, mostly driven by what the teachers were going to want. So we get out at the end of the tour. The teachers are like, I can't wait till we pull this off. This is going to be amazing. For the next 12 months, those teachers on a monthly basis met with our design team. They designed every square inch of their apartments. They chose their own amenities. We even let them choose their own rent based on what they thought was fair and what they could afford in a project like this. And so the teachers are all in, right? And the second group on this concept of building from the inside out is the community. Who are the other people that this project is really going to affect, but they might not actually be on a day-to-day basis inside of it? And so for us, that was the community that surrounded the building. We get invited to this neighborhood association meeting, and I'm all nervous. It's my first one, and we get invited to the front of the room, and my dad starts the conversation in a very similar way that he did with the teachers. He's like, look, we want to be really clear. Our intention is to come in as neighbors and not guests. And we understand that you are the ones who have been staring at this collapsing building for generations now. We have started to work with a group of teachers and nonprofits who want to create the country's first Center for Educational Excellence. We've looked in buildings all over town, and the one that we like and the teachers like the most is right here in your neighborhood. Would you be interested in working with these teachers and these nonprofits to have the country's first Center for Educational Excellence in your neighborhood? It was such a different conversation than the other developers who had showed up. Too often in our industry, especially in the development world, we go and we tell the communities that we're going to work in what they're going to get from us. And the concept is to change that narrative. How can development happen with and for communities and not to them? And so the hands were shooting up all over the room. This is amazing. So much better than that DC developer. We didn't want the high-end condos. Like, all this terrific feedback. And then all of a sudden, this young man in the back of the room kind of like defiantly raises his hand, and the room goes quiet. And we call on him. He says, look, this is obviously great, and we're clearly excited about this. But the problem is you're going to build this, and unless you live or work in the building, you're never going to really be able to participate in the finished product, right? We're just going to stare at it from the outside. What if you guys took the corner spot there, and instead of putting the apartment that you think you want to put there, turn it into a little 1,200 square foot coffee shop? So I'm listening to this, and I'm like, this guy is nuts. Has he seen the corner of Howard and 26th Street? No one is going to walk here, ever, right? I couldn't think of a worse idea, and we've got a great apartment for 2 teachers to live in. Like, what else could you want? And I caught myself in that thought process because I sounded like the banker. Sounded like the people from around the world who had made up my mind on like what something was today and not understanding what it could be, what it ought to become. And so I kind of like pushed that aside, and we committed to really exploring that with the neighborhood. So after that first community association meeting, over the months that followed and the weeks that followed, almost every other night or so, several times per week, we were leading a tour. Anybody from the neighborhood that wanted to walk through the building and see what it was like before in its current condition, we invited them for it. And we really began to form these incredible relationships. The next group that's key in this concept of building from the inside out is the team. Who are the guardian angels that are going to be in your corner that have failed more times than you will ever succeed? They've done so much good, but they've also they've had so much life experiences, and that you want them in your corner because they're going to help guide you kind of every step in the way. So with the momentum created with the teachers and the community, we had some early sets of designs. Some architects were donating their time to this. We had some contractors who had begun to price it, and the pricing came back. This might be industry specific here. The pricing came back for the project, and it was $20 million, which was $19 million more than our first project should have cost. The problem wasn't the price tag. The problem was that because of our commitment to keeping the rents artificially low for the teachers and nonprofits, we could only afford a $6 million bank loan, which left a $14 million gap in the capital stack that we had to find a way to fill. So we call up Bart Harvey. I don't know if you guys know Bart Harvey. He's a disciple of the late Jim Rouse with Enterprise. And we invite Bart for a similar tour. We end up at this little diner after the tour. And, you know, my dad, we kind of say a little bit of the same thing. Like, here's Seawall's purpose, right? Here's our mission. Here's what we're hearing from all these teachers in the community. There's so much momentum, but like, we have no idea how to pull this project off because we're short $14 million. And without flinching, Bart says, you have nothing to worry about. And he starts talking about historic tax credits. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that program. New market tax credits, a federal program that encourages commercial investment in low-income census tracts throughout our country. And he starts telling us about all of these different programs that we had no idea existed. And he says, I've got you. Just give me a week. That following week, the phone begins to ring off the hook with all of these tax credit investors and people that want to participate in this kind of Center for Educational Excellence concept. And before we know it, you know, within a few months, that $14 million gap had been completely eliminated. All $20 million was in place to close financing. Miraculously, we closed financing in 2008, the week before Lehman Brothers collapsed. And we started construction. This is a picture of the inside of the building. And we started construction. 3 months into construction, the building was 100% leased. By the time we 300 teachers waiting to get in, and over a dozen nonprofits that we had completely run out of space for. We hadn't spent $1 on marketing or advertising. The teachers had designed a small website that felt like they would resonate with their peers, and the word of mouth was what carried it forward. And it carried it forward in authorship. We were really clear that this wasn't our idea and that we were going to share it with everybody that the idea touched. So here's the here's the building under construction, this old warehouse part that we ended up taking down. Here's the building completed, corner of Howard and 26th Street before the coffee shop moved in. Here's a look at an apartment that if you're a teacher, you could rent for other amenities that they needed, in their opinions, to kind of succeed. And as a result of the momentum, I would almost call it a movement that had been created, right, where the impossible became reality. We were invited to replicate the model in some other parts of Baltimore, in some other cities throughout the country. The reality of it is that every city on this planet should have a building that rolls out the red carpet for the people doing the most important work in our cities. Anybody focused on kids and education. And you can translate that further to nurses, first responders, right? There are incredible people that can't afford, feel like they're getting like first priority. And so we continue to listen, right? And continue to evolve. So, fast forward, 15 years, it's been since we've launched Seawall. We have completed or are in the process of developing over $500 million of really transformational projects. The neatest thing is that not a single one of them has been our idea. It's been as a result of deeply listening to the communities that we're blessed and honored to even be able to work in. And it's been such an amazing learning opportunity for us, kind of every step of the way. I think I've got some more pictures. So do you remember the little coffee shop that co-op group called Charmingtons opened up the doors, and it was everything that the neighborhood could have possibly dreamed of? I think 5 years or so, 7 years ago, President Obama came in for lunch randomly one day to this coffee shop. Imagine if, it had been an apartment, or if it had been a Starbucks or something like that. It would have never had that same feel. These are some of the other projects that we've done around housing. This is the Our House project. I'm not sure if any of you guys have visited that. We've built charter schools. This is Lexington Market. That slide didn't work out. This is our Lexington Market project, which had its soft opening, and that's probably a whole nother conversation. I think, there's been so many lessons learned along the way. One of the really important ones, great ideas, right? Too often in life, we try to claim ownership, sole ownership of those ideas. And in our experience, when we don't share in the pride of ownership and authorship from the very beginning, we stunt that idea's growth, right? The more people who really, really believe that they're a part of the creation of something at the very early stage of it, the more support, the more push that idea is going to get, the more opportunity it has to succeed past our wildest dreams. The more we try to hold it for ourselves and control it for ourselves, in our opinion, that really does kind of stunt its growth. I think maybe in closing, and I want to open up to some questions, but as it relates to this conference, right? As it relates to this next generation of people that we're going to hire, people that we're going to inspire, people are going to come through our doors. I think a really neat thing for us at Seawall is that we don't hire anybody with any real estate experience, because we're afraid they're going to come in with a preconceived notion of how this works. We hire teachers and social workers and event planners. The real estate piece is somewhat easy, right? It's the soul of the projects that really differentiate them. And I think that that's really neat. Nobody at our company comes here so that they can build buildings, right? People come here because of the real clarity in the purpose of why the company exists, which for me is in total alignment with those first two questions that I talked about in the beginning, that I think about every day. Why are we so divided as human beings? And what are the creative ways that we can bridge those divides? And the purpose at Seawall around using buildings to empower communities, unite cities, and help to launch really powerful ideas is the things that bring in employees, is the things that's the reason, like, our company has been 100% back for the last year and a half, maybe almost 2 years, because everybody feeds off of each other's energy. Everybody's so excited, not necessarily about the buildings that are getting built, but for the people that they are getting built for, and for the change that those buildings will make on the neighborhoods that we're in and on the cities that we work in. So I think that that's really key. Each one of you knows your purpose, knows the reason that you wake up every morning, knows those burning questions that you're thinking about at night, figured out if you've got the answer to. Finding a way to connect them with what you do every day is going to make massive differences in your lives, in your companies, and in the people that are going to get to spend time with you. So thank you for having me, and I don't know if we've got time left, but happy to. Martin.
I'll be patient so everybody can hear me. So what inspired you to write your book?
Right. So I've obviously lived I've had some incredible experiences throughout life, and I've had the opportunity to speak a lot around the work that we've done in the beginning with Peace Players, now with Seawall. And when I would get off a stage and I would talk about these different ways to go about bringing ideas to life, I'd have people come up to me asking me to elaborate more about that, as if I was speaking a different language, right? And to me, that was just how I was raised, and it was a little bit second nature. But enough people were asking questions that it caused me to think about it. And I would go back and I would take notes on the questions they would ask me, and I would take notes on my responses to those questions. Those notes became paragraphs. The paragraphs started to have some sort of formulation of like a process in a chapter. And before I knew it, I had a whole handful of chapters that had begun that turned into a book. And I kind of think most of us have a book in us, right? It's a vulnerable and it's a little bit of an uncomfortable experience. You don't know how the world's going to receive it. But I had gotten to that point that I knew that as much as it scared me, I needed to see it through to the end, and just dove in on the process. It took about 5 years to write it. Had some incredible folks in my corner. You guys know Wes Moore running for governor, who wrote the foreword to the book. I sent him the first draft, and he read it, and he sat down with me and said, "This will never work. The way that you've written this, you're telling the reader what you want them to know. That is not how we learn, right? That is not how you develop. In order for this to resonate, you need to be more vulnerable. You need to tell the gripping stories from around the world that you have, and then the reader will take what they can from that, what it is that what they'll pull out from those lessons." And I think that was probably some of the greatest feedback that I ended up getting, and it went back and completely rewrote the whole thing with that. So it's 21 chapters or so, and each chapter is like boots on the ground, pretty gripping story from the time living around the world to back in Baltimore, and the ups and downs, and highs and lows of entrepreneurship. And it really hopefully helps the reader understand how to reimagine industries, how to lead with purpose, and how to grow ideas in a really different way.
Thank you for hanging out with us today. Clearly, your story is very inspirational, and I think we can take away a lot of great ideas in our specific industry, really related to his story. I really have a funny question. Something just popped up when you were talking about asking your future tenants how much rent would be. Did anybody stand up and say 0?
If they did, I admittedly blocked that out. But it's funny. That's a huge question, and with that question comes a lot of trust and a lot of responsibility. And folks could have said $0 or $200, but we wouldn't have been on the same wavelength. Right here we were really opening up ourselves to helping them create their idea. And I think they really understood the concept behind it, and they were really thoughtful about their answers. And I think they nailed the price point that they wanted to be at based on the amount that they make in the classrooms. So if they did, I don't remember. I think she stole the mic.
Sorry, I'll give it to you next. I have a question. One of my passions is the education system, and it needs to be turned upside down. What are your thoughts on where we should be in public education?
Yeah, look, I think everything from K through 12 public education to higher education needs to be completely reimagined. Higher education is a mess right now, not sustainable at all. The reality of it is that we are still teaching this next generation the same way we were teaching them 300 years ago. Teacher in the front, rows of students, maybe 30 in a room. Here's what I have to say. Here's what you need to understand. And that is not how we operate anymore as a world. But we've got this enormous ship moving forward that feels like it's impossible to turn. And there are neat charter schools out there going about it differently. There's obviously independent schools that are going about it differently, but not in a concrete enough way to move the needle for the masses. And a little bit is it because we're stuck in our comfort zones. It is so uncomfortable to think about radically changing how we teach our kids. Even though we teach our kids differently at home. Our kids are taught differently in sports and in the social places that they go. But in the classroom, we're still stuck on that old model. So I don't have the answer, but I completely agree that it's broken and that absolutely needs a pretty radical change to turn it around. Thank you.
Thank you again for your story too. It's very inspirational. I've been an educator for over 30 years, and I know from that group, they're solution finders, not problem namers. And it sounds like that was sort of what you did to get your momentum. You looked for like-minded solution finder groups, right? Now we're into a situation where we're working with the trades, we're working with individuals who are looking at lots of motivations for why they want to work. One of them is not always to make a difference in the world. How do you talk to young people and say you need to be that solution finder, not the problem namer?
It's a great question. I think that it's really kind of somewhat starts at the top of an organization, right? If the primary focus of the company is to sell parts, install parts, make money, that is going to translate all the way down, right? If there's a fundamental shift in the reason that the company exists outside of just the profit side of things, and from the top that's really clearly articulated down, that ends up becoming the DNA of the company and ingrained in the younger generation, who I think would seek out that company more than their competitors. So we talk about this a lot. If I were to pull up the website of 10 real estate development companies, I can pretty much guarantee you that the majority of them would say, we exist to kind of maximize shareholder profit, right? Because that's what real estate has always been, you know? If you were to go to the Seawall website, and you would clearly see what the reason that we wake up every morning. If you're toggling between that, and you're trying to make a decision as a young person, especially this next generation who really is purpose-driven, then I think, at least our experience is that a lot of them are going to start to gravitate towards that other company. I want to be really clear, guys. Profit is incredibly important. You know, like we sit up here and we talk about purpose over profit. The reality is that the two of them have to be completely intertwined, because if we aren't running profitable companies, like all of the stuff we've done while we're leaving a lot of cash on the table because we're keeping our rents low, they do make money. Our company does make money. If it didn't, then we'd be out of business, and the tool that allows us to be in service of our purpose would go away. So there is that fine line of making sure that you're aligning the two. But even just a more overt and intentional conversation around it from the top and throughout the company, I think could have a real impact on this next generation and where they choose to work, knowing that their employer, their team members are equally as passionate about something in addition to the bottom line. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Thibaut. I don't know about you all, but I am super inspired to make change in my orbit. So next, we are going to take a break for about 6 minutes while we get our next panel up here. Yeah, panelists, you can come join us. We're going to start back again at 1:15. All right, we're going to get started with our next. We all know that the world is changing and the industry is changing with it. This next panel focuses on harnessing innovation and technology in the construction industry to offset workforce needs, upskill current employees and career changers, and engage the best future workforce. Our moderator is Michael Riegel. I met Michael at the New York Builds on the day that COVID first hit the state of New York. We hit it off right away, and within a couple of days, he agreed to speak at my ill-fated Newark conference that was scheduled for May of 2020. We all know how that turned out. It didn't happen, but I'm delighted that in years of collaboration through both Newark and MCCEI, Michael's here with us today. And for those of you who stick around for the Pathway Awards, he will be our keynote as well. Michael is a construction professional turned professional coach, and he'll have the rest of our panel introduce themselves once they're up here. I also wanted to take a moment to Professor, he is a panelist, so I wanted to apologize for that oversight on our end. Okay, come on up.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We seem to after Thibaut's slot, which is, I think, a little unfair. However, you know, the idea of innovation and education and sort of the crossover between the two is really what brings us here today. And I think that it's important for us to look at it from a number of different perspectives. Our panelists are going to introduce themselves, but they're each coming at it from a different angle, and I think that's the important piece. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then we're going to sort of dive right into the questions. Can you hear me? Nope, you're not on.
Hello, hello.
There you go.
There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Craig Davis. I am the regional lean leader for the Baltimore, DC Baltimore office for DPR. A little bit about me. I've been in construction about 32 years. I came to DPR about 15 years ago, started my lean journey, anyway, just off of LCI, Lean Construction Institute last week, so all pumped up about that. But started my lean journey, about 18 years ago, just why is construction, if anybody's seen productivity in construction, that the US labor statistic, the graph goes down, and whereas all the other industries go up. And I've always asked myself, maybe Thibaut is was an inspiration before I knew it. It was why do we do that? How do we get better? How do we improve ourselves? And so I naturally migrated to the whole lean component, so with innovation. And so anyway.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elise Corson. Nice to meet you. I am originally from Seattle. I came to Baltimore to go to Johns Hopkins about 14 years ago, so I guess I just dated myself. And I never left. I love Baltimore now. I love hearing from our keynote speaker about that sense of pride, and so glad to join you today. The last 8 years of my career have been with Stanley Black & Decker, beginning on the product development side, starting in innovation and then going into power tool development and outdoor power tools. Most recently in a role is as Director of Business Development for our construction technology group. So looking into the data that we're ingesting and creating with our power tools and what to do with that to maximize the value proposition to our end users.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Ellie Giles, and I am the founder and CEO of a company called Virtual Apprentice. Virtual Apprentice builds training content to attract, train, and retain individuals in the trades. Our focus is on what we call the middle skills jobs, more than a high school diploma, less than a college degree. So we're really working on that sector as we're developing content. I have over 35 years in education and curriculum design, and then I went on to be the first CEO at Workforce Montgomery, which is the workforce development entity in Montgomery County, and really realized that there's so much funding going out, so much talent towards training, and yet we still have a skills gap. Why is that? So I thought, let's bring it into that virtual world.
Hello, my name is Mirek Skibniewski. I'm a professor of construction engineering and management here on campus in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering in the project management program. I've been involved with the construction technology research and development for the last 36 years, to be exact. My first attention and my first effort was in the functional design and development of robotics for construction, way back when. I'm an author of the first book published in the United States called Robotics in Civil Engineering. That was published way back when in 1988. And for the last 28 years, I'm an editor-in-chief of this particular journal. It's called Automation in Construction. And I'm pleased to say that as of this year, according to the Web of Science, it's the most prestigious civil engineering research and development journal in the world, according to Clairvet Analytics, which is a company that tracks all the scientific publications. And I'm glad to know that construction research is finally getting attention that it deserves. I'm also past president of the International Association for Automation and Robotics in Construction.
Wow, I feel a little intimidated. So we know construction is not the same as it was. I started working 35 years ago, wow, it's a long time. Construction is not the same as it was when I first started. It's not the same as it was 20 years ago, but I don't necessarily know that we should necessarily equate change and innovation. So I guess the first question for the panel is, what does innovation really look like, and what does it mean to you within the context of the work that you're doing? Sure.
That's a big question. There's so many aspects of innovation within construction. It could be within a process. It can be from the robotic side. I think most people, when they think of innovation in construction, think of a lot of the computer processes, whether it's BIM or scanning, and the big progress that has been made there. I personally see a big push going into the AI market relative to what that technology can do that will help us merge a lot of the siloed pieces of construction that we have right now, where it's the data that's over here with the what needs to go into the field. So whether that's blending your model with all your specs and drawings, and so that you have it all together. So quick answer.
Yeah, for me, what comes to mind is everybody's new favorite buzzword right now is big data, Internet of Things. I think we can all agree there's no lack of data out there, but from the perspective of a tool manufacturer, it's not enough anymore to ask people if they want data. Everyone will tell you yes, but when you ask what they're going to do with that data, it's a little bit more unclear. And for that reason, it's really been a privilege of the top biggest contractors who have a whole team of software developers to make sense of that data and make it meaningful. And I think us as an industry, the next round of innovation is going to be making that data more actionable. Another buzzword that's going around is prescriptive analytics. So not predictive, but prescriptive, telling you what to do about this data. While it's been a privilege of the big companies so far, data is quickly becoming democratized. There's a metaphor that I use so often that I keep this comic on my desktop so I can screen share it during a meeting. And it's a bunch of people pushing a cart on square wheels, and somebody's holding a round wheel. And they said, hey, do you want this? And everyone goes, no, 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 we don't have time. And that tends to be how some people think about construction technology. I don't have time, I don't have money for that software. I would argue that you don't have time to not consider it anymore. And I'll leave you with this long-winded answer with one concrete example, and it's literally concrete. Concrete sensors and connected anchors have been around for a few years. There's a value proposition there. But the next step and the next true innovation is going to be upstream and downstream integration. So imagine that now you know, not only do you have that data, if you're not familiar with, these are sensors, strain gauges, and temperature that communicate to a local network or the cloud. Not only do you have that data, but you know where that sensor is, and you know where it is relative to your model, your BIM or your Revit model. And then you take it one step further, and you know where that data exists relative to the design and relative to your schedule. So if your concrete slab is going to be done curing 10 hours ahead of schedule, you can call in your next round of subs and be 10 hours ahead of schedule, and I don't need to tell you how valuable that is. And so I think the onus is really on all of these companies creating all this data to make it make sense and communicate that value proposition to our contractors. And I'm really excited to see where that goes.
So I'm going to just piggyback on some of the things you're saying. So what is innovation is what the question is. So I'm going to tell you what it's not. Innovation is not doing something just because. It answers a question. That's what innovation does. We have an inefficiency and we want to fix that inefficiency. That's when innovation comes along. There's a lot of stuff that's come along that hasn't gone anywhere because it didn't answer a problem. So we look at apprenticeships, which is a great model, and nothing's going to replace that opportunity to be in the field and have somebody who really is an expert at it stand next to them. But there are things to do to build competencies faster so that when we get people in, they've mitigated their risk, they're not utilizing materials that are consumable, and still come out as highly competent as they would be working with a master in their field. So I look at innovation as a way of answering and solving a problem, not just to be there. And that's not how I would answer it.
I couldn't agree more. I also believe that innovation is asking the right questions. There's a lot of interesting questions you can ask, a lot of challenging questions, but the ones that everybody's losing sleep over, you cannot wait until you get the answers to this question, to these particular questions. And in the process, you generate new knowledge that didn't exist before. And you put that knowledge into practical use. Once you do that, then you can make a big difference for the construction industry. Everybody knows about this paradigm called Construction 4.0, where we try to harness the power of various technologies, AI, sensor-based systems, of course, automation, robotics, but there are newcomers to this realm. And it's, for example, blockchain technology. That's the engine behind cryptocurrencies that is now being tried in the application of so-called smart contracts. There's very little knowledge in the construction industry about what that really means, what kind of revolution it can create, the way that we manage contracts for design and construction, and what are the implications for construction integration. We just wrote part of a book focused on Construction 4.0 that talks about the integration of blockchain technology and BIM, Building Information Models. What are the implications of that? I just got back from a trip to 3 different countries, Portugal, Norway, and Turkey, and we talked about the new paradigm called Construction 5.0. And 5.0 is using all the power of Construction 4.0 and focusing on particular objectives that 4.0 did not tackle so far, and that's sustainability and resilience. And this is a very exciting topic to a lot of people in the industry, but very little is known about. So innovation is really putting these ideas together in service of these objectives that are really important for our industry.
So Craig, you had mentioned the graph, and we had a call earlier this week, the productivity graph post-World War II. And construction is basically a flat line. It even dips down a little bit.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we are very much a people industry, and we want to focus on productivity. Can you share an opinion as to why that has happened, and perhaps 1 or 2 things that we can start to think about in terms of bending the curve?
Gosh, there's a loaded question.
I only ask the hard ones.
For one, I don't want to get into we have a skills gap. We've all kind of talked about that, where there's less people going into the industry than we need. We need skilled people. And if you've ever met Mike Rowe or seen what he's got a great thing on the skills gap. I'll just leave him speak for me on that one. I think when it comes to innovation, and we were talking it as a panel, one of the things that we see coming up is a robot's not going to replace a human right away. There's going to be an intermediate step. There's going to be a need for somebody to service the robot or help that robot assist the construction side, and there's going to be a need for that worker to join the workplace along with the plumber and the electrician as well. So there's that part of it too. And then just even piggyback what Thibaut was saying about, I think as a whole, just how we approach the learning, how we're teaching and getting those people into the workplace, the whole education system. I think we really need to look at how we're doing that, because from my experience, everybody wants to go into the programming of there's for some reason it's more valuable to be the programmer than it is the plumber or the technician. And how do we not glorify that, but how do we say they're on the same plane, and there's value in this just as much as there is in this, because we all need it. We all need it to survive.
So I'm going to throw it to Ellie, because Ellie is you come at it from an education perspective, and you've made the transition from education into sort of the commercial world of bringing an application to the industry. How do we start to bridge that education skills gap?
So, I mean, I think it starts by talking about what is individual's purpose, for our previous speaker. So when I meet with young folks and people who are just beginning to get into their career, they really do want to add value. That's really what their motivation is. Very rarely do I hear, I want to be rich. I want to tell you, you think money is the motivator, but it's not. They want to add value. And so I think where it starts is to show how all of the careers in the trades do add value. They are the unsung heroes, and we know that. And so I think that's where we start, is by helping people find that purpose and understanding there's a lot of myths that circulate around the trades, unfortunately, and we've got to break those myths. And so that's one of the reasons why we started looking at what was cool technology that would have a young person get in there and try it and say, this is awesome. And that's why we went into utilizing the virtual. We talked earlier, the speaker before, about how education is not really reaching kids. That's really why I went into bringing in this innovation. I wasn't able to reach kids by telling them, look at this, go to this career fair, see what this is all about, talk to a master mechanic, a master tradesman, a journeyman, talk to them and find out how cool their job is. they weren't willing to invest that. They needed to learn by doing and experiencing it. So that's really how I came into that transition, understanding what a learner needs and what the processing is, understanding the demands of the workforce after running a workforce development board. I needed to merge those two skills together.
And Elise, you come at this from sort of the tool perspective, right? So when you start to think about it from that angle, right? How do we start to not do the same things over and over again, and not make changes just for the sake of change, but for the purpose of moving the industry forward, whether it's from a productivity perspective or higher use or something along those lines?
Yeah, that was louder. I really appreciate the question. I think, is that just me? So the opportunity to improve productivity from power tools is what I've been living and breathing for the last 8 years, right? It's how do we make people's jobs easier? How do we make them faster? The most recent focus has been on tracking of those tools. If you work with somebody, or if you work in a company that owns your own tools or rents them out to your people, and you haven't asked recently how much time they spend walking around the job site looking for lost tools, or if you haven't looked into your budget as to how many lost tools you've replaced and then they get found a few weeks later, you should probably go in and do that audit. That's been, I think, one of the major opportunities for productivity in the space. There's a lot of solutions out there between Bluetooth, RFID, good old barcodes, and a lot of software platforms. And I'll leave you to choose those best solutions, but if you have questions, feel free to ask me. And there's so much opportunity to making sure that the right tool is in the right place at the right time, optimizing the location of your tool crib, being able to go and recover those tools. The technology is still developing. It's still a lot of manual labor right now. Again, it's the square wheel and the round wheel. It takes some investment to get it up and running. I've heard folks tell me they don't have the resources to hire a full-time tool crib manager, but you've got somebody trying to do it off the side of their desk, and they're spending half the day on the phone with a foreman trying to track down if the tool ever arrived at the job site. And if you would have just ponied up to begin with, then you would know exactly where that tool is. And so I would just challenge everybody to go out and do your own, ROI calculations and figure out what it means to you. And if that bar is still too high today, we're going to see technology costs continue to decrease, and some of those are going to become a lot more affordable moving forward.
Great. And Professor, you've been in this field for a very long time, and we've heard a lot about different career paths, and you get a certain group that are coming through a collegiate path into the construction industry. How have you seen the approach to teaching them change, and where are we missing some of the mark on those people who are coming out of those programs?
Oh, that's a wonderful question, and if I had the whole day, I could probably elaborate on the subject. But in a nutshell, from the academic perspective, construction education in highly prestigious research-intense universities, such as this campus, in my humble opinion, does not get adequate attention and adequate prestige. And there are a couple of reasons for it. One is most other branches of industry that are associated with various technical specialties in the engineering school, in the Clark School of Engineering here on campus, enjoy a tremendous amount of collaboration with corporations, with companies. This is not the case when it comes to construction education and research. Construction companies, historically, traditionally, have done very little, next to nothing, in terms of investing in research and development, which is absolutely necessary for teachers, for faculty, to flourish in an academic environment. So hence my appeal to those of you who can be in a decision-making mode as to whether to invest or not to invest in construction innovation on university campuses where we educate the new generation that will enter the workforce in the construction industry. So in an academic environment such as ours here, teachers are not allowed, are not even permitted to simply regurgitate old knowledge that has been created elsewhere and imparting it on students. Teachers in the construction, engineering, and management programs must be also active in creating new knowledge and then imparting this, transferring that knowledge to the classroom. In order to create new knowledge, we need the resources, and those resources are then used very creatively to support this research, support the new generation of researchers and developers who will come up with new technologies and new technical solutions that will be in turn transferred to industry. So we need to do that, and we need to make sure that the construction education gets the recognition that it needs. To give you an example, the largest benefactor to this university campus that has donated hundreds of millions of dollars to various causes at this university has made his money in the construction business. I think you know whom I'm talking about. Yet, the fact that this is really a construction tycoon, bless his soul, he's passed away, of course, is never ever mentioned in the context of philanthropic giving and in the context of support of research and development at this university. All the attention is being given to nanotechnologies, biotechnologies, anything that has to do with healthcare, systems delivery, whatever else, except construction. Construction is never mentioned. This got to change in order for us to move forward to make a qualitative and quantitative change in how we deliver construction education. So traditionally, construction has had this low-tech image. We're trying to change that through a variety of avenues, and attracting young generation to construction education has to be done through research and development. Young people really get hooked up on applications of new technologies. There's a lot of show and tell. I teach a class on construction automation and robotics for University of Maryland students. And we get students, in fact, a lot of students actually join the class online because they're in other parts of the country. Some are in California, some are in Canada, some are even as far away as Japan or Dubai, you name it. They're all over the place. We get military officers also join this particular course. And it's really through educational efforts like that that are propelled by research and development that we do ourselves here on this campus, that the transformative change is taking place.
I just want to add, construction is part of STEM. And that's the other piece of it. Nobody thinks of construction as part of STEM, it's part of STEM.
Absolutely.
Amen. So I know we've heard a lot today about recruiting people into the industry, getting upstream, trying to capture students' interest as early as middle school and into high school, and some of those approaches. I will throw this out to anybody who wants to offer an opinion about your thoughts on innovative approaches to recruiting talent and how do we consider the practicality of transferable skills from other industries? Anybody can?
I can actually reverse this question because traditionally, it was the construction industry that was the recipient of innovative technologies from automotive industry, from nuclear power industry, Air Force, military applications that trickled down to the construction business. Anything that runs GPS-based location systems. Actually, the GPS, I don't know how many of you realize or remember that was developed here in Maryland at the Applied Physics Laboratory in Clarksville in the 1960s. Initially for US Navy applications. And imagine your mobile phone or your car without the GPS. it makes your job so much more difficult. So imagine this, we in construction are in the business of creating a perfect prototype first time around. We are not allowed, we're not permitted second chances. The building that we are creating in the design process and then through construction and then we operate that building has to be perfect first time around. The automotive industry goes through 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different versions of the prototype before that car is put into mass production. And then you have recalls because they made mistakes. In construction, we have mastered to perfection the production of a perfect prototype first time around. Now that knowledge is very valuable and it could be transferred to other branches of industry. That would boost our image as a high-tech industry. And this has never happened. This has hardly ever been talked about. Of course, we've benefited through a lot of technologies that were transferred to construction. One of these pictures here is from Boston Dynamics. I'm sure most everybody has seen those cool videos of the Spot robot and other robots making saltos and flip-flops through all sorts of videos that you can find on the internet. There are construction companies, I'm not sure if DPR is one of them, that's experimenting with Spot robot, carrying tools and actually surveying construction sites. There are many applications like that. Before the pandemic, I traveled to China a lot. The Chinese construction industry is now by far larger than ours here in the US. Just one number that sticks in my head, the mileage of high-speed rail in China is 10 times bigger than in Japan at this point in time. And the infrastructure that they've put together over the last 10, 15 years puts the rest of the world to shame. So there is a lot of opportunities for technology transfer, but construction companies are almost completely absent from all these events that creatively talk about generating new solutions for the construction industry using high-tech innovation. And just to give you an example, I'm a chairman of the scientific committee of a conference called the Creative Construction Conference. We've been trying to attract Bob Ajdukovic, who was the previous leader of this organization, has actually traveled to one of these conferences with us, and he saw with his own eyes as to what wonderful ideas can come up with in the course of discussions between academics and industry practitioners in relaxed settings, such as those conferences. We have an annual international symposium on automation and robotics in construction that started in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania way back when in 1984, and it runs annually. And yet almost nobody in the construction industry in the United States is interested in participating in those events. There are lots of conferences like that. Anyone who's interested, please let me know. I'll send you a long list of things that you can do. You can actually go to beautiful places in the world, combine that with vacation, take your family, and be inspired with new ideas, what you can do when you come back home and come back to your office and brainstorm on what the technology can really do for your company.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I have a challenge for everyone. So we have a situation in Ukraine. Eventually, we're going to have to rebuild Ukraine. How are we going to do that with supply chain problems, with the weather being so terrible? There are some big hurdles that's going to happen when it's time for Ukraine to be rebuilt. So we were looking at transfers of skills and the creativity. Think of all those kinds of challenges that are happening as we're looking at that situation. You guys do that every day. I think that's what happens is we have to think, here's a building, here's a different foundation, you come up with the solution. Let's take a look at it from that perspective. I serve on a committee with NIST that is being charged with coming up with ideas on when to be ready for the infrastructure when that time comes to help with the rebuild. And right now, all the discussion is on 3D printers, taking everything that's been blown up, feed it back into a 3D printer to make it into usable construction materials. So, these are the kinds of things that when you talk about transfer and attract, I think looking at it from that problem-solving, creative response and not at the lockstep of what it is to build something, but what it is to build something within that big picture really helps.
Speaking of 3D printing, there are about half a dozen companies here in the United States that are pursuing this technology very actively. There is even a conference that is organized exclusively on the topic of 3D printing in construction. Chinese companies, many European companies are extremely active in the area. Anyone interested? I have an hour-long presentation on what the technology can do, and I encourage you to find out more.
Gosh, this is such a big topic. Let me start with, yes, we do mess around with robotics. We've messed around with exoskeletons for almost like, if those of you are familiar with the Aliens, when Sigourney Weaver gets into that robot and starts picking things up. There are exoskeletons that are out there that help the worker, help them pick up as much as 800 pounds by themselves. There's mechanically assisted, there's ergonomically assisted. When I first came to DPR, we were messing around with what we called it Laybot at the time, but now it's commercially out as Dusty. At the time, interestingly enough, we had all the technology to do what we needed to do. Where we really got what stumped on was how do we put the mark on the floor and not have the Sharpie run out. That was really the big problem with how to mark. It was how to mark the floor. It was not how to lay the layout out. It was, so you start getting into it. Innovation opens so many other doors. From a lean perspective, for me, I think a lot of it really is getting back to how do we get people in, is how do we groom that, and this goes bigger into the whole education. How do we cultivate that desire to learn? I don't, sometimes when I get an engineer, I don't care whether they're a history major or English major or engineering major. If they have the desire to learn, I can teach them anything. The world's their oyster. They can end up going into structures. They can go into robotics. They can go into laser scanning. But how do we cultivate that need to learn, that want to learn, that passion, and then let them be their own kind of person, and let that I think that's kind of the bigger question, and it's a BHAG, if you will. So I don't know if I really answered the question.
Well, I guess so. I'll throw it out as a follow-up. If we're looking to, right, we know there's going to be a deficit in labor. No matter how much innovation we bring in, no matter how much technology we bring in, we know there's still going to be a deficit of labor. How do we get beyond the four corners of a resume or a job description and start to say, right, we don't need X, Y, and Z, but we need critically these skills? I may have stumped the panel here.
How do we do that? There are creative solutions that one can apply, and that doesn't speak directly to needs of a particular project, but as far as development of a technology, I remember years ago when I was a graduate student at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, we were working on legged locomotion for construction machinery and equipment, and we didn't know much about legged locomotion. We knew about tracked locomotion, wheel locomotions, those omnidirectional wheels that make the machine go sideways or in any direction you want. But when we wanted to learn about legged locomotion, we hired an entomologist who was a specialist in cockroaches. It turns out that the cockroach has the most efficient legged locomotion biologically developed solution, of course, through millions of years of evolution. A cockroach can lose half of its legs and still run as fast as it does with all of its legs. So how do we take advantage of that knowledge that nature has already put on the silver table for us? Go take it, use it. We just completely ignored it over the years. So sometimes the solutions to problems that we face are available from maybe very surprising sources. I worked at one time with colleagues at Harvard who were interested in swarm intelligence, and they were experimenting with micro-robotics, trying to mimic the way that termites build their hives. And how do they do that? Termites, a single termite is not a very intelligent creature, but as a group, they exhibit levels of intelligence that surpass intelligence of most of mammals, not humans, of course, but most of other mammals. And what are the lessons learned that we can derive from swarm intelligence in the way that we build our own structures? It turns out that creatures such as those insects, they bypass the design process. Nobody worries about design. One elementary motion leads to another. The next creature knows what to do. And all of a sudden, before you know, the structure is built. Are there any implications for us as humans, the way that we conduct our own projects? Nobody knows yet, but at least it's an intriguing thought that inspires new directions of thinking.
I'd love to provide a very ground level perspective on this. So I've been very deliberate with my word choice today. I said I spent the last 8 years working at Stanley Black & Decker. I'm currently in the very exciting part of my career where all of the opportunities exist in front of me. And anybody who's smiling knows what I'm talking about. I'm on the job search. And let me tell you, very functionally, I've had the privilege of having a large network and talking to a lot of hiring managers who have really cool openings. But you go online and you look for those listings and they're not even sure what the requisition number is. They're not even sure which job description it is because they're all so generic. I don't know which of those positions is mine, and none of them sound like the thing that was described to me on the phone. And so just being very pragmatic about what training do you need to have, and what would you like to have, and what are you willing to provide? Because you might be missing candidates who don't already have that training, but maybe you're willing to give it to them, and just putting it plainly on paper. I've hired many people, and I've gotten a lot of those emails of, hey, I'm not sure where we're at in the process, where are we? And now I'm experiencing it from the outside, and sure enough, it's a giant black box. So if we're talking about recruitment, first of all, you can start by hiring me, and then you can go on and make sure all your job descriptions are as attractive as possible.
So I guess the natural follow-up is, have we allowed technology to make us less open to bringing people into the industry? Right, I haven't had to send in a resume for quite a while. If you send in a resume now, it's like it's a computer that scans your resume for keywords. Now, if I want somebody to work on my project, I don't need keywords. I need to know, can they actually do the job, right? So the question is, have we gone over the edge in terms of using technology to try and make it easier to find people?
So it's a great question. So I really believe that when we look at technology and the uses of it, to have something for a keyword as a way of scanning out, step one, not end step. So I think what you need to do is look at how technology is going to deal with within the process. Earlier you asked about the four corners of a resume. A resume is your journey. It is not your final destination. So I think that's what we really have to help kids. So they did, when I was growing up, and I'm a lot older than everybody in this room, I can tell you, we used to do the career ladder. There's no such thing. There's a career lattice, you move from place to place to place, you continue to grow. I did the same thing growing. I've been a teacher, I've been the head of economic development, I've been the head of workforce development, and then at a very advanced age, I won't tell you my age, I started my own company. So that is a journey, and that's the exciting part about workforce and growing. And so I think we've just got to get away from that paradigm that it is a destination. It's never a destination.
Did you want to say something?
I was going to say, I really appreciate summer internships, or when we go into the high schools to really kind of talk about getting future either superintendents or field engineers, or even some of the people that help out with the on the accounting side, and just let them see that there is something. Construction is much more than the guy in the backhoe digging the ditch, right? There are so many opportunities within it, and it's not just you're going to be dirty every day, right? There's an insurance side to it. There's an accounting side to it. There's a marketing side to it. There's an engineering side to it. There's so much more that's there. I think we've kind of maybe dovetailing into you. I'd love to see a lot more apprenticeship kind of things come together, because I think that's really the other byproduct of that is you get to really see the individual. It's not, the resume is just a one snapshot in time, but if you've got a 5-week program where you can do a summer internship with somebody, not only do they get to know you as a company, you get to know them as a person, and then you can the world's your oyster. You can really develop anybody from that point moving forward.
So here's, and I'm going to direct this question to Elise, because you had mentioned you worked for Stanley Black & Decker. I'm old enough to remember when there was a Stanley and a Black & Decker. So we've seen a lot of consolidation in the industry, whether that is firms doing the work, whether that is tool manufacturers, right? A lot of consolidation, firms getting bigger. Can you offer an opinion on, does that stymie innovation in any ways?
Yeah, you can tell how long someone's lived in Baltimore if they say Black & Decker or Stanley Black & Decker, pre-merger, after merger. Yeah, so it's interesting from a mechanical engineering perspective. I find it fascinating because the world really opens up in terms of the different price points, how much money you have to spend on this product and the different features, and leveraging those across your brand. So I would say in terms of innovation, it has certainly opened up a lot of doors when you can share IP across different brands. And in case you're not familiar, Stanley Black & Decker, it's not just those two brands, but it's DeWalt and Porter Cable and Bostitch and Proto and Mac and Craftsman and MTD and Cub Cadet, and I don't need to go on, right? And I've had so many fascinating calls with people in oil and gas in Portland about a new sensor technology that we can use in our nailers. And so there's a lot of benefit to that, and the customer gets a better product. Now, where you see a little bit of a bottleneck is at distribution, because 9 times out of 10, the tool that somebody's going to buy is the one that's on the shelf. And we really haven't seen the same revolution in technology at the distribution layer. I'm not going to say any names, but you walk into any given tool place, and mostly you're limited to the selection you see there in front of you. There's no e-com, there's no comparison across tools, and people don't very frequently reevaluate their tool purchasing programs to really know what is effective. And these new robotics and other categories of technologies that haven't traditionally come from your top 5 tool manufacturers are upsetting that a little bit, right, in the way that we sell to the end users. But I would say that overall it's a good thing for the consumer, being able to leverage that technology, but that you just have to be careful, and you have to be very proactive at the distribution level to make sure that you're really making the best use of the technology that is available.
Craig, I'll sort of follow up with you a little bit, right? So you're on the implementation side, right? And from your experience, right, you and I have been in the industry probably about the same amount of time. What's your view on things in terms of companies getting bigger and them becoming more difficult to introduce innovation?
It's either that or they get stuck in one avenue where companies merge and then they stick to what more people in the company are doing, right? It becomes a monetary proposition because the company can't sustain doing two different things. It's kind of tough. One of the struggles we have at DPR, we have a mantra that's called Ever Forward, right? And so we are usually one of the first contractors to embrace something new that's out there. That comes with a price tag. Not everybody can do that. It also comes to the benefit because we can become more flexible, and we can ride that first wave and see where we're going to go relative to where it goes from there. Your average $7 million a year general contracting firm can't do that. They can't go into and have those conversations with Autodesk and say, here's what we want to do it. I was on a phone call with Oracle, and they're in the process of P6 is Primavera, and they're in a process of revamping Primavera to put in a last planner program, which is a lean pool planning module. And I had been talking to them. Okay, well, that's cool. What are you doing about tact planning? And they were stumped because they're so big they can't move out of their own way. So they can only produce at that. They can only innovate at that track level. You can't become, when you're that big, you're not flexible. So the question is how do you grow and still be flexible? It is kind of it is a paradox, and I don't know the answer to it. And I know it's something that companies, whatever level it is, struggle with, and on how you do that. How much money should I put into my computer system this year, or how much money should I be training my guys to do this year so that it hits that bell curve for me to hit to maximize my profits or my company.
Yeah, I can add to that. When before my my move to the University of Maryland, I spent 20 years at Purdue, and at Purdue we had a slightly different model of educating future workforce for the construction industry. At Purdue, they admit the student into a construction engineering and management program only when the student receives a sponsorship for a period of 4 years by a particular construction firm. And that firm becomes the sponsor of all consecutive summer internships, 30 weeks in total, every summer for 10 weeks. And the student actually goes through different departments in the company, learns the ropes in various aspects of the construction business. At Maryland, and in some other institutions here on the East Coast, there is a slightly different approach. We tend to stay away from educating students in particular tools, whether being P6, that was, of course, Primavera was acquired by Oracle, but Tekla was acquired by Trimble. Trimble actually grew by leaps and bounds through mergers and acquisitions as well. There was a point in time they were buying up about 20 companies per year. Kind of integrating upstream and downstream activities. We see that sea of change in the industry, in the technology, that we no longer want to train students in particular tools, because tools come and go. Eventually, a tool that is very hot today is going to become obsolete within 5 years or so. So we'd rather focus on problem-solving skills, on communication skills. So we give those generic tools to students who become very quick learners once they come to the reality of a job site. So we'd rather do that and turn over a student like that, a graduate, to a company, and assure the company that this particular young person is going to be a quick learner. So whatever you want him or her to learn, they're going to do it very quickly. And they will lead the innovation for you because they've developed critical thinking skills.
Yeah, I would agree. Having somebody be able to pick up the phone and talk to somebody and say, "This is my problem. Help me out. How do you figure it out?" is a much better skill than I can drive P6, right?
Or I can send a text message.
Exactly.
or email.
Exactly.
Ellie, I'm going to direct this to you because we all work with and for organizations that maybe are a little resistant to adopt new approaches, right? You've got a new approach. What's the story you think that organization or the people you're dealing with are telling themselves that is creating that resistance?
So I can only tell from my experiences when I started with Virtual Apprentice, but we started I was haunted with this idea. You know, as a speaker before said, you couldn't stop thinking about it. That was the same thing for me. I thought, I've got to bring technology into training. So I made the courageous decision of just quitting my job on the March of 2020. And then the world shut down, right? So I started this company, so excited, and then we had COVID. So my big joke is, instead of having a soft launch, we had a cough launch. But see, then I couldn't get people to put this on their face. Who's gonna put a goggle on their face during the middle of COVID? So I really had to do a listening tour, and it was such a gift to me. Where are your pain points? Let me program for your pain points. And I did realize when I started that what advantage COVID would be, but not only did I hear where the pain points were in training and what kinds of competencies they were looking for, and the critical thinking skills and the practicality, but also what kind of data shows that you're competent. Everybody had a different answer to that. So being able to build in different measurements into the VR to address people's pain points was really critical for me. So I think what we have to do is to have somebody build innovation is you really have to show that this is going to be a benefit to them. And the way you show it being a benefit to them is that we only do customized work. We meet each client where their needs are. And I think that makes a big difference. Not to plug my company, but.
No, not at all. So I know we have just a couple more minutes, and I want to leave a few minutes for some questions. And I'm going to ask you to be brief on this answer, because it's a very big question. What does the future look like for us? Anybody can go.
I'm going to say robots, and then I'll just leave.
Augmented reality.
Yeah, I think, we start with the word infrastructure, right? That is what the future holds for us. It is the focus now. Everything we talk about is in supporting infrastructure. How do we support infrastructure? Let's take a look at the technology and how does that fit into the puzzle.
Building extraterrestrial structures on the moon and Mars, especially on the moon, using robots and 3D printers to bring helium-3 to Earth as an extremely efficient and perfectly clean fuel that's going to solve the energy problem for the rest of the world.
Okay. So, is there something?
No, I was going to add, just real quick, if you hadn't seen, everybody knows Elon Musk bought Twitter. But the day that he put the first offer out there, he was on a TED Talk with in Vancouver. And he said something that blew my mind to kind of say, he does not look at Tesla as an automobile company. He sees Tesla as an AI company, right? And when you understand that it's all about the software, that's what Elon is all about, you can kind of see where he's headed. As one of the leaders in our world, right? And it's not about Tesla and SpaceX are little hobby farms for him. It's about the software and what it's going to go into next. So anyway, that's why I said robots.
Okay. Any questions? We have a couple minutes left. Yeah.
I am an apprentice right now. I'm currently going through ABC apprenticeship, and there's been a lot of talk about education for construction and wanting to kind of shed more light on the education for construction. But I'm curious if there's any effort to try and improve upon some of the programs that we have. As someone who's going through the apprenticeship right now, and I also got a Bachelor of Science and biology from Towson, and I used to be a middle school science teacher. I can really see a lot of the disparities in the programs, and I have ideas for how to improve that. But I think part of the reason why we might have a problem with construction education not being respected is because I don't know if some of our apprenticeship programs are quite as beefy as they claim to be.
I forgot to mention that I was on the board at ABC in Baltimore for about 9 years. And Mike's not here to jump in. That space that you're being trained in has been a big dream for a lot of us for a long time. And we're not done yet. There's such a gap there that we need to fill for training our folks. For whatever reason, the world's given up on VOTech and that skills gap kind of thing. And I don't know that I can answer your question other than just say I applaud you. And it's such a need. Again, it kind of goes back to, I really think the challenge is as we go into how do we educate our future kids, and I struggle with my kids, is how do you, again, get back to that knowledge of learning. It could be whether it's nursing, whether it's electrical, whether it's how does an elevator work, or just riding, how does a backhoe work? Getting that passion for learning I think is the biggest thing you can cultivate. The rest of it, we have the luxury of this thing called the internet, and there's so much more there that you can broaden your skills with. But really cultivating that part of it, I think, is really important. So anyway.
So I'm just going to answer that from an educator, teacher to teacher. We know when you learn, there's 3 phases: acquisition, application, generalization. And when we teach, we try to teach to all of that. You get the information, you practice the information, and you apply the information. We need to move away from the acquisition. We need to move away right away. It's a button away, as you were saying, and really start to emphasize the application and generalization. And that's where I think we need to move, especially in apprenticeships.
And that also reflects a new educational approach in some institutions, including some of my own classes, where we talk about so-called flipped classroom, where students actually acquire the material, the knowledge themselves, they share it among themselves, and the student becomes a teacher at the same time as he or she is learning the new skills and new information. If I heard you right, you got a degree in biology. I commend you for moving into construction. I know one person that has degrees in fields that are far away from construction, in law, in history, and in medicine, and that person has become a tycoon in the construction industry and has every construction innovation award that there exists. And recently he was honored in DC by American Society of Civil Engineers for being the champion of technology transfer from research and development to industry practice. One of the inventions that he made was circular reinforcement for reinforced concrete columns, but there are many others. He has numerous awards in prefabrication, in automation of various aspects of the construction process. So the fact that you have a degree in an area that seems to be far away from construction is actually a very strong asset. I'd encourage you to actually talk to many of your peers with similar backgrounds to attract them to the construction industry, because you bring in a whole different perspective.
And the one thing I will add from my perspective is we probably don't lean heavily enough on topics like critical thinking, problem solving, communications, because you've got a biology degree. If you can think critically and you can solve problems, you've already demonstrated that you have the capacity to learn, right? I can bring you into construction and I can teach you what you need to. I can't teach you coming through the door how to think critically, right? But if you've acquired, right, if we're building that into our educational skill set, right, we can leverage individuals who can do those basic things. And I don't want to say that they're basic or that they're easy, but if we can leverage things like critical thinking and problem solving, we can bring tons of people into this industry because they can learn, they can figure out how to integrate, and you teach them the skills they need. And I think that's it.
All right. Thank you all for your insight into the future of our industry. We're now going to take a 12-minute break and join back up here at 2:30 for a quick presentation on gender disparity in the construction industry before we hit our last panel of the day. Okay. Before our next panel begins, we're going to hear from Paul Hickey. Equities in the construction industry, which was just published. And I'm thrilled that we're able to add him to the agenda with such short notice. As many of you may know, my passion lies in promoting careers in the built environment to women. And I personally never expected to have a career in the construction industry. I was a communications major with a minor in sociology, but here I am 22 years later. It definitely wasn't on my radar until I took my first job out of college with Whiting Turner. But as we all know, construction gets in your blood, and through my time spent in operations and volunteering with NEWIC, I began to see both the need for women and what was holding us back collectively as a gender. I've seen it in organizations like BGE that when you make things better for women in your company, you make it better for everyone. So when I read Paul's research, I was both giddy with not just the proof that women face inequities in the construction industry, but that there were concrete ways that companies can counteract those biases and be a place that women and everyone can thrive. So with that, Paul.
All right, thanks everybody. So, about gender diversity. So actually I'm a defense industry guy, grew up through a number of years in the industry. So construction is not my experience. Gender diversity certainly is not my background. But when I joined the project management program at University of Maryland, I'm going for a PhD. And I was talking to my advisor and he mentioned gender diversity, it hit. My wife, I watched her fight through 25 years in the industry, training the young guy who then became a manager and became a leader, and she ended up training the next generation and again and again and again. So she's the inspiration behind this. That's why I'm studying that. So I usually like to get that out of the way first because people wonder, why are you studying that? So this is the results from the first two phases of my research. I'm actually taking a few moments off here. So I'm avoiding writing my third paper right now because I have to get it to my committee by Monday. So bear with me if I seem a little nervous because I got that in the back of my head. So this is an academic study. So why is it important? Earlier today, you discussed the gap in the industry in terms of the workforce. Half of the population in the United States is basically being ignored. How can you achieve the levels that you need without even looking at half right off the bat? And the numbers that we found through the first two phases, the entire industry, first phase was 9.9% women in the entire industry, and then 10.9 in the second phase. Now, that's inclusive of non-engineering, finance, human resources, marketing, business development. And you'll see as we go through this, that the concentration of women in the engineering space is significantly lower. And it actually decreases the higher you rise in the organization. But I only have 15 minutes, so I'll start moving. Also, we talk about career paths in the second phase, which we'll touch on. And then the third phase that we're working on now, that I'm supposed to be writing up, we actually met with 20 women executives and conducted interviews to learn about their process and their career path and what they've experienced, good, bad, and different. And I will tell you this, some of those interviews, incredibly emotional. The experiences that the women have gone through, it really hit a chord. So I won't bore you with this. But the methodology and data, we were looking at the ENR Top 400, Engineering News Record. So these are the top 400 companies in the industry. So something to keep in mind, the data that you'll see is just for the top 400 companies. It does not include 401 all the way down. And as you'll see in one of the slides, the diversity decreases as the companies get smaller. So these numbers are the largest companies. Based on that, if you just project, it will get even worse and worse as you go down. So these are optimistic numbers, which is kind of frightening. All right. We also looked at those top 400 companies. The first phase we went through, we looked at the individual websites. This is what the companies are advertising as their leadership teams. We're not making this, we're not making a determination on which companies. We're not making a determination on which of the companies that are largest. We're not making a determination on what their leadership teams are. This is what they're reporting. Second, LinkedIn profiles and analyze this. Okay, so phase one. This is state of practice. Sorry, I'm a walker. I tend to walk. Hopefully you guys can you guys hear me? Sure. I hate being stationary. Hello? You got me? Okay, cool. So this is companies' percentage of engineering executives. The first phase was just the C-suite. Okay. Second phase, we go deeper into the organization, vice president and director, but this is just C-suite. Over 3/4 of the companies have 0 women engineers in their C-suite. 0. Not a token, 0. All right. Sorry, I know I'm on a time, so I'll keep moving. So I mentioned company size earlier. The larger companies have more diversity. So here, basically it's going from under 250 to over $1 billion. The smaller companies, 86% of them have no women in engineering positions. That improves to 68% when you get over $1 billion. I'm not saying that that's an improvement, but it is improving the numbers. So larger companies, which by the way, we've all talked about before, companies with diversity have better business outcomes. So an untested hypothesis that we've had, are those companies more diverse because they're larger, or are they larger because they're more diverse and therefore they have better business outcomes? We have not tested that, but that's a hypothesis that we have. Also here in orange, those companies have 2.4% women in the engineering roles. Again, this is just a C-suite. That, again, improves, almost doubles to 4.5% when you're over $1 billion. So again, those larger companies have the better diversity and better business outcomes. One of the things we wanted to look at as we subdivided the information is a public commitment to diversity. We define that as we hire women. Not the EEO, but they have an advertisement for International Women's Day. There's a diversity program. There's some type of commitment on their website that says, we're committed to diversity, not just gender diversity, just any kind of diversity. And what we found is those companies have more diversity. So a simple recommendation could be, if you're publicly stating to the universe, if you will, because this is on your website, we're committed to diversity, those companies are being more accountable and they're creating that. So that's just a simple recommendation that could be very easily implemented for any company. Then we also looked at green companies. And one thing that we found in this interview phase, again, this is the 20 women that we interviewed, a number of those women were in sustainable roles, whether it was a new role that was created, whether it was a role that had existed. But those companies that are in the green, and this, by the way, is the top 400 compared to the top 100 green. Again, all this is ENR companies. That was the basis for our entire analysis. But an untested hypothesis, are the green companies more attractive to women because of a greater empathy towards the earth and wanting to give back? Or is it because these organizations are relatively new and there's not a 100-year-old entrenched hierarchy that's already embedded? That's an untested hypothesis that we have. But a number of the women that we interviewed are in those operational roles that deal with green, environmental, water. So just an interesting thing that we found. So in summary, for the first phase, women comprise 50.8% of the US population. By the way, this is US based. But then we said, okay, what if we go back and take a look and see, are there enough women with prerequisite degrees in the industry for long enough time? Now, as was discussed in the earlier panel, you do not have to have a civil engineering degree to succeed in this industry. But are there enough women with civil and environmental engineering degrees over the past 24 years that would have enough time to rise through the ranks to these engineering roles? Why 24 years? We found a study that was not AEC specific, it was all industries across the United States, that said it took 24 years on average to rise to the C-suite. Fair enough. Some people do it faster, some take more time. But if you have these women that have these, again, civil engineering degree, not the only degree you need, rising through the ranks, 21.5%, which actually rose to 21.9% in the second phase, have civil engineering degree that are women graduate over that 24-year period. I was a little surprised that it was that high. I was an undergrad in mechanical at Maryland. So was my wife. She graduated before me, 5 seconds before me. She was HE, I was HI. Literally, she was walking off the stage as I was getting my diploma. And I asked her, I was like, I'm walking around the buildings now. There seem to be a lot more women in the building. She looked at me, she was like, there were 3 in mechanical. I said, well, how do you know there were 3? If you're one of 3, you know you're one of 3. Fair enough. But then, if you look at the industry, overall, intern to executive, engineering and non-engineering, again, marketing, finance, et cetera, it was 9.9% women. That actually increased to 10.9% in our second phase. But then if you look at engineering executives, 3.9% women. The same sample was 25.2% non-engineering, finance, all those. And the reason we had looked at this, engineering and non-engineering, so comments that she had given me when she came home complaining about work, oh, they just hired a woman, she's an HR, and they put her on the board. So they could say they have somebody on the board. That was a driver behind why we wanted to look at it this way. So how do you go from 1 and 2 to 1 and 10? I'm sorry, to 1 and 5 to 1 and 10 to less than 1 and 25. All right, so that's the quick and dirty. Am I doing okay on time, or am I? She's giving me the eye. All right, so I'll go a little faster. So the second study, we did LinkedIn. Wanted to see, was there a career path difference between women and men? The short version, there absolutely is. By the way, how many minutes do I have left? 5? Okay, I'll go faster. Women change jobs more frequently. Actually, you know what? Tell you what, they have more career positions. And actually, let me go back to this. So here's an interesting thing we found. Oh, by the way, we cleaned the data. So you look at a profile on LinkedIn, you see Sally Jane, CEO, 40 years, and that's the entire profile. We cleaned all those out. We did a lot of statistical studies to make sure that these were accurate. Men, 1 in 4 reported one company their entire year. Women, 10%, 1 in 10. So if you're a woman, you probably need to move, change companies. If you're a man, you probably want to stay. And then you got to think about that as a company. How much talent are you losing? And how do you change your practices to make sure you keep those women? Not only attract them to begin with, but how do you keep them? And how do you grow? All right. Career positions, women have more career positions, more rungs on the corporate ladder. Again, I'm accelerating. I mentioned before the top 400. As you can see here, every single segment, no matter the revenue, women always had almost a full job on average more. Again, more rungs on the corporate ladder. So they have to work harder to get to the same spot. Education, more than half of women and less than 1/3 of men have graduate degrees in this sample. By the way, this sample was 2,857, only 422 were women, which reinforces the fact that women are underrepresented. Network size, women have a 14% larger network. I'm accelerating to the last slide. So here we go. Women have 56% more companies they work for, 19% more titles, again, more rungs on the ladder, 73% more graduate degrees, again, more than half compared to less than 1/3. 14% larger networks, and yet, despite working for more companies, having more titles, having more education, assembling a larger network, 83% less represented. So, there you go. Thanks, hope I didn't do, sorry, when I get talking, I get talking.
No, it's fine, thank you. That was years and years of research squished down to 15 minutes. But don't worry, you're going to get to ask him questions as he joins the panel. Yes, please. With that fresh on our brain, we're going to dive right into our DEI panel. I'm actually going to ask our board member, Mark Drury, to come up here to introduce our moderator, Dr. Montgomery.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Drury. Nobody wants to put numbers and dates. Recently retired after 26 years in the mechanical side at Shapiro and Duncan. MCCEI board member, chairman of the Montgomery County Workforce Development Board, and president of the DC Student Construction Trades Foundation. But I want to give you a brief story just to share, because there was discussion about lack of respect in the construction industry. And 22 years ago, I was invited to participate in an organization called MCPRE, which was the Montgomery County Business Roundtable for Education. And sitting in the first meeting, a high school principal, who I happen to know because he was mine when I was in high school, wanted to know why there was somebody from construction there. And people from construction are just, you know, why would you include them in an education forum? And before I could say anything, a gentleman named Chuck Sherman, who was an executive vice president for IBM, spoke up and he said, well, I can tell you one thing. You can thank them for putting a man on the moon. And I thought, what's he talking about? And he said, when President Kennedy got up in front of the nation and said, we will have a man on the moon before the end of this decade, and that was in 1961, the engineers and the leadership at NASA said, oh shit, what did he say? And they turned to IBM, who was their #1 consultant, and they asked IBM, how are we going to do this? And IBM put their heads together and they said, we need to find an industry that takes a big, hairy, audacious goal with a limited time frame and breaks it down into all the components that it takes to achieve that goal, and then gets it done. And they looked at construction, and they looked at the Gantt chart, and they looked at the Hoover Dam and the Empire State Building, and they ended up writing basically the curriculum for construction management and project management. And that was what entered into higher education in the early 70s, was what IBM wrote for NASA in the 60s, and what put a man on the moon. So, but I'm not here to tell you that. I'm here to introduce this panel, and I'm going to start out with our moderator, what's her name? Estelle Marie Montgomery, who I've known for the past almost 1.5 years now. Sort of fate brought us together, and when I met her, first thing she was telling me about this resilience hub she was building, this dream down in Deanwood in Northeast in Ward 7. And I'm a workforce development person. I'm a career-based education person. And so Our minds work well together, and we've collaborated on a couple different projects very successfully, developing workforce in construction. But she is, Estelle Marie's an executive level strategic business operations leader who wears many professional hats. And she's a specialist in the areas of global leadership development, organizational optimization, transformation and formation, cross-cultural effectiveness, and diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And as a DEIB practitioner, in collaboration, she works with New Point Strategies. She's worked at various educational institutions and organizations to tackle DEIB challenges by defining pathways to enable effective DEIB strategies and cultural transformation initiatives. So, Dr. Montgomery, I'll give you the microphone. Thank you.
How do I work the clicker? The forward, okay, thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. We have the pleasure of wrapping everything up and, energizing the room. Are you all ready for it? Okay, all right, okay, great. Before I let the panelists introduce themselves, I wanted to give a little story, and it has to do with my oldest daughter. My oldest daughter is a first-year PhD student at Stanford at the Aero-Astro Engineering Department. Impressive, right? Yeah. So when she was 5 years old, she announced to me that she will be the first human being on Mars. There was nothing that we ever talked about that would suggest that this would be her dream. Okay, so she's always been into space, NASA, astronauts, and so forth. So as good parents, we made sure we exposed her. She participated in robotics in 3rd, 4th grade. And then in 5th grade, she wasn't interested in robotics anymore. But okay, kids have interests and then they don't. I didn't think much about it. In high school, in middle school, we learned from her mathematics teacher who had taught maths for 30 years, that our daughter was one of 2 natural mathematicians she's ever encountered. And I said, okay, what do I do with that? So we knew she was mathematically inclined. The school had a build a plane after school club. We didn't know what it was. She wanted to build a plane, so she signed up for it. Well, that led her to become a solo pilot, student pilot. Okay. She goes on to undergrad. She is a physics student. I'm telling you all of these because you can imagine, as a parent, it's great to have an overachiever for a child, but you've got to keep up, right? And she's a girl. She is a girl. She lands at a top university overseas studying physics. And she calls me up one day. She says, Mama, I can't quite put my hands on it. She likes to label herself as neurodiverse, so you can imagine our conversations. But this curriculum is designed for boys. I said, what do you mean by that? She goes, I don't know. But we think differently, and it's designed for boys. That's okay. I'll make it through. She did. She knocked it out of the ballpark. She ended up at Stanford. And guess what I got to hear last week? She was seen as 2 breasts walking. She was groped. So Paul, yes, there is an underrepresentation, but even when you get there, the things that are happening behind the scenes, the insinuations, the structures that are in place that keep an environment not welcoming is not necessarily intentional. It's deeply embedded. And so we're going to talk about some of this, right? Okay. Just thought I'd share that. It's still a journey. Well, we have an amazing group here who are heavily committed to the two things that we've really been talking about today. One, that pipeline, how do you increase it? And then once you have a pipeline, how are you going to sustain it, right? So that's one theme that we've talked about. And the other is recognizing this whole thing about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So before I turn into my lecture nerd mode and share some slides, I wanted each of the panelists to just introduce themselves.
All right, I can start. Thank you. My name is Morgan Trainer. I'm representing Procore Technologies today. I'm proud to be a part of the panel today. Prior to joining Procore, I am a civil engineering undergrad. I am an MBA graduate. I worked for a large GC, Ryan Companies, top 30 ENR company. And during COVID, was a part of the Great Resignation and decided that the construction industry was maybe no longer something that I was going to be as passionate about as I was earlier on in my career. And I moved to the technology industry. Now, I say all that, but I'm still very much an advocate for women in construction, and I'm here to represent Procore and all of the really amazing, pieces that we're doing in the industry, not with just technology, but how we're helping to build through Habitat for Humanity, how we're helping to mentor through ACE mentorships, and how we're connecting with the local schools to ensure that our graduating students are technology proficient.
Thank you, Morgan. My name is Jolsna Thomas. I'm the president of the Rosedin Foundation, which is the 501c3 charitable arm of Rosedin Holdings, which also has under it Rosedin Electric as well as Modular Power Solutions. We're a large national electrical contractor, union contractor. I also sit on Rosedin's DE&I committee, which is a small committee, and we advise our executive team and kind of really take the bull by the horn in terms of trying to really create community. So we'll talk a little bit later about what we're doing with our employees, but also what we're doing with our community outside of the office, outside of the job site, in order to ensure that we're all working in harmony to really create areas for all of us to be able to be seen and to have a place at the table, because that is important. Because when you think about you look at our holding company, yeah, our board has some women. Our executives on Rosedin Electric, it's all male. You do have some female VPs, you have women in leadership, but that's still crux at that top layer. And that's where it's on the education side, I'm oh, we're very diverse. Our CEO does not have a degree. He graduated from the apprenticeship program. And you don't need to have a degree to run a $2.3 billion company. So it's recognizing that in this industry, what makes you you is what can lead you up to leadership.
Oh, here we go, loud. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Demanuel Sampson. You can call me Manny. I'm with Turner Construction. I've been in industry for about 10 years now, starting in operations, but currently in our community and citizenship department, leading that for the Mid-Atlantic region. So pretty much run up and down 95 all day, but it's great work. And I'm very happy to be a part of this panel, especially with a topic that really hits home for me personally. So I take great pride in being able to explore and do the work that's necessary professionally. I actually was born and raised in Maryland, Prince George's County, funny enough. Went to elementary school maybe 15 minutes from here. So, it's like a homecoming of sorts. But I think to my fellow panelists and their comments, the work is important. There's a lot of work to be done. I know Turner is looking to be in the forefront of those efforts, like a lot of our entities are, by making sure that we have the right programs in place, that we have the right people leading the charge, and ultimately making sure that we have everyone bought in on those efforts and those concepts. So looking forward to diving into that more this afternoon, and hopefully you all take something away from that. So thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Kristen Booker from Baltimore Gas and Electric. I'm on our corporate community impact team. I lead our workforce development programs. So BGE does a lot within our community with respect to investing in organizations And through workforce development, that's really where we focus on equity. How might we reach individuals in our underserved communities? So underserved defined in our organizations as individuals that have significantly or high unemployment rates, low income levels, large wealth gaps. How do we invest in those communities where individuals that find themselves in those situations are found and ensure that they have opportunity within our organization as well? So we'll dive into that a little bit more today, but I'm excited to be here with everyone.
Hi, Paul Hickey again. Not a construction guy. Basically, I was undergrad mechanical, MBA. I got a master's of engineering here at Maryland, and then came back again. As my wife told me at the time, you're only happy when you're miserable going to school. As far as my career went, pretty much progressed through the the corporate ranks, if you will. Within large corporations, effectively, I was CEO of a 60, CEO of 100, and CFO of a $200 million unit, so I can call BS on the other side of the table because that's the stuff I was trying to pull on that end. And now I'm really excited that our research is getting out there and really do not want this to be a PhD that sits on a shelf. Genuinely want to make change in the industry. So that's really our goal with this research, and excited to get it out there.
Wonderful. So had a discussion with the panelists in preparing for today, and they all agreed that it would be useful to just step back for a minute and make sure we're thinking about things, at least for this moment, in the same way. So I'm going to share some slides that focus on D, E, and I, with the belonging component associated with it. So as a practitioner, these are some of the things you come into an organization and you start to talk about, right? So actually, this is very awkward, so I'll take one of those. Thank you. All right, so you're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. What is that really? And I should mention, by the way, my PhD is in the neurosciences, so all about the neural networks that are laid, all of the impressions that are made, and how that also, more than you know, leads your behavior and thoughts about the world around you. So in the context of DEI, you have history to consider, you have culture to consider, and you have that individual. There's an intersectionality in all of that. So as I stand here in front of you, each one of you have your own very separate perception about who I may be as a person based on your own personal experience about someone like myself, perhaps, right? So, and what you may think is my history may not be my history, right? What you may think is my cultural background may be not as complete as you may imagine, right? And based on the introduction that Mark just gave, you have an idea about me as an individual. Could be right, could be wrong. That entity shows up in the professional setting. And in that professional setting, that entity, I'm going to call myself an entity, is trying to build trust or convey trust. It has to evaluate fellow colleagues, is in the process of recruiting, is in the process of, laying down expectations in terms of production and output and so forth, selecting folks for special projects, judging and evaluating, right? So all of that, and all of you have also heard about biases and so forth. That orange is really how you show up, how you're doing the things that you're doing. So when a company says we're committed to DEI, it's really saying they've lifted all of these layers, or at least in the process of lifting all of these layers, to look at DEI. So what is DEI? All right, so we know that diversity can cut across a whole lot of different areas. So you have the age, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexuality, socioeconomic class, education, training, and interest. And we're going to touch on all of these things in our discussion. This is my most favorite equity slide. And for those of you who have not seen this equity slide, it really hits home. Equity is about accessibility. How do you make something accessible to all? because not everyone is coming at an opportunity from equal footing or similar footing. So recognizing that and adjusting to that, and I forget who it was, about the Phillips screwdriver. I don't know where we went wrong in raising our children. My children, not the oldest one, but the younger one, I asked her about a Phillips screwdriver. She had no idea. Anyway, so not everyone is coming at something at the level you assume. So without making any assumptions, that's why we're also sharing these slides with everyone. And this is my most favorite part of this work. So you're including everyone. Okay, women are 50%. Let's get more women. Let's get more women. Right? Christine and I had a conversation. Let's get more women. So the behavior of a recruitment strategy, a selection, that's the behavior. Let's say your company is, has met its goal. And they do get a seat at the table. Do their opinions matter? How are you actually viewing them? What cultural transformation has taken place so that you are actually seen as equal? How are they being valued, cherished? And cherish is just another word for kindness and respect. So how is all of that being done? That's the human rapport part. That's the part where we all have to recognize our biases when we can and accept that we can't recognize our unconscious biases, that's why they're unconscious, but have the willingness to talk about it and have difficult conversations about this topic, because that's the only way an environment will become welcoming to women, recognize the value of each individual. So with that, I want to turn this off. How do I turn it off? There you go. Okay. All right. So each of your companies are doing amazing things. And so we're first going to start with a topic of the implementation of DEIB. Okay. It is the buzzword these days, right? Everyone has to have a DEIB statement, and I think sometimes the work in progress is not as appreciated. Why do you feel that your organizations are not just holding up a flag? What is sustainable about the DEIB initiatives that are taking place in your companies so that 10 years from now, it is actually part of the DNA of the company?
I can go ahead and start with that. Thanks for that intro and the education that we got there. One thing that I think we at Procore are doing an extremely great job at doing is we are educating our teams on where we're lacking. So we are not just glossing over the fact that we have goals, and we're not just doing unconscious bias, but we're coming back to the team and we're saying our representation is lacking on our team. And it's us as managers and as hiring managers to make sure that we are being authentic in how we are going to tackle this misrepresentation. So we had our sales engineering global offsite 2 weeks ago. We did unconscious bias for everyone. And then we reported our data and we compared our team, which is largely just a lack of women in leadership and a very large misrepresentation of people of color amongst our 100+ folks. And what we said is, these are underwhelming and they're not even at Procore standards. We are far below where even Procore as a company is. So our group is not representative of Procore's goals in general. And so we're not only going to do training, but we are going to be thoughtful about the way that we recruit. And we're going to be thoughtful about the way that we promote. And just facing that reality and admitting that as managers, we are not We are not creating a team that is inclusive and that is as belonging as it needs to be is step one or maybe step 5, but there are a lot of steps to go in order to get to where we need to be. And we have said to our teammates that we're committed to taking those steps. One very practical step, and this sounds so silly, but when you think of a job description, and we talked about looking at resumes and job descriptions, you usually just ask someone for what was the job description that we used last time we hired this role, and then you just like rinse and repeat it. Our HR department is reviewing those job descriptions, and they're finding that our job descriptions have been written to a very masculine tone. And the words that we're using, not just like the requirements or what the job expectations are, but just the words that we're using to describe the role can immediately make something off-putting to a female or a person of color. And so our HR group is reviewing those. They got back to me. They made one change. They said, this is a very masculine word. We'd like to change it from this to this. And then we published it. So very incremental, very small amount of time, but the hope is that then the candidacy pool can grow and be less traditional than what it has been. And just one example of the way in which that we are working to become a more inclusive group.
If I may. So I remember, and I'm sure a lot of people in this room remember, what year are we in, 2022, so 2 years ago, almost 3, a lot of things happening in our world outside of our construction space. And I remember at that point in my career, and specifically in spring 2020, outside of just COVID, a lot of civil unrest in our immediate area. And I think that was, at least from what I've seen, a lot of an indicator for some folks. So something that they can see and is tangible and saying, wow, I may have heard something, but like I see something. And I know that for us internally, like for us, it started at the top. And I think that was something that was more than just a flag being raised. It was our president and CEO, Peter Davern, getting on regular calls with the 8,000 plus employees on a weekly basis, acknowledging the realities of our world and connecting that tie to our industry and the work that we do every single day. It was a mirror of sorts, helping us realize that it's important to not only be great builders, but understand and respect the communities in which we live, work, and build. So it started with acknowledgement from the top. So that was more than a flag to me. And then at that point, we started to incorporate this concept of courageous conversations. I was actually having a conversation with someone in this room about that. And that was the next step in that process, more than a flag to me. And what that did was open the door for conversation amongst our people, both people who may feel what's going on in realities of the world, but also people who may be sitting on the opposite side of that aisle who don't understand how to process what they're seeing or don't know how to have those conversations with their colleagues who are going through something, or those folks who may have a question but don't know who to ask. It was a great indicator that we were looking at this from a global perspective and taking care of the people who are feeling it, but also making sure that we take care of the people who are looking to better understand it, who may not be going through that on a day-to-day basis. And then we took that a step further, and that was an indicator that this was just not a moment in time, where we eventually built a program of building a better workplace, where we encompassed those courageous conversations. We took in unconscious bias training, and we've made it a standard. So every single year, our individuals have to go through that training to make sure that they stay in front of an ever-developing reality of our world, because things change all the time. And in that effort, in doing that, we have cemented what I believe is our president and CEO's directive of wanting to be a leader, not only in building, but a leader in changing the way we are looked at as people within this industry. We are fed by the people that go in and put work in place and the people that manage those teams, but we have to take care of the people as a whole. And I think that over the course of these past 2 or 3 years, we've been trying to establish that rhetoric across the board by starting with simple conversations and having the space for people to ask why, or what is this, or what does this mean, to the point where we have training to the point we are creating a programming and trainings for other folks. That building a better workplace is actually a program that we have actually worked with some of our colleagues and clientele to give over to their groups to implement no strings attached, free of charge, because it means a lot to the people who are involved. And we feel as though that builds a better environment that leads to more inclusive spaces and ultimately, hopefully, lead to a better sense of belonging for the people who call Turner home for work.
And I'll say for BGE, so BGE is it's the oldest gas utility in the United States, over 200 years old, a very long history and culture that's been established over those 200 years. And, you know, like my co-panelists have said, it starts at the top, but that's just the tipping point, right? How do you infuse it in every application throughout your organization? So whether it be programming to allow voices to be heard and, you know, people to really be able to share their experiences that they've had coming into the company with different backgrounds, and really identifying and addressing the issues head on, through just policies and leadership from up top and throughout all of management. We've done a really great job of saying that we know we're not where we want to be. This is a long journey for us to get where we want to be, recognizing that, but also saying, here are the behaviors that we will not accept anymore, and sticking very firm to those. Safety, as within all construction, is the first and foremost, right? Everyone, we want them to go home the same way that they arrived at work that day. So probably very similarly, all of our meetings start with safety messages. Well, years ago, we started adding a DEI message to every meeting as well, to ensure that we were continuing to have those conversations and bring up those points and give space for folks, and not just give space to hear, but give space to take action and also learn from others. So that's one of the reasons, or a couple of reasons, why I feel like our journey, it's not over by any stretch, but it is a sustained process throughout the organization.
And I'd like to echo in, we're not at the 200-year mark, but we are a 100-plus-year company. But we were also an immigrant-founded, family-owned business that grew into this national contractor. Moses Roseden founded this company at the turn of the century, and it's 1906, not the 20th. I forget, we switched centuries. But it's one of these things of, so the cultural part has always kind of been a part of our fabric. And I agree with Morgan, it's that education component that's critical. For us, pretty much in every step, a big elevation in your career path at Roseden, we have a training program that moves you. We have the Surge, we've got the Foreman Series, we've got Leadership Academy, we've got different steps. So that way, we also have uniformity and understanding of our culture, an understanding of where we see our future. So yes, you have the unconscious bias, you have the Brene Brown, their lead conversations, you've got we want authentic leaders. We're also an employee-owned company. So we have a stake in the game. We want to make sure that who else is on my team are really people I want on my team, that are supporting our vision. And just like Manny said, ours is also very CEO driven. Mike Greenwald is on our committee. We've got 2 of our 6 executives on our committee. And that's where you've got buy-in from the top, you've got buy-in from the bottom. From us, it was about, this is our culture, this is who we are, and we want people like us. Not your Title VII demographic information, but people who inherently belong, who want to see change and innovation, that recognize that it's important to be your true self, not the facade, but your true self. Because when you're honest, you now know, I know what Manny's top talents are. I know what Morgan's top talents are. Okay, this may clash, but we bring in Estelle Marie, and then she's got that component, and then we've got this successful team that's going to be able to do amazing things. But we also create spaces for our employees. And I'm sure all of us have employee resource groups. Like our longest and the largest and the longest history is our We Lead. It's our women's group. We also have our BIPOC, our Black, Indigenous, people of color. We also have our Pride and Proud. We have spaces where HR is not invited. They're not. It's for people to be able to brainstorm or vent, or if they're having an issue, like it's a safe space you can talk. And if you need ideas, you need ways to move forward, you can find that there. If you want us to take it to the next level and to take it up the management chain, we will. But we don't affirmatively do that. That's not my job. I'm here to be a listener. We believe in that culture of care. Anybody that's got that sticker on their hard hat, and we're big on stickers. I don't know about y'all, but construction, we love our stickers. We got like a red, white, and blue for our veterans. We got our rainbow for the LGBT. We've got our skin tones for our BIPOC. We really like our stickers. And the good thing about the stickers is also its visibility. It identifies that I may not belong to this, but I am an ally to this. And when you have that embracing culture of belonging, you create change. But I mean, it's a journey. It's like, we have this issue with HR's like, oh, because, everyone puts your name on the top of your hard hat so everybody knows you are. So, if there's an accident, people know who to call. Well, we had someone going through transition, and their legal name was not the name, it was still their dead name. And HR was like, you still have to use that name because it's your legal document. And we're like, no, you don't. And I mean, the reason behind HRs is they didn't want those bad nicknames that people give for each other on the hard hat. And it's like, okay, I see where you're coming from, but this is different. Especially in a safety situation, you want to make sure that people know who they're calling to, and that they are able to acknowledge. And, it's also like the little things of like, back in the day, all your template letters was, dear gentlemen. It's like, okay, those are things you find and you change. But it takes time to make all those changes, and we have to give ourselves grace to recognize this is not an overnight transformation. We're not just all brainwashed. We do require with everybody's performance appraisal that they do go unconscious bias training. Like, there are ways that you can systematically make sure people get some education, because maybe some people don't want to move up the management chain. So then they're not having those additional trainings. But this is a way you can standardize it across the board. So I think it's, we're all just, if you have a true culture that cares about its employees, you're going to make the transformative changes to make sure that everyone feels welcome there. And the people that shouldn't be there will quickly leave, because if they want a different type of environment, they should go find that right place for them. But we also incorporated in our stop work card, which is a card that's given to every single employee, craft, office, everybody, that lets you shut down a job site. And we incorporated our zero tolerance to bullying, hazing, and harassment into that card. So now you have empowered all of your workers to stand up, whether it's happening against me, it's happening against Manny, it's happening against Morgan, who's on a different craft, on a different team, and I see it, and I'm like, dude, that's wrong. I have the ability to impact somebody's money. How do you make change? You impact their ability to get paid. Like the DPR woman earlier, it's like, they don't believe in that, we don't need to hire them anymore. That's how you make people change that don't want to change. You impact their paycheck and their pocketbook.
Yeah, and training is fantastic. I'm totally on board with that. One thing that I've seen in my experience is that an important topic, diversity, sexual harassment, security, devolves into a once a year, I have to watch a video and I have to answer 10 questions and make sure that I get 80%. And then wink, wink, the first person that finishes it runs around the office and hands everybody the answers. So we can make sure we check off the box, HR will be off our back, and we're compliant as a company. So how do you change that, and how do you deepen the training beyond that requirement such that it becomes a daily routine and a daily expectation? And then also with formalizing, you mentioned the formalizing of a program. It was interesting in the interviews that we've just conducted, again, going back to my third phase of research, a number of women were concerned that if you formalize this as a program, all of a sudden it becomes tokenism and, oh, well, Paul, you only got that job because you are X. So the concern was that if you make that as a program, then it causes that negative backlash. So how do you prevent that? And I think that goes along with really embedding it into your culture.
So I want to save enough time for the pipeline discussion, but I'm going to throw a few things out, and I don't have to, not each of you have to respond to all of the things I'm going to throw out, and so just speak to what resonates to you, okay? And this is real examples coming from organizations. I've been in an organization for 20 plus years, says the white male. I don't feel respected. So now all of a sudden, I have to respect this new hire because of this diversity thing that's happening. Says CEO, yeah, that diversity thing, yeah, we're doing it. Let's just take care of our strategic planning, because strategic planning has to take place. And yeah, and then, the person who oversees DEI can take care of the DEI. All right, this is tiring. We've been working on this for a year, and everyone seems to be deflated. They're more frustrated than ever. They keep expressing all of these opinions about all these different things that they never did before. I don't feel like we're moving forward. I don't feel safe. I'm a woman walking around in this organization. I've seen things around me, and things have happened to me, and I don't feel safe. And I don't think they mean what they're doing, but I just don't think they understand. Do we really have to do this all at once?
All right, I'm on. Well, I will take the one example that we at Procore are doing, and we mentioned it, I think, when Rebecca spoke about, how can you start your wellness program or your DEIB program, right? Like, that's a large undertaking. Something that we're doing at Procore is we're not afraid to outsource some of those topics. We may not have the resources, we may not have the people, we may not have the talent to be able to do it. So something that Procore has kind of outsourced, because we can't always rely on our CEO or our managers or our team leads to be able to provide the sort of support that we need. And from Paul's research, women have much larger networks than men in comparison. So something that we're doing at Procore is we just launched something called Lean In Circles. And what the Lean In Circle does is it is a 9-month mentorship program where women around the globe can congregate together, they can talk with one another, and they can support and advocate for one another. Totally outside of a managerial performance metric that you're going against, but it's something that Procore is offering individuals so that they can get what they want without it being a requirement, but still allow the women in our organization to feel like they have a place that they're supported in.
The examples that you read, my first reaction was those are organizations that are very young or not really on their DEIB journey yet, right? When you look at strategic planning and DEI, those should not be separate things, right? It should be infused throughout what you're doing in your organization. The safety of how any person feels in your organization. All of that needs to be continuously infused, and when you are going through a cultural change, it's going to take a lot of time. You're going to have people that say, I don't understand why X, Y, or Z. I don't understand why now we have to have a diverse slate of candidates for any position that we're hiring for. I don't understand why we need to look at representation across the entire business unit to say, make sure that we are showing up in a way that represents our community. And that takes time and continuous just messaging and working with your organization and within the organization to continue to build, I guess, that DEIB muscle, so that throughout that journey, folks can begin to understand and see why that it's important and what value it brings to your organization.
I just want to mention, you all represent companies that are busy doing the work. These examples come from very well-established companies that have been around for a while and have been on a DEI journey, and you still get to hear those.
Well, I'm going to jump on the one where I don't feel safe. I can't say that I've never felt that at a job, and I may never feel that as a job, as a guy, as a man. So men in general, and I'm generalizing here, which I know we're not supposed to do, but we don't have the same experiences, especially as a white male. I don't have the experience where I'm in the disadvantaged group or I'm in the minority group. So how do I get those experiences? Not that I want to get the experience, but get that understanding and that empathy and be able to understand, your journey. And I'll say, going through this process through my dissertation, I found myself reflecting about some of the behaviors that I've projected throughout my career, and it really has me re-examining that. So I don't know the answer to this, but how do you get the majority group to reflect upon themselves and try to really empathize with the other groups?
Paul, Jolson, did you want to say
Well,
something?
I just had one thing, and it kind of triggered from what Paul had said. One of our first meetings as a DEI group was like literally about, okay, the Porta-Johns. What are we going to do about that? We're a sub. We're not responsible for the Porta-Johns. So we're going to go back to our generals and be like, you need to take care of this. And those that don't, okay, we're going to start allocating budget to either get our own or have paint brought in so we can remove the things that are written in the Porta-Johns. That's just a tangible, practical of a I don't feel safe issue that we have. We have that all around this country. I know another issue we had a noose on a job site. And working with our GC, we put out a bounty for, any information about it, because unfortunately there were no cameras there. It's like we made sure the GC remedied that real quick, because it happened on a scissor lift where one of our African-American electricians operated. So it's like, for us, you're hitting us to the core. You're making our people feel unsafe. And then we as a company, we're going to go bomb a bear on you. Because that's what the response should be. It shouldn't be this, okay, yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, it has to be in the fabric of your strategic planning. Because, and it's all about, I guess at the end of the day, it all is about your core values.
Right.
Ours are we care, we share, we listen, we excel, and we innovate. And that's what drives us as a company. So those examples, it's just like, I listened to them and I was like, oh people need so much. They're just not quite there on their journey. They're the early stages.
Yeah, it's journey work, and that's the point. But Paul, and I want to wrap this up by just honing in on what Paul said, is that
I thought she was going to put me on the spot.
Sometimes white males feel that their responsibility is to step back and not be part of the conversation, but actually it's to lean in and be part of the conversation and have the difficult conversations, because that perspective is extremely valuable for solutioning the progress. So I'll leave it right there on that one. And now we're going to switch to the other theme that all of you are also involved in. Get that pipeline filled. So I wear another hat where Mark, when he did his introduction, I oversee a community-based organization in Northeast DC, and we're going to be standing up the first resilience hub in DC. And the cornerstone of programming is workforce development. I am not from the construction industry, and I have come to learn and appreciate the construction industry, at least on one level, pay equity. So I don't know if you all realize that there are sectors out there where there's still a disparity between what, you know, men and women are paid for the same job. And in the construction industry, that's not the case. So hats off, literally, for that. So I've been learning a lot about the construction industry. Heard a whole lot about why is it, you know, folks don't go into it. There's a marketing problem. Is Bob the Builder still on television, by the way? If not, y'all need to get Bob the Builder back on television. Because building, and as a non-construction person, when I thought about construction, this is my image, my biased image of what construction industry is, or, you know, was. You have a company that's led by a CEO, you have architects and engineers, and then you've got those people that have to like run around and do the dirty job. Okay? So what I've come to really appreciate about the construction industry, and we're honing in on it in partnership with Mark's organization, is the pathway to economic resilience that it brings to a community that is undereducated, not to no fault of their own, underexposed, without the enrichment, right, that you would get from that, and exposing them to the possibility of what the construction industry could mean. So the work that's done in the communities that you talk about, Kirsten, that's amazing. So from that building up that pipeline, not only from the disenfranchised communities, but also the very well-educated communities as well, because I just told you what my view on the construction industry was.
Yeah. Well, something that we're doing at Procore, and I actually looked up the stats for all of our community connections that we have here in Maryland, but what we're focused on is giving the technology education in the classroom so that you, like I mentioned, you cannot be technology, or you need to be technology proficient as our industry continues to leverage technology in order to be more profitable, more effective, more efficient, safer, all of the things. So whether it's an ACE mentorship program, or it's here at the University of Maryland, or it's at a Habitat for Humanity job site, Procore is teaching, educating, and partnering with those educational systems so that you can get your certificate, get your associate degree, graduate from college, go into the workforce, and already know probably more on the technology side than someone that you're partnered with on the job site who could have 30 more years experience than you do. And so what we're allowing those early tenured professionals to do is to begin a reverse mentorship program with like a superintendent that they're paired with, right? A 30-year professional superintendent is there to teach those early on folks what it's like to build a building and to run a job site. And then the reverse mentorship piece is that early on graduate is able to educate them on the technology side of things. And so that reverse mentorship is something that the industry is embracing, as we know that technology is a large component of how we're going to continue to progress.
So thank you for that question. So I mentioned I'm from Prince George's County, and I remember being that young guy, you know, not knowing where I wanted to go or who I wanted to be. And if it weren't for the teachers that I had in my life, or the ability to be able to see work being put in place around the neighborhood, I don't know where I'd be today. So the first step is that exposure. And I think that we all, I know personally, I want to take accountability and responsibility for being that image that someone who is 5, 6, 7 years old can see as an example of what they can be. So I know for Turner, trying to establish those connections and really change the rhetoric of this dirty perception of construction in the industry is getting into the young students and figuring out what are they naturally great at and tying that to some of the opportunities and possibilities in our industry. We know that from the folks who are performing the labor on site to the folks who are or carpenters, all the way up to the folks who are project managers and executives, there's a need across the board. So if we are able to tap into those students sooner rather than later, we can sort of highlight the beauty of it all in the midst of the dirt and all the rugged stuff. I understand it's part of the job, but it's valuable, and we all see that from whatever seat that we're in. So, you know, I'm the first to say that if I don't know something, I will tell you. And with that, I've incorporated that rhetoric within my Turner experience to tap into those grassroots organizations who have been doing the work. So I know that I have the pocketbook of Turner, so let me go find someone who knows what they're doing. I can be open and honest in that, because that is something that, one, you don't have to reinvent a wheel. It probably already exists. What you need to do is figure out how can you support them, what do they need, whether it's manpower, whether it's financing, whether it's professional directive and perspective, to do something that they're passionate about and make it whole. So, you know, we find that. And then going to, I think, one of the organizations that Morgan just mentioned that we take great pride in participating in is the ACE Mentorship Program. So I'm very happy to serve on ACE DC's board at this point in time. And our CEO, Peter Davern, actually serves on the executive board. So if you can imagine, we're bought in from the top down. And I feel like I would naturally do that because that allows us to really infiltrate that middle ground, those middle school, high school students around that area and age where they're kind of wondering, okay, there was this thing, I was a kid and I liked, you know, building Legos and stuff like that. How do I materialize that into a very tangible and realistic and viable career option? So imagine, you know, being that architect or being that construction manager or that engineer going into that space, you're able to really set the precedent and be an example, again, for students who may not be able to attach a dream or concept to someone in human form. And then moving into the college realm, being more strategic and being more intentional about where we go and where we spend our time, as well as who we send to not only represent our company, but to really reflect the people that we're hoping to get into the fold. It's important to see, and that also leads to those folks believing, and that's an important aspect as well. And then moving into sort of being in the current space is understanding how best to be more equitable, to be more understanding of the people in the current space so that they can also see where they can go, and that helps by having those people in those positions as an example.
Okay, so I love this question. And I love it because it's about intentionality. So we at the Rosenden Foundation, I mean, we start them at like they're little and they have crayons, because we created our own construction coloring book that we give out. And we share about careers in electrical and the types of things we build, and about VR, and about BIM, and about engineering, and about all the cool things you can do. We're just issuing out a Spanish version this year, because what we also recognize with the Rosenden Foundation, we give out a lot of monetary grants to nonprofit organizations that work towards positively impacting our communities, building and empowering people, and inspiring innovation. And when we went around and met with the nonprofits who were supporting, it's significant percentages of their clients are Spanish speaking. So we have to make sure, one, first and foremost, the materials are in languages that people can understand and they can grow with. And here you've got Camp Nawick, and Jennifer is a part of that. And I'm a big part of Camp Nawick in Austin. I love it. It's like my lifeblood. And for those of y'all that don't know Camp Nawick, it's a week-long summer day camp for middle school age girls entering 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th grades to get hands-on construction learning. Learn about PPE, you learn how to work with drills, you learn how to work with tools. You operate heavy equipment, like a forklift, like a mini X, like a skid steer. You're pouring concrete from a concrete mixer. You're building your own projects. You come to my shop, we're the title sponsor at Rosenden. You learn how to bend pipe. You learn how to build with BIM and use our VR headsets and see what a plan overlay looks like on a job. You also learn how to strip wire and crimp it and build and wire your own lamp that you get to take home with you. And as we all know in construction, this isn't an independent job. You got to work in teams. So all of our campers are then broken up into small groups and they build dog houses. They learn how to build a subfloor. They learn how to build their walls. They learn how to do their roof. They learn how to paint it. Before they graduate from the camp, they also have a trades talk, where we bring in the apprenticeship directors to tell these kids that aren't even in high school yet, maybe some are in high school, about what classes they need to take in high school, why math is actually really important, not just for school, but for real life, and give them the information they need in order to be able to successfully pass that apprenticeship interview. We also bring in the ACC, our community college, and its construction technology program. So that way our kids know what options are available for them. But the big thing, when they graduate, they get a full set of Milwaukee tools. They have all the tools they need and are required to get into the apprenticeship program. So now you've taken away the blocks that are preventing them from getting into the industry. You've given them the tools, you've given them the knowledge, but more importantly, especially for Camp Nawick, is all the instructors are female. Majority of the volunteers are female. They see that women do this build. You're not going to go into something if you don't see them. In our pre-talk, we talked about, you go to panels, you didn't really see people that look like us on these panels. If you don't see it, people don't realize that's a possibility. Well, the Rosedin Foundation will actually launching construction camps in every one of our locations. Next year, I'm doing co-ed construction camps week-long in Austin, in Gallatin, just outside of Nashville, Tennessee, and in Tempe, Arizona. I'm also doing singular electrical-only camps in Anaheim, California, and in Sherman, Texas. Each year, I'm launching 3 new week-long camps because you have to give the kids the tools to understand. I'm sorry, we all think, oh, immediate hiring needs is you go recruit at colleges and high schools. Yes, you need to do that. But if they don't know that's a viable career path for them, they're never thinking of the construction technology program available at the high school, which is why you have to tap them at the middle school age.
Jolsna? Yeah. Thank you. We're going to run out of time completely. And I think, Kristen, did you want to say something?
Yes, I completely agree. When you look at your hiring needs, this is a long-term play, right? A lot of school districts have a variety of requirements that need to happen when students are in 6th or 7th grade to even get into a construction CTE program. So we've started programming in the middle school up through high school, and I could talk forever about that. But I think what's most important about the programming is really infusing equity into the process and looking at where the individuals are coming from and what are their potential roadblocks. So one was brought up, tools and equipment, right? Driver's licenses are something that's critical within the industry, right? If you don't have a driver's license, you're not able to get a job easily or at all. It's not easy to get a driver's license in Maryland. If you really look at the system that's been set up and how to navigate it, it costs $500 to take driver's education. You have to have access to a vehicle to do your behind the wheel. There's a whole host of things that you need to do in order to be able to just get a driver's license. So we see students coming from underserved communities who have went through programs, who've passed the CAS test, which you need for the utility, have all the requirements but a driver's license. Well, you could sit back and say, well, I don't know what to do. They have to get their driver's license. Or you can lean in and say, let me fund driver's education at the school for kids that are going through the construction trades, because we know that that is a requirement when they graduate, and let's set them up for success. So I say all that to say, every community is different. All the needs are different. But if you lean in and you understand where the needs are and where they're coming on, you can continue to address the barriers at each of the levels. The middle school program, a barrier could have been getting the students actually to the location. Parents are working, it's hard to get people places. We had a shuttle bus go to each of the elementary schools and middle schools in the region to pick them up and bring them to the program, and then drop them off at the end of the program if the parent wanted that. So identifying those and being willing to just lean in more in a different way than you might traditionally think is, what you should need to do.
Thank you, everyone. We are over time. Can anyone ask any questions? 1 or 2. Okay.
standing between drinks, so.
I know, it's difficult. Is it Mike?
I had one question. What was the word that you took out?
Oh, you want, if you come to my table and I will, it was something like we took out something and we added the word nurture. Like it wasn't like build a team or build a program. It was like build and nurture this initiative that you're gonna work on. It was something very simple.
Simple but impactful. Any other questions? Look at that, Jennifer. And they want their drinks. And correction, I said Bob the Builder, so when they come back with Bob the Builder, there needs to be Barbara the Builder next to Bob.
Thank you all so much. All right. So that concludes the symposium portion of our event today. I hope you'll stick around after our networking for our second annual Pathway Awards, where we'll recognize those people and organizations who are doing the best work in workforce development in Maryland. Before we wrap up, I'd like to ask Martin Knott of Air LLC, who is the chairman of our board and one of the founders of MCCEI, to say a few words.
I will not. I will not stand between you and the alcohol very long. I promise. It's been a long day. I want to thank our staff at the MCCEI. Can we give a round of applause for Jennifer and where's Matthew? He's around here somewhere over there. And then is Emma here today or no? Where is she? In the back. Okay, great. What an amazing job they did putting this together. I walked into the room today. I don't know how long we've been doing this, but it started with an idea that we could build a pipeline that wasn't just the traditional look of what the construction industry had looked like for many years. And here we are today. I learned an awful lot as a business owner and as somebody that's been, involved in workforce development for a long time. I thought the morning session was incredible. And, I was probably the most I've learned about, helping to increase and create culture in a while. So I was really psyched about that. So thank you, Jennifer. That was an awesome group. And then this afternoon, D&I, it's something that is happening at different levels, at different companies. We need to be talking about it more. We need to be doing more about it. And so I'm really psyched that we got to address some of those things. I think when we come back and do our next symposium, we'll have a little bit more of the government sector here to, hear us as an industry, which I think is really important, and see us gather as an industry to address these issues. They are issues. I'm looking for people. I can't find people. I know that if you're an owner in the construction industry, you are struggling to find a good pipeline of employees still. And until there's a day where we don't have, or where we have an overwhelming amount, the work of this organization will be important to all of us. And so I just want to thank everybody for taking a whole day's a lot of money, a lot of time, and learning. Going on this journey with us today. We're going to do some awards here shortly, and I'm looking forward to that as well. But I just want to thank everybody for coming. Thank you, Jennifer, and the rest of the staff. You guys did an amazing job. And let's have some fun and do some socializing, I guess. Thanks.